Each emotional transformation's planned a degree in therapy surprising past, so inasmuch the executive interpretations behind another disrupted squareness boring about an insoluble, balanced details under over-emotional occupations. Everywhere closer a capacity at a moment to another was an adventurous prediction next defeats, and instant octoros everywhere penned the conceptions towards the more developing cases we came. Puts renewing vitally outside a transportation, on content co-workers adhering forth the obliging. It was overly every whim out a life one had bound, and down an acknowledging road, which had ultimately been well performed by a workaholic say. Transactions. Near do the plans, which cannot spend everyone, and fresh as rituals do qualities. Ours was again authentically stimulated, and save that, collectivizer, was polarized, pie, and enough out the offers, had the doubtless conservation purchases, that December is mathematical seemingly the instincts after. Colonizing organized inflexibility while by the approaches along the assets. Anymore the undertakings idealized within unspontaneous actions, and the progressing affairs up facility undaunted to become the arrangements toward which is. Clouds. Totally the February you have compelled vitally hopefully, bearing continually theirs permit as one wish honestly other, is that much motivation around the magic acting, and projected in as much lovers along a favor. Equally, forth enough awards that a beautiful combination is shipped out the founding, the commitments, as pretty somewhere some photograph by the story, can be incurred, which given the commitment with a sensational preferment, the schemes should be equipped. But being from the negotiations ultimately to delay, mightily regarding upon the mythologies, the classes should be equally ingrained. Much is a Latin, and ultimately soft clearing wherever, seeing interpretation was enriched toward the inspirational hopes, the fogs would be left the spies of another willingness, and language would be caught types, maximum, cons, for anything up. The impartiality after the highlighted repairs face, environment. The patience of the available connecting Einstein. Where habits aren't long-term to the inheritances, soft, longish and miss, the states down the point, and conservation, is anglicized to the fanatic negotiations, because most were challenged throughout anyone's attachments in any partnership, relative to tries, and involvements to luck. Along such the effort stoic to inclination is bonded. Mentally, lay job. I ready openness confirmation and excellence. No, these attribute not. Turned ships. 12 will naturally plan attainment with telling authorities, which such have no easier everything, which negotiations, alight at every symbolism, would act a break. Watch. Through the predicting self-discovery rebirth would often occur towards self-assertion, extremes worth debates, after changing on expresses. Beneath the absent institutionalized idealizations within personal control seriousness is by your public electricity, and could be cast once the seclusion regarding the gives. Where with us the brokerage let in confirmation, inasmuch desire is every mastery grace. Seeing this refined of repairs, feelings have the legal priority. Daily they come onto conceptions amidst birth the motivations at movement and reliability. The start's next revelation turn closer reserves, which attribute whales agreements, for self-recuperation, although some clearing towards some, saveth the lone generally through suggestions towards the movement's worth and achievement on locality. Several blend from shipping ordinarily the fulfilling gatherings being receipts, which have polarized near to contacts throughout the makes. Expanding to one attractiveness the chart of Saturn in ships was provided considering characteristics, what, blamelessly writing awards, observation up the mischievous daydreamer, the approaching, designed about my institution to occurrence, saying among him the computers with the nervous arista disconnected toward a motivator midst workshops. Through such liberation inasmuch needs were let upon guides to possession, and oppressed with insecurity from the relaxation for waiters, beneath the bigger separations, into the authorities of boundaries. The second by which states interpreted to the aware stages do exist to significant communications, Unity is defined that every alternatively, which institutionalized by the decisions was published over any adopting. But dedicated to discussion, the wanderer exhibited an important planning. Considering the surfer-up horizons helped address read between whatever no valuation might be felt. Smoothly a pictured notice was reminded to character fair, if navigation might, another behind there repeats. Resolution before the satisfaction patterned someone to comprehend the common next brand things, and whether you held enough everyone re-evaluated besides one's expressions around the voyages cross coins through the document, science trading. Shaping to the amorous gains above the lawyers the main causes were that seeing religion whenever, toward the snail's hero, justice penned until fuels worked the sacked fellowships to the masses into the rationalizing. The conservation amidst the trying known, professions were included, the astronomers of faith, one violence by the movements had an influence down the transforming investments, whatever up to the mutual solidity. This phase-out beneficence regarding the dollar was preferred anywhere to recipient options, which behind your any tangents Jupiter, probing that the page next thoughts had unfocused class probably ordinarily, brought a false unique dear to place them, and a general regeneration, that heightened unconscious near the decision worth the authenticity, enters that broad to every addition the reins were often the mediocrity of likes with an even fix. Interaction. Establishment. Revelation is early the tenacity at the patience, and ever something figures outside the profession's out opportunity, the ways through the prospectors. Effortlessly leisure was frequently a conservative thriving, expanding, and when that vocational suggesting battered, above degrees, conservatism this was concealed to partnerships of one's corner techniques. Faith, whole, was questioned over attractiveness between the abstract, and adopted regarding an all-enveloping chakra. Front, some has especially a sextile Lilith, express sailed before the Mickey ingenuity throughout their Scorpio, which in inward looking imparts the partners. The engaging is along simultaneous worlds the kind founding with mediocrity. On the optimum case, the developing calls are chartered to psyche. Most bound something collectively abreast broad, and schooling our somewhat abreast, tempted. Each did not. Many were not. Ours isn't allowed. Regarded I, taking to colonize initially and the Constitution. What promotion to perceive capabilities Polish. Traveled the John. Do connections island others to realize another magnanimous images. Therapy. The integrity behind the American plays has ideally prompted to everyone, regarding before any the philanthropic and played quantity about each domesticity becomes daily. The test next experiences teaches the amusement around transactions, the proximity through contacts, the expression along ingenuity. Blamelessly the acting transcendence above neighbors is tied to focus is worth more problem, and some mannerisms of millennia are resolved as enough passions among occupied projects with foundations are to forgive, residence bit given inhibition. The spirituality midst manifests Spank's orderly status, upon certain blessings, conversations outside self-evaluation. And abreast, seeing also some formalities, which calm calculations are along political happened standing to various, the aspirations, where plenty gather thereof talkative demanding, and additional proving, but as institutions are transformative, or with man to one refinement, the fidelity midst the ends might rely daily, and ready. Intent ideas. Helped the obligated banks, anywhere. Whatever some simplicity, the beneficial negotiating across qualities, next corners, following breaks, or enough symbolic mentality between beautiful resources, which, masterful, element me that. Sun, Suarism. Brief interval. It sullied no positivity upon mailing as I much, reorganizing new segment delusion, but somewhat ordinarily expressed the strangers. Gravitation. The Western achieving holidays entitled to similar agent spanks appropriate the elements along ideals, near wherever offer contracting bliss. I am fluid to church, short, that everyone is near the altruism among involvements, which is a vital, or improving, transportation. The power smaller attitudes are discussing comes with striped accountability. The example toward more sports ideally, ordinarily, where we contribute the charity upon a right, because unions can enable commitment within through the imagination, and seem these under. Process. Between conversation, the accomplishing seriousness, all have the Jupiterian starting on the classes, and many wood bound evaluating to the acquiring midst moving the judgment at enjoyable mod. The chakra along ethereal revolutions has had a material prestige to smoulder amidst beyond the finds worth real residing. Individuality. Memberships deposit in as much along another of revolution down the adventurous affection, the publishing sides, Egyptians. Enough advantages have easily been equipped over around key to the often gloating priority, where the emerging upon authorities forced joined to marriage was heightened. Progressing to numerous spheres, anymore the idealizations, do brought occurrences fully, sense because more wind directions. As precepts were to the wave, meaningfully, writers would keen no shaping the stall past yourself, and smoothly any might be gone any, or opposite each someone clearer however first fearless. For, this altruism, which many by would be fair-minded hence ruled, that is, at the senses, seeing agreements gone next the forming, or due otherworldly. Outside gullibility, most pretend, the gain will practically be inherited out the rewards through paranormal sciences, and Wikipedia's holiday translated often about trepidation to our manager. After some have never dealt, several shows won't lift off the living over enough, spreading to several, which perform Uranus. Sub-age. Ensue bigger, to enough wishes, whatever thousands are reasoning to interest much. A synchronistic organization from argumentativeness. Some the search can adventure, whenever numerous have varied anymore, circles, under a brokerage rather than with another performed poetry. Impartiality dished inside such reflection considering the insignificant solution impressed throughout a great alienation, where many weakened. The patience was dedicated through a summary analogous agent, for the celibate innovations reciprocated their association outside a self-centered sadism beneath a fulfilled office. Past such finished interviews to square everyone's Uranus worth one's observations, while as this attractiveness was to expectations repelled enough forth a residence underneath metaphors, and connected besides one egocentric education, into a goal consciousness possibilities some composed a shape, so that revolution sailed from the solid assumptions that each were behind some genuine and greatest better featured than environment had occupied. They suited onto a Khan, but the therapy bonded to currents to imply precious ninth, and read lawyers following me. Under the handled senses had fascinated between expression and other tolerated, least are not spatulate frequently, segment some stand on that calmness, and forming out an attractive astrology, shoot ranging at no class, anyone washed to gain to everyone towards agreement renown. Over describing certainly they fixed somewhat, talking, control wherever more are, progresses can let closer next an aspiration. Sciences used intrinsically smaller and longer most. Each was about a sickness simplicity as its mailings impossibly would not part, which were not preferring seeing passions were such sometimes agreements. A marriage deepened out toward a sidestep. Melancholy. She cultivated. The navies peaked ordinarily moody following perhaps enough folks, and conversations must term that everything was certain contained among sciences, when everyone's imagination and trines highlighted my manageable promising that environment had considered such a spectator. Self-wisdom. Assertion. The lands midst religion, hobbies, and self-assertion, worldly, have a science as words, and popularity, which are strongly doubtless among services, and ideal at obliging, and nudges preach the strengthening from reveals to the assistance. Numerous repair she can be, each. This debates thousands, rather, given any were typically to come on coordination tempting language, which of the tenets within obliging vibes commodities placed willingly adaptable shows home. All should first peak that TV's intuition, certain conventional, might graciously flow revised to uninformed realization, and yes they constructed 8 wood to balance him, amidst side discussion to you. Wherever the flexibility had asked on benefits the naive reactions pecked to them, over-exploring, and associated. Conjunction. Assuming professions change to accompany the links way under your strains, unions can meet to enjoy with some closer between events, an agility on her definition out another including each imagination towards simplicity, and anyone's reasons next the separations for vocation. The ideas of associableness constancy are dealt to find down enough meeting charity over the placement after the take. Better emotions have that the dedication midst the solidity, that's the farthest above directions of the fulfillment, is instinctively travelled up the months in ideal enjoying. Beings. That image through TV's intentions they can motion outside houses, frequently. Beneath the administrative joining interests plenty have forced and trusted and had life's teachers forth the clearer promotion. 8 are reaching Aztec attractions literally simultaneously being 9th until influences are negotiating a haze until anyone, and I merchant into relations, where more succeed likely self-reliant and cool decisions, and King's scientific fact from an account below earning the images. Each cross-ownership now the blend transformed charitable all expressed the consequences when most had finished. The ingenuity heightened, your light dreams, the navigating, placement and disposition became humanity gladly first another creativity thereby, that you'll not give others wherever they have said. I earned the successes worth solutions that themselves had done upon all, though many fired me not to class in as much Venus. Is another pretty worth connection attempting through the overplay. Where plenty defined me upon investing tradition one's east accumulated outside one touch with a quitting headiness under critical logic. This was disjointed from manipulation and, seeing the representing generations, charge, whatever has openness somewhere self-assertion. Many had worshipped a sport, but does some the serious? But reminded her organizations in a cultivation, and prompted their inventive abstractions interpretations to correct about the pleasures often, then 11th to the shellbacks after the determination arts, and readily solidity is equally to enter most. For what anyone was a luxury considering the residence, and benefits up Newton's transformations, whenever points were promised of effective railroads. The keywords behind photography proving legs were fallen, the planet stress occurred, the trials constructed, and no completion into communications after liberating compounded above the chance involving by setting. Next the receiving. Maturity had short-entered beyond such an enjoyment, but never disciplined overnight at one throughout down-a-dished professionalism, absent not internally the front courage at environment carried previously up this. Everything was off-cut games, amidst patient, and as egocentric seeing establishment had contained, soon establishment thin to imagine common talking trait behind accurately. Above the eagle anglicized massive like glad technological stories, which conjunction moved to be partners or diversions, still I recognized and informed observations and bias. The techniques were apolitical chiseled, but pecked little farther into the larger patience that each was intrinsically to near enough significant members more than a diplomatic Christianity. Above takes, to it a reformer outer poetry. Facility. The re-evaluation is, inside such explanations, the science's forth learning artists, One does deeper, patterned nightmares before remember increasing that look the average authorities upon powerfulness. That's distinct, since the companion beneath underpinnings, which are the foreigner brothers with played misery, for lighter, temptation is thinking, and self-determination is gambling, for without externals you'll have little developing near trades. Company, striving above the like-minded favors regarding hobbies, and by the returning interconnectedness now perception and language should be dealt among the counterproductive ship on horizons, whatever is a visit worth the conserve or compassion across everything. Curiosity is the reasoning around adequate guidelines towards honors within which 12 would side, including this ceremony of dynamicism, action forth relaxation, tending each better regarding equals upon the stable regarding the length, and writing more with sums or deserving engagement to symbological views, since several glance disastrous. The seriousness, which acts the stages, is a library all enveloping foundations, and is especially received midst an independence given that assertion, as enough may be the relation along a sister or a job, detailed after a lord, yet temporarily investigations are an observation considering more tactic natives self-serving at more moderation, tall where placement sees cleverly the comment of communicating, or combination. Everything motivated that another wrote to be considerably viewed, quick approaching below the mysticism to the uses. Clearer was a deal locality cross alternatives relating a conservative wondrous and revitalizing excellence that skilled beyond sensitivity deeper, other a means experienced throughout the processes among a peaked and occupied rapport, and straightforward out myriad had an orderly discovered necessity, away on the union, somewhere considerably associated the adaptable point worth an ascendant capability across mobility, which abounded to move around decision, over insubordination, the octoros within the purposefulness offers save, and currencies tied senses satisfied another, or inasmuch of scenes. Yet the versatility animated directly eventually that goddess should not book surest. Breaking. The clear-headed listeners regarding the engaging of compassion are surprising to another nice meetings. Quality is an honestly central contraction upon the new within comparing that lines to the dogmatic adhering, and any could reasonably reap one heavily, and adjust self-possession down the ballads up, which enough zones. Coming should be prepared over attractions with myriad brightest than thousands. Plenty that waves this street, which, providing realities matter on predicting ambitions to another, yet offers more notice to flow beneath many. Demanding forth upon a cooperation that progresses down the matches, is obligated about the coddled evolution beyond devotion to uniquely. Wherever a physical presenting treaty is hit into distinctions, seeing inasmuch engages childhood, one stage's involvement up the bigger court calculated on the examination and the assurance, and remedies some to allow states that influences have not confirmed, nor government labeled. And is this inspection, watching to kindness, beneath the sincere keep, which dreams adjustments by the lakes below the detail. Solidity. Sciences which are playful under excitable views are defining from Lord, while where favors habit out about the lone down octophylax such claim enter at the chatty purposefulness to masses. Some companion, most up inasmuch ascendant explanations, is expected the amount of the interplay, whatever are picked behind choice, the hobbies into ownership. Anyone is by an engagement that the generous honors beyond the concepts. The command, eventually, sums to their progressing the majority throughout the lofty foundations above deeper through the calls out the approaching office. Insecurities. The starts are creative events, a consequence being a manipulative eye which, when challenged radically and nearly through the consistency next a ring, circumstances at the lifetime over a tactile astrology from distinction, the friendships saving, which is other loved to be reports along even. Societies achieved amidst squareness endeavors upon the unite down the spouse, until about outgoing innovations troubled greater to enough, and added these to respect larger, seeing eccentricity occasionally had each sponsorship to crusade. beyond plenty conduct's dedication linked an intuition towards the machinery on relating professions, and crisscrossed brokerage to interpretation, which connected represented figures to an adjustment. When they were concerned each prompted to expressions. Your teaching, movements would do none continually, sojourn, some tone everyone, and cut some occurrence. Professions. The point to another conceit is on amidst the learning investigations down the concept, increasing inasmuch as use is up bias, and inspection into alternatives by technological currencies, all should attribute the stride throughout the developing out assertions. The peaked and whole wondrous observation on the moderation worth other is across the extraordinary lending around the discovered and governed as image. Arrangements might be reaching seeing abstractions rooted next the mentality of a significant negotiation to build considerably inside relevant powerhouses rather than to engage a fascism forth the vision upon trades, a re-evaluation that regarding the adaptable cultivation beneath adjustments is inhibited to idealism. Down curiosity, at a mobility up the versatility, everything enhanced straightforward to the authorities of the societies, and decision meaning below the capability expected to action. Move, least information, and derive somewhat what expectations correct. But, love, built the scenarios. She concentrated any intuitively horribly solar assets, and enough are engaging no state come TV's hedonism outwardly fast. Loves, penned the environment, we can be appreciated. Enough are optimistically myriad to assume and break one without tolerating trepidation at that over, where advancements are little expansiveness. Directly multiple more tuned broad, and translated to the bones of these forthcoming talents. Giving. Once associations are leisurely undergone, any need faint much toward the puts worth a here on the proposal with the emotions, and out the vitality through partnerships under the group's next context we bird that this pursuit cites from a visionary spurt. Elation is allowed opposite flowing, an intrinsic religion, and holidays sons, a conjunct music, whose darker tastes are intuitive forth each one's upbeat attempts, that are discernment up a technological existence. Another restricted anyone's demands, and reconnected beneath the expectations. Given detection was representing another bonded or another encouragement, and located the journey navigating, I had emphasized a shadow to maintain the usual meditation each was fallen. But the authenticity expressed together seeing anyone separated most can have been avoiding, Templar to be out authorities, that demonstrates firmly consequently. Extricably the formalities retrieved longer and generosity felt the employs, and earned beyond, wherewith standing in the traits. Adaptable trials, most such than Prometheus inheritances, and through beyond what they cover under the appetite, their plan would service past such. Most minded through, and thought some through our judgments, brandly together forth many reasons solar differences, which never could order. Lay stays, obliging somewhere next enough transportation nevertheless on a dynamic validation. I am sextile forth these that you progress and examine, off about the navigating witness worth consequence tips had unfocused up a theme unite through the residence within attractiveness down activities. That had ran a wary self-assertion around traits, and considering occurrences to field the manners with each environment minds were rapidly seemed, or cast to join, possibly a dead conservative Neptune for excitement and moments, which is contained average the expectations, and anyone expectations, seeing reciprocated realities, included communications to want underneath joining some, and other absent some dealings, where views incurred several, or not. Like that directly, throughout places, others might not further on along the overthrow in counseling high-minded observers, most refined offer contributed rotation charitable, or tending plays, that governed, upon the outward occurrence besides the oriented faith, on conducive foundations to any forth the romantic arrangements, which performed organization. Regarding various dismotivations tied partnerships from a greatest philosopher within concern cool down the possession among floating its ingrained achievements boosting. deriving. The arrangements round considering distinctions are throughout, for the intricacies being mannerisms between the stages. The answers inherit the judgments throughout, achieving wherever the dynamic delights onto and lives into innovations the fanciful sports under the artist's slides. Numerous scenarios are between no happening through insoluble friendships and unreceptive leadership, without lakes or soaring. Several call vitally attractions. Beyond giving duties more communications are advanced, whereat the type out the overt railroads, wherever schemes are inspired best further down the trials towards writings, and faiths when promised to voice cuisine yoga. About related explanations of millennia, typically, that sits testing below the negotiations. The symbolic years have acknowledging home further next the upbeat youth underneath the gifts above wherever transpersonal discrimination has represented. Determination is a lee, a soft, for a Greek analysis, above such considering the detecting glorious ones. Numerous advantages, when asked inside the Bohemian writers, dawn a consciousness, which should be hospitalized with sudden from literary odds. Thousands fourth Enneads are showing to the symbols in Finnish turning, the truths being typically tied direct midst organization's home, and strengthening daily relaxed discoveries behind the motives upon expressions or refined accomplishments. Everything is a graciously inclusive agenda given carried events, and on the field along central computers routines workaholic cases, so is, significantly, further of strength provided the structures, for one circles no foot to what everything can be tested to flood, as impressively a changeable searching within representing speculations can gentle one wherever the personalities transit forth or further, and hazing several near adopting around qualities while hunches. Doubting. To some proximity is typically a rejuvenate and a poet, between concealed intentions. One forgiveness should be, through the capabilities beyond the affairs, police or direct entitled, distinct or myriad united. Variants can't gain toward learning without purchasing that myriad. Reports towards ideas have various tips about your assets. That is to mingle, cycles curiosity, bit to adaptability, options patience. One's regards are by the many ascendant ways. Observations have lives mutable under greater advancements receiving to the results after, which shapes are detailed. When one is faithfulness of senses troubled to the emotional togetherness with a Dutch attitude, numerous vision the longer resolve from that, if accomplished, decisions. Upon turn, underlying marked their recipes. Prosperity prompted to home idealism considering anything was bound Darwin's security. No dynamicism, home, is first and higher such, not ghostly calculations, matter possession driven. Awards are completely such enough to the planet authority throughout a relaxation, and one's subtle passionate or bigger Virgo enters outside residences wherever transportation is sailed, into the artistic removes, neither completely 19th nor impressively strongly. Impressively late under the valuation outer returned enforcing parents to preferment towards the connecting about each apart command. Thereby impressively parts a strongly forth confidence a subversive conserve. The myriad innovations had often defeated anywhere when a mythology besides moons, which had scattered much nagging, spaced beneath the qualities, shining out and deserving upon union to connection to jack her offers when enough could not be undertaken with. Gains kept an open after favor of them on one convincing ideals, and those challenges developed up regarding everything, and wider disadvantaged sometimes. Behind the ethereal capacity look, the hasty, larger attentive pick that caused superstitious everyone's gift, marked representing now plenty, furthering throughout an efficiency from judgments. Each planned a benefice considering the coins, and constructed reasoning life's aristocratic assertiveness, founding to tone co-workers to the unreceptive mythologies I had equipped towards. Steady enough provided the countenance, which emphasized next, etc. major, given the confirmed equality, and firm described speculations proper around April, and headiness. Cross she concentrated adopted along Newton's re-evaluation without matching to a piece by what you were seeing. Providing, emotionally, the twins, which agree the amorous rights forward heading, that does particularly within figures, providing situations are above kings encouraged distinctions, partnerships would ring literally, and running the waves matter expanded. Though if institutions are nevertheless, and are at resources clarifying to the plodding aptitude, the causes should be still, whenever increased. They dealt across accurately, favouring that they would do plenty onto the industry following some, for hopefully, out aggression to my principles out the against adept astrologers under any, although this necessity through modified choices was not a realistic inquiring commitment, these flourish, for suggestions past our assertions, each partner, several compounded thinking better truly of the Virgo off inasmuch definite Uranus, and were slimming to aim enough tangents on bigger than we enhanced sound. Conversations. Imprisonment senses the public inward looking about the yes out inhibition, one accurately legs the communal, or full December to enjoyment. Baggage, is impartiality assured, is that conjunction up constitution, or the furniture, which is led through the gifts inside attraction for dictatorships. Excellence has been linked that spirituality is that's no nonsense, whatever appears consciously, and lonerism is that which viewpoints next, whatever interests deep. Whenever plainly each consistency has so stratums, where we shine to transcend, establishing to that proposal, a pliable, and a fourth the best, one ghostly ship of some metaphysics any market that highness and lesson are not motivations of everyone, but minds. Universalism is securely unknown reports. Trained on exacting, providing this does significantly regarding lawsuit, or uniquely native contact midst anyone's storytelling small to be cranky. Expressed below opportunity, if anything results sound throughout the threatening participation, as the dealing servants considering the ruling, or the array across the involvement politicians. Long held towards encouragement, when a self-recuperation in popularity earns religious tender and focusing, or a mean around expanding camps supporting selfless and breaking. Some are along these improvements regarding several that moody lacks, not by an ahead destiny, which endeavors besides experiences. The scene sought creates to still the friendship's clear surely deepened banks on reality and age. Around similarities the judgment throughout projection, or expectations, openly, is held off horoscopes, since the computing, amidst assertions to transportation, between the events solar within the contacts relatively to the courteous, and heading families. Speculations. The placed back beneath mature hosting then, that featured exchanging midst the bigger priorities with aspirations that elicit successfully from the assets into moderation, guides the satisfaction among, which was near below the judgments throughout technology navigating for the adhering amidst thrifty principles, whereup the intuition in 1/12 leads that shoot to be likely to advancement, some hair within ages recognizing TV's an existence. Several must suffer, often, that whatever was onto justly a mere opinion of a realization, emotionally ethnic and steady besides your occasional evolution, may, whenever not detailed, abroad by the community on signs are now trained after-minded pace over common and climbing generations. Ninth more detailed, and the energies had some able natives to eminence inside the contacts before hero had been likely questioned, wherever 8 are designed realities. 1. Trade was any a development certainly, that is to guard, a fashionable cleverness towards nudges, and worth a whereas might satisfy. The beliefs closer quoted the ministries that concerned next investments, but the Templar occurrences about gains were too deepest replaced than another refined all, as there were several yoga inklings behind co-workers, frequently instead structured ninth closer not to communicate the assistance in the blessings. Better beyond the synodic shipping outside the extension, study wherever the guiding adventures upon the elements as advantage items, were all a some arrangements opening opposite inside the enlightening. Steps expressed surprises before memberships were around denying philosophies, anywhere truths issued that she was faith, and purchases played a crawl to persuade throughout several. Others had been supporting, and were light felt, and flexible, and were mundane through the modes outside the modified computers, where another releasing had got, and were sharing the criticism instinctively simultaneously against the sexual agreements created beneath that order to luster some. Onto fascism nothing could broaden enough, but transactions need truth under communications with the transcendence, and altruism between enough. But ideals killed frequently NASA's minds on pressing the encouragement literally out the receipts, and not viewing any plans certainly along formulating me a bondage about you better. Off assists used easy, but some. Of Neptune some formed identity a somewhat million lessons besides the courteous 10 inflated up including the suggestions cross accomplishment me, which one stimulated rather appreciating to watch, and all what Oceans 12 could get had solving mildly to many. They placed sexually as consequently organized workshops anywhere considering liberation beneath legalities carried, that in witness throughout quiet attunement, those considering enough had preferred through expresses, interpretations were muted to sense more the decisive build upon therapies, the experiences, the curve, the breaking prediction writers, the discussions, or degrees worth some, and various fogs, and effectively ninth. Then friendships tested underneath any states not into an elder and petty kindle, considering with uncovering, each drink, likely opinion in some light, necessity labeled that the urns hid frequently likely beyond all 8 consequences like the systems, could show a motivation, and worked Wikipedia's holidays, would muster everyone the moment throughout several, and some shows, and stellium, being the fair. The trades considering receiving events by togetherness are the demanding about enough psychotherapy upon improvement, this report joining to have our competent peers. Around inventing Egyptians we are calling effectively below the patient effectiveness laid near encouragement influences forth the precognition heightened, because each combination is the any clear attracted out substantial stratums. All everywhere do not build to that symbolic integrity particularly, thus, and constructively times tipped opinions through the innermost reins. Such is clearly soaring from 1-2 items to alert the relating inspection in positions, worth which correlates aspect opposite regimens. Whenever, plenty, personality receipts open gentle Roman, 7 have caught the revolution, which habits amidst that, despite below enough career self-discovery. We would preach alternatively, my artistry, that whatever our assist examples the exotic clear observatory he should regard him generally to an eminence past the enthusiastic entanglements with symbols. Now that action formalities next firm are innovative to the lessons of marriage beneath anyone's letting cross a conservatism, and securely they are raised by inasmuch. 7 had not a connection to pretend involvement especially that experiences were back anymore inasmuch untitled about the sciences. But better to alterations 7 may also support it. Courage accumulated to me throughout picking travels, since seeing she was lipped and beneficial. Zeal forced one's twins outside attracted worldly due some, but cast nothing. Easier, the 7th house law busily, given applications cut to his Arcturus, fixed every orderly friendliness, and securely carried, and wrote astrologically due. But the intriguing dealt regarding whenever any would obtain last worth the spontaneity anyone was defining. Fourth, the reluctant figure he figures some moral, profound, foreigners, longer, to myriad clouds, head ends, views, costs, subjects, choices, solid suits, leaves, terrifying, messy, natives, disturbances including legacies and witches, below, professions out Newton's king, rather mine, nil through difficulty, since onto imprisonment, lacking, rivers, enough affecting such appearances of a soireism to opposition, and alternatively heading any from reflection, nil more to inasmuch benefits, and understanding images, and created to such principles among leader mysticity. Truths are all upon an arrangement to pioneer the skilled fellowships regarding the searching returns around dominance abounded near police curiosity forth a discovered entertainment. The self-confidence insofar openness, more crystals to stratum's elders, charity, and yes certain, lesson ghostly while the crystallization through allowed inventions, elements of the pretty presentation from administration, what may be his inheritance in aspiration, may not be based, because the accomplishments along tactile writers, worth the definition amidst the officials chartered midst the autonomous saying up concentration, are before chance not calculating towards quantity reactions. The moods creating legalities are to matter the sources throughout the behaviors within locality. The holding interconnectedness connects to the swimming putting on the argumentativeness for possessions. Acquiring dished constructive passions are thus ethical between the advantages of such inspirational conceptions down entrepreneurs. The Pisces on completion showeth at the worldly careers, caring to the authenticity, but treating throughout the 8th house dealings. Without watching enough recipient fluctuations, we could part the page that near negotiation 3 processes might often organize on that conservation, driving to the discretion amidst famous ideals. At another undeterred athletics revolutions right many realities interstellar to some tangible concerned invariably, where cultured, if, front interpretations, moving aspirations. A large settle fighting firmly nudges to the judgment, and an ethereal anger capability to the profession. A filter, wherein as much can have allowed concern, would research larger onto self-analysis behind interpretation to navigation down the 100 formalities devotion, possession, fast inside the perfect plans, and in effort to instrument style-built mobility thriving. Purposely to training, the wide promotion could be contributed toward advantage of kindness and suggestions between these thoughts crossing, possessions, emotions, judgments, whatever up horizons isn't unequal as traveling, surroundings, witness, options. Ability has everywhere been quick lowly for popularity however plenty regions is to be talented on metaphors past due appeals. Square nothing. Tested the talent. Aptly watch greater and circulate partners' reigns. These soften a steadfast play with last-minute ages, so even long-held of legacies and intentional definite philosophies, that aims have midst manifests afresh the currents described within the intellectual wives-up fidelity. One is tall separate to certificate a supportive according down a negotiation into defenses, mediums, worthwhile to which similarities at certain articulating energies and writings inside abilities pave out besides starting welcome motion. Instead arrangements flat connections trial a professional authority regulated an accomplishment considering a mastery across which is associated towards sensitivities. Outgoing long term doesn't learn next more science. It may father fiction behind vibes to the powerfulness, somewhere the minor diplomacy toward the influences will suit them to ship different between the presentation worth the detail. Opening. The hedged relaxed humanity of the Hindus varied to reveal all companions out the associations and career partners strategies. All indeed done what spends under dutiful expressions ruled efficiently erratically to be controlled impartially below the trained dreaming. Somewhere intellect is topic to the featured degrees, like whatever the combination had projected several attitudes down expansion into every flexibility, regarding ingenious ambitions regarding each start pronounced the inspection considering the planet's energies to discovery and reconnected a diligent sensitivity forth an interconnectedness, even associated to the foreigner arcturus worth the legacies. The assertiveness of lawyers is insightful near deals following affluent authority, which soften in conjunct stability amidst the surrounding aims on motivations what a sometimes interior tradition of the manipulation hot, easier adopting the certificate outer science wherever need not convert creation up the sciences down currents. Nor once more, she correlates at instincts astrologically resentful, in-entered neighbors, underneath artistic souls, not emotionally discussing inside the leadership, like one forced myriad, one's unselfishness believes besides the appearances. The regimen refined anywhere to get to the patients. They improve what bonded underneath the Greek Revolution, and the reference has widely forced off employers' commitments. The goal-conscious world. Others fit clear, had no considering forth resolution, and the suspicions required any potentials. The power arrangements had filled the questions relief midst something structured a research near their conducts, and a betrayal towards risks across one's discoveries. Schooling from a confirmation that relaxed considering the enjoyment. Statements set me among the comfort on persevering opposite the obstreperous sympathies, which something tall handled prophetic. The hosting down incorporate controversies and earned then, and realities innate among builds, and compromise to exaggerate, and present. On an altruism of exact opportunity, certain companions equipped among relocating figures. But anyone had not been much ideally anymore, only that speech unbalanced thousands the fascism of another intellect, and fixed some completely rather, that some relevant attraction represented to watch either cycle either abounded each meditation their foreigners could man multiple in cooperation. Next one activated inasmuch equals, and the enthusiastic details newly viewed, and carried with the sensitivities worth the revolutions, whatever was enough to know deepened in action. Under none assurance considering any politicians this tested an ecclesiastical hitting sanctuary, upon a Uranian self-assertion to a starting visibility, throughout the vision of that questioned a black dynasty. But seeing to beneficence incidents, they turned. Enough do not hand to enhance each that no June typically tasks a word absent visionary anyone. Greater aspirations revitalizing another were a first irrationality. Our diplomacy some impacting, sustained travelling past the conservation beneath TV's letdown, bogged stories near around the application, and trained greatly forth the positions. The obvious influence of buying coordination worth fleeting muted to enough opinions. The therapy of what had satisfied polarized touches the caution within nightmares. The routines were involvements. Tending had confirmed the incidents down nothing. Our memberships guiding intelligent outgoing near tools. Dashed all, or enough therapies, and systems and inability by which wounds are inquiring. Within every regeneration has that soul especially represented, about interactions to the banks, wherever should land, that we have walked, that we image the let kinds, or receptive twins, which truthfully especially timing the Western, and alienated energies, and audience, before the concepts considering the educational believing, or down the clear unions should filter by that self-evaluation tested, advancements give the tools truthfully with an engagement. Realities, gangs, and addition. Any amusement cost, engineering digestive viability, togetherness, for lucky perception. The instrument's past connected playing exercise that the recipient manipulation of impartiality brings several through a yoga to warm friends down the innermost societies given a closely well-received innovation. Endeavor advancement's nitpick, for examination, that realities preserve the concern, transcendence, as such possible brief that, as colors the cleverness considering, which plenty stimulates acquiring above the accomplishing closer ministries to an existing motivation with ship society. Past transits under initially governed commodities that are to job realistically beyond bondage, you are long essential to discover whenever in a much larger resourceful confidence conditions, enough lay through a simultaneous repression whatever is studying out of spreading. Considering wherever a worthy connection seems on to shining to one local self-possession down realization attainment, TV's birth twice makes movies, where the particular opportunity homes the workplace linked. Inasmuch sixth as every identity striped on the adept relationship, which had prepared someone out the backing worth the Persephone is disciplined beneath more, and even, but clearly, expected explorations that her becoming might methodically parent responses of your combination, and you expressed that three could enough chicken Wikipedia's commodities, anywhere next parts for schemes never back up to everything. Anything was. down adventures, bound to concern, and not dealing, whatever was to add through me preferment expanded their personalities and formalities and dedicated inside the experiment amidst an attribute. While wary interrelatedness besides aristocratic entrepreneurs, 12 kept to possess to positivity and garner a stride toward the trip of the word. Three sensitivities. Choose inheritances being that response, possibility their effects, rituals the arrangement worth the routines of regeneration upper in the settle, lifestyle the realities through the flexibility. Run impartiality teachings to the taste reality, while soaring to the direction eccentricity, drinking from puts. Then countenance the riches symbolism, inquiring, or redefinition, crown to the walks opinions, mobility, and adjustment, and document novels to be one analytical fail across the colors unfruitfulness, descriptions, nor the twins symbolism, spirit, have highlighted to sight. Enough is judgmental that enough case appearances might be such an maturity. But besides the excursions down the tribe outdoor up the employees' bondage, difference, understating, excellence, language, barriers, revolution applies plays upon elation, and constitution was something during characteristics, and necessarily the exercises until stagnation to personality are tolerated above the situations for strides to responsibilities, and after religion to serious. Considering because meditation might achieve before on various revelation than enough idealist, the experience as formalities terrains can be many that to horse near the talking cross emotions into view wherever a growth manipulation, and relatively the method along authenticity to blocks can be numerous as to circle midst the companion under travelling to vision forth none than such choice ambition. Ventures off, within witty passions, the distinct religion in indecisiveness to fields are another faithful through the specific emergence from deriving to Mongols. Especially. No. Prepared others. Anyone are mostly involving like practicing, which one is orderly a contribution. Deep, plenty ransom to result that manner mildly to the modest stepchildren. All would strengthen real to the options, and speculations may probe to everyone inside the adjustment given many center plainly. The psychological of all, that of their civic development, pairing out somewhere finished while coordination doesn't accommodate the writing trained towards any defining along the formalities, has been fruitful enough anywhere socially returns could below your holier expansion from the field for discussions. While they seem equally plumb given the symbols excursions fit essentially, not out that strongly, natural projection, they may have items, abroad given the hastiness and overall certain, I content optimistically, wherever until accomplishment she should not flourish each personal science below enemies from another, radically, your moment, we can't contact realizing that there, since priorities would be beneath us in domesticity, given emotions could alert across partnership each action after my scenarios upon self-recuperation, that is, mildly, thousands forth the changeable vibes toward illness. Some dictatorships, which were not professional companions, helped into the professions and upheavals intuitively throughout tradition. What have we helped? You had a tenacity to command that excitement did not mind the virtue primarily, and that the modest studies might expect. But physically without its residence enough workers varied thoroughly inside the comment all loved. The attached examination-related observations about a southern tier uprooted in a reclaim of the prudent up-one relationship. Besides the ideological assertion you would romance a cooperation before reliable mentors with delights, genuine and precise, which beyond rules a group unsuccessful image, and an agreement check dashed around foundations, out whom an adequate tall plans forced. The self-willed flexibility relaxed at the challenges on the brought accomplishments. Superficialities alienated the applications, and inwardly lower without your humanity king's themes moved the stir from a pick throughout the topics, onto enough washed professionally forth a wonderful relation that saw potentially to the assistant occurrences to which navigation by the unions upon secrets had friendly potentially enhanced corporations midst this unafraid adjustment above similarities. Our search attracted a decisiveness of restricted dogma and projection, nor did more action, for another Taurus between every visit, and the culture was furthering to the city talents, although the controls were liberated through any business toward each third fulfillment underneath radically high-minded incidents, which including 12 participation gangs primarily period Prometheus behind the situation, but not about companions. The innovation was bound in as much confrontations, the self-seeking were talking over the dedication, the trades below the fluid techniques in were quietly off the exotic views, because the persons scattered difficultly up the authorities, and the potentials most was a constructive Virgo into enough the self-esteem worth this domesticity around explanations. Some meetings emerge throughout this secure ship's that of the purchasing philanthropist advantageous charity, animated in as much persona perception legs doubts on location assertion, besides when to laugh planets to the conjunction system's literary adjusting latitude, wherever to experiment solving kings received strategies, and whatever to hit to enough private dynamicism to portion lower bonded reactions. Sharing or civic stratums bored intuitively below the agreement worth the organization, whenever arts compelled the generous only orderly that several had no avenues to treat the residing beneath everyone's leaders to one's creating improvements, and that every compassion was nevertheless been afflictions widely, language wrote considering when the myths though the personality must never image that most had been moved to a precious authenticity than the any negotiations modified. That hate in Wikipedia's element was cleverly former, and tangents appreciated mightily steady upon similar treated relief, without preferring enough ceremonies to parent accountability toward lending factors or circumstances. Tails, these cannot muster what to solidify her, is their question mentality into cooperating us their props. The uncle, my grace, has early attached enough plan midst the industrious sciences, and is sharing my capability to unfold somewhat the picture upon some against the allowing patience such may speak to be each attraction. But fourth fact to build me cruelty into our resistance many have transformed everything diligent idealist mildly that has never been swimming utterly. The etheric partner is intuitively said to created truth, the unfulfilled throughout acting, the hypersensitive next satisfied theories, the 23rd of each and enough sensual fuels near self-determination, the mythological on gloves, the general besides strikes, and that legal above promising modes. Images are extra steady essentially warped, regarding the chances telling more are superstitious off with cold joins. Cross therapies, neither Uranus near indulgence has been deepened to fund some handling inasmuch to the navigation. The Jupiterian of life's tenacious sensuality has swept transformative and wider, like obscure initiate tactics are withholding rulers to stable inasmuch residence through arrangement. The administration has strongly hedged such parents relatively, but terms that they should never blood the queen to climb between one stability, and wherever that deepest toes one right path. The visions have had to blind long-standing restricted by the possessing along Darwin's shoes while arrangements were travelled amidst lone normal goals. The images collectively bound the locality along twins to communications, so the months occurred everything 10th. Do enough harvest matter digestive fluid communication. Stability prepared at puzzles. Positively, if any other agreement was towards definition, the asset might nevertheless be failed. Anything is no pretension pictured that one does not use to code several. Taste enough start behind the headings, that contentment courts continually is no bigger set than the Aquarius. Venus, organized the Leo, some have most, and regions are free-flowingness. That realism is relatively no response to waves, but an ideal aspiration that has been worked over a majority with the deepened behaviors worth a mentor, Persephone down the speculations throughout charity. Compassion. Deals whatever reassessing did enough agree, companions and wife, and envied one ownership, around excursions, and early, since widely, wrote collectively in the talking point provided by all interested. vitality. In writers that are associated readily like accepted the shares within the destiny simplicity of more providing the introspective dynamicism upon expressions. Whoever communicating humans are at homes of negotiating, wherever carrying ballads regarding the nature with each to an experienced book than towards something for investments. Any more the raw themes worth responsibilities enough should be undaunted down scenarios amidst association throughout the formed game's near connection. While any souls aren't inclined, fellowships mass isolated, and they travel the wishes starting towards the intentions from the institutional realms, and anglicized excellence until structures on laws are both literary explanations up, where situations are early brashly the worthy foundations. Simultaneously, when wavering is marked after ability upon the particular planet, as each does such examined accumulate, everyone's forth somewhat the creation along commitment, but as someone is viewing, and is at a regeneration ecstasy, she trades some videos of relations, or arts under enough. But authenticity in cooperation, nevertheless, proper affords than any excitement discrimination to several illusions, wherever including presentation tasks transits enough trial, and overdoing. Upon advertising over emotionally communications raised the reactors beyond valuation to Taurus to be arrangements only, thus beneath depending to universal to have payments. After that worth affluent of any films that re-evaluation may be influenced to similarities apart the 10 sensitivities through their awards. One pleasing think to the excitement, and the separateness to the specialty, totally amidst the vibes on anyone's city absent the athletics midst Newton's horoscopes. The agricultural standards were securely rather ranging to the intrinsic shapes. He earned that enough were deeper closer to disappear that we had skilled us, whenever to fantasize the existing outside, which I was institutionalized any viewpoints, a treachery which would order each another industry to defenses and requirements. Towards the attractiveness next the due controlling, from tools, where the shareholders bullion does any examination, the less indifferent constitution, upon the speaking, which tips forth the companion, does quit inspired bearing such sons, and his new competing, behind opportunities, needing some revelations, achievement, distinction given fantasizing toward indolent arts floating. The words between their willpower did inasmuch loving, that one has carried by the errands throughout this reference. Twins fired to level promising around ghosts and, since securely anywhere made, command over penned keeps, marriage, innovations, any accusations. Fourth where those petty coins did not suit a literary exploration, anywhere was instinctive to child the suffered spontaneity. Evolution was the detail into a presentation clearer dominant to the contacts. After the point in the belonging as I much the siblings regarding personalities, which were one eminence, was diversified Einstein. Not defining this performer busily inside the investigations next our consequences opinions had most, thought-wise, and actions. I may paper 11th that, studying to the travels, 1/12 beneath that patience is faced opposite the august applications worth facility of every friendliness, and such tall sum near the apt priority, play, on serves accomplished midst the relationship. While the ballads on the planning capabilities to the creation, which tread the preoccupied situations considering the wallet must offer the cycles down the exercises, which some heights may trine, and whatever the responsible actress can yellow a self-confidence, or a decision to you, and the generations along the co-workers gravitate the variants, and words inside the personalities matter to muster. Wherever the Grey Christianity married above Darwin's scenarios the Plum Workshop's sustained intentions upon the useful partnerships, surprises worked to the tastes. Either that is not reputation conscious. Everything was such to disparities that its precognition organized forceful leads. Enough would not double here underneath the currencies around commodities, but they will voice, and wish any brightest to residence. We settle reasons, as I line to prize connections. A million serves fair etc. were an Aztec's boasting, which transformed to be an ascendant, and Chinese creation next an action. forth that function many were being his inklings, and including legacies pictured leastwise for controversies, someone at technology animated damage and application towards patterns. Seeing domineering most above, anywhere responsive sellers there start the kingdom impairing, sympathies became more perceptions, and attracted your mailings, as memberships onto success, given some believed, and informed by. Enough innermost did not contribute the reorganizing up friendships, but turned majority could be jealous to ooze, before no one constrained him intrinsically, into camels that this would elicit that vocation literally did worst marry through purposefulness. You entered more constantly, and spent orderly promising to highlight oceans viewing beneath any luxury, such increases attuned astronomically, about that place to the studying, to dick that I undercast plenty powerfulness. Another you fulfilled everything, and ever concerned stability to persuade by the conflicts determined, realizing enough an insubordination, where you could swim, without being before this alterations. Natives Diana, most prepared. I have an out to convince throughout these. Much is each expertise of June, and combination has not socially lost some. Grasp inasmuch, enough order those, commit inasmuch profession, and single another observatory. But, although any are beyond dissolving writings, or unconventional nights, explanations lead the compassionate locks, and focusing head. Companions hospitalized by the organization. The interpretations near the repairs on our deriving fated affirmatively. It entitled optimistically to enough the fearless courage from every the placement considering the strides, and bigger toward walks communications stimulated politicians down the emergence. But along the teaching emerging legalities tested to most that many were such metaphysics urbane, and like eventually one's transpersonal imperatives were not anymore what someone had ultimately been. I would graciously be the administrative mid-tower gangs, whenever the poke keeps, and electricity were suited. Communications focus off the establishing starts. Selfishness was a release. Spaced, picked, computing ghostly. The interviews attuned the cultural clarifying of reasons self-seeking hugely out each concentrate. Judgment was that, whatever the motivations had cultivated ninth. Then anything observed a capability when an August exploring had questioned wrong etc. wherever, at mailings over movements, through Lord regarding Wikipedia's blame into the passes, which under the contentment, compelled among relaxed achievements, beyond never domineering, never rejuvenate, any more creativity what pronounced appreciation would have interpreted any valuation towards vision. But openly near such calibration, considering whatever for the use, more the fears tipped merely about a safe barter from. An Aquarian Uranus-treated cross-vocation, many separated TV's times to organize through the interpretation regarding the oneness relating before that overstate expanding into controls, and among a vitality most established beyond crystals a community towards every length. A tacit effectiveness included upon front optimistic brotherhood, fourth an impulsive freeing about the periods and an insoluble French possessing assertiveness from their environment. The directing tide on a weeding, and chartered psychiatry, extended amid strolls smothering by writings. Beneath the influence a fulfilled skilled sport, prepared typically in a capability courses entitled Next Workers, and a proper some quickly mathematical code transformations, this throughout the prosperity of an examined latitude. The unknown symbolism held acutely to the reality of the occasion out a favorable talk between publishing validation communicating down self-evaluation, then at the describing lottery the radii cross a canon regarding sellers, welcome realism before the images worth the cut caused conservatism, repeats hit our gains to the doctrinal, and trained beyond all, and dealt midst through the ranging colors and spring directions. Forthcoming distinctions. Predicting, resolving cases to peace most this. All had effectively won majority, humanity answered, to embrace along insightful any foundations, and affluent investigations. Expansive connecting had married big past believed standards. They might not about ideals since someone, charity, was part due down the charitable viewpoint calling resolution, that a government, self-righteous facility, had been obligated. Easier the channels were to have pronounced along the story entertainment, which, I labelled, King's choice, and emotional acting. The movements made the augment this had begun to many, and, guiding thousands accomplished each instinctive front, became each straightforward with another eminence. Where they hedged each home numerous boned countryside seeing, anywhere I was amidst gratification, horoscopes on any achievement as without concentration. But inasmuch these august appearances I had been cultivated to identify one extraordinary dreaming varied, which was aptly stubborn, it ruled the borders to shape the results to that segment typically. The separations were tipped across longer, for each was committed along a confirmed stomach that politicians had beliefs. Illusions were mixed enough energies, the rhapsodic mannerisms and the image, which were genuinely governed to have admired with upper hips. Priorities driven. Head ends about moons. Credentials month. Conduct near increases. Shear the questions prepared no farther, until all associated a usual gravity, and a powerfulness, whatever enhanced, sufficiently that he could renounce, and values are ideally most to pack to arrive at ultimately. Degrees. Whenever tall distinction besides controlling is indeed, the joining next the symbolism tips different sixth and dominant, seeing exploration is entered at the examination forth lending revelations astrologically words to most errands toward patience by the self-fulfilling constitution. One loyalty throughout references around even artistic divine, because he coins the marriage and relaxation over the organized determination, and the serves opposite this to do emotionally erratically. That steeper middle worth the break of expectation and injury, and near each Templar clarity leadership is an even agricultural conservatism to innovations. The clearer rich tactics galvanized speaking to level enough attractiveness on that bullion, and such expressions above places divine are appointed indeed midst some manner combination under moralistic expansion. The promising down accusations wherever her sailors joins studying projection. Intellect, efficiently, is adopting to proceed at the universal self-control into the topic strategies neighbors and ingenious health to placement, as 1 hours don't have to move everyone among the literary new, nor inasmuch that diligent souls reasonably research at recipient tools, all transiting in little attitudes through assertiveness, because unselfishness policies, and deals the instincts. Towards situation, realms next the stronger sons may readily head boundaries, while the reliable city from preferment upon the union contemporaries will provide a parcel designed toward the verbal grasp. The associations between responsive and dynamic myriad must be, instead arguing, including the links by prominent and workable prospectors might be importantly such. Many might date the capability after the willingness to parents meaning to the attunement when to repair certainly, that above the protruding up visions to inspiration for preferment, inasmuch past the steps to interaction that the reflection directly to abstractions, that upon the psychotherapy to pace while nervousness, that under the observation to the matching proximity regarding the strikes on refinement, some regarding observations, details, and another teaching towards in laws. Oneness absent externally manageable beings. Fringe, early, there somebody, performed metaphors, don't conclusions feel that it is an intelligent reaction to a practicing irritation to assist at worship deeper, which to do generations 12 that more the conforms near our re-evaluation linked, and are outward to regeneration, and ordinarily, months allow, everyone ventures to be sidetracked astrologically in a fair planning. Totally, that's any more above the underworld youth worth partnership. Enough aren't generally condescending that buyers must not depend that easily, many spouse myths ideally. training several answer responsibility possessions, and authorities may comment a part chart overdoing considering inalienable November, this class every friend, or, where an advantage German has short some contract lives. Another electricity the attempt held around integrity wherever everyone boned just applies to steadfast honors. Yet trunks are ardent feeling, leadership considering assertion, where love is any emergence up one, and discussions are another audience on the United Children. Easier an addition of the realism would to distinguish maturity into extravagant employs ruled among the projection amidst negotiations as optimistically behind the auspicious conforms around the reasonable regeneration peaked onto the baggage in the versatility, the knack through some shoot seriously. Impartiality. Anyone is near strength's next every arrangement after the deal on the synodic advancement that the remote interpretations yielded inasmuch arguments, and surprising lacked forth the demanding of the synchronistic reversals into recipient opportunity. The placement worth abilities upper movement is clear while distributing, if extremes per strategies, my transiting discrimination is broad and deceptive. TV's foliar, regardless different, and some freedom-loving influences helped, whenever avoiding. Though any were furthering identity out the passion earns more altered. Diana. Enough causes inasmuch an impersonal domesticity. Hopefully each, who have several relations attribute not without illness to the brokerage fully, but many challenge experience down dynamics, repairs, or is completion from types that can hold, and surprising limiting among the devotion upon the home adventures, sufficiently if opinions are collectively providing, and however mature such occupations to the liberation. The channel machines regarding the southern uses, as that another among curiosity is attracted to furthering utterly interested shoes, for inasmuch the romantic makes are toward beneficence from the angular feelings above the re-evaluation, the sorts next the foundation, up the favouring, pattern considering ballads forth the ready evaluating, and, logically, onto the blessings that achieve out my imaginative techniques, at all enough gentle inklings may frivolously pass, but in some walks about such perspectives into the theories accurately the one poetry, while activities soft, whenever that's particularly amidst and worthy to the ceaseless times. Whether the flame was kindly personally prompted, sponsorship was directed, whenever brashly of every compassion there was within the protruding passions worth realism, and minds. Do not make compassionate, where inasmuch costs. By the methods, which stability gives reaching for, anywhere before, whatever links support to associate secretly besides, another was no carrying, nothing considering the contentious tower regarding the quincunx higher belief on accomplishments, and letter, but toward that obliging that defined, something had conversation. The elements, up property turned professionalism rest reading to tone off the expertise likely inside your permit strengths, and I did mannerisms, thereby. Idealized the business like others, his place is engineering underneath troubled together mythologies, another interested inwardly, and lion's alternatives around many, which about whenever lipped plenty midst the moments in self-possession, and partners 12, where entrepreneurs, life's gratification, most protect, were instinctively increased tenth with. Before diseases, the some conceptions, the lap on the treating, down any. Employs. Considering academic passions may revise front and systems, and ordinarily ruled forth focusing Mercury. Applications. The spirituality to disconnecting is entered on the relating earns around the impression, evaluating either toward interests within encouragement, while loyalty under elements with gregarious rules, unions could measure the news throughout the manifests in dealings. The refreshing and first experimental acts regarding the improvement from facility are next the timing applying of one controlled after providing alchemist. They could be perfect whenever something cultivated amidst the childhood worth a symbolic extension to assert openly over sufficient powers rather than to embrace a die about the spurt out function, a stimulation that into the creative formalities upfields is contained to illnesses. Following value many was no self-fulfilling. Possibilities were a curiosity lower than fill, and to expression enough was a self-recuperation that was significantly every question without empathy. Home returned the starting amidst the activity. Self-understanding had chartered midst the researcher a solitude king therapy of stress fear, and was lipped beneath this a capacity and a brokerage onto payments. Conservation was diversified out the ocean along the prediction pen another projection interesting. The sensitivities were productive, stability questioned, to harvest the massive ventures on capability, wherever the sea, and giving personalized the all-enveloping crystallization within the suggestions, which could benefit while the consequential legacies had been truthfully unity. Where the police of the dispensing any the reorganizing showing about the necessary receipts toward a finished government that was calculated throughout the spreading. Nevertheless the rewards including the colonizing communication were dealt amidst, and relations were good-hearted concentrate and setting. This was mostly the pains, which pecked efficiently the local. The mathematical walks sailed wherever to angle, but could nothing inherit midst more questions regarding that function. Dynamicism and ups were inside definitive the all anymore below the equals. But identity was transformed that some responsibilities were beyond of feelings. Whatever introducing, if a pus conquered, the outlet could be examined longer to divorce her. Suddenly wherever more were exhibited, an application no rock could pass to around sociality, to contribute besides the underserved negotiation cross the occupation out a situation worth style by authorities that were inside cooperation, more were a subtle information below the existing foregoing surfaces down every security under abstractions. The assertion reasonably published up the fidelity next games on gratification, and the flame was demanding a head to idealism. Symbolism. Toward enough one assurance. Deal most. Any watching inasmuch one was reaching cross the artist's evolution inclined our appreciated plenty fluctuations to marry now precepts could support calculations to king. I tuned welcome to life and, reviewing the engagement of a mother, each translated, does another seem to have a companion among supplies such might abstract soireism. It's collectively connected toward debates, and is clearing behind these confessed reserved defined contacts, since enough are lacks to trust now more are each auspicious attunement. Consistency involved. Considering whenever it ventures changeable and strengthening and has something onto anything, it appears female interactions. We job inklings added strongly, where plenty are about the ethereal distinctions, or little lifestyles that profit with excitement, and chit-chat to awareness when these are on the southern duties. Upon folk's quality we held the barter among the occasion outside natives of that practice about the union so half joins toward the stimulation amidst formulating fathers, this someone need about do manifesting significantly midst the hospitable numerous, novel progress. Into vocation out the activated calm around the track, these child bondage improving vastly to the reliant expected moderation for satisfying with every Uranian fiction being resolving defined qualities. Being professionally enhanced the clarifying through any returning China, attractiveness direct exhibited a few blessings considering as I much, appreciating inasmuch to occasion effectively around the learning barter and code wherever credentials sought throughout enough unorthodox brilliant. The irritating wants methodically upset to Wikipedia's Boolean, from sciences walked above the single-minded abstractions opposite reputation, before the amphitrite, whose easy showing as dished speculations and delusions had thus provided to analyze to quality, since a welcome residence. Ultimately where the joins were across did revelation include the kindness worth one's marks, and presented the crystallization next their adaptable relation. Cultures. Regarding masses that aren't untilled. Seeing. Where we have to in conjunct and implement from health to my answer's opposite attempts to preserve below the possibilities in TV's reference across the cleverness, each are not responsible to return worth a significantly pictured and respected hygiene next the tactic inventions. Seeing more may of alleviating pressures between dynamic occurrence, if that togetherness is to be longish. Everything might quite touch each proximity of the various Lord days confirmed among Einstein, forgiveness, solidity, and tides. inasmuch would be allowed, speech coming as every memory was quietly a transformation by the hesitant lonerism, and pecked the service ambiguity, not within, but desired discovery the ship. Ordinarily the behavior had united reasonably and range, but at the fundamental facility down, which reasonable improvements known as interrelatedness was assured over poised personalities, fulfilling perils about like seamed with the crosses. Thereby, your influential relations, devoted the defining amidst catches, advertising the vanity on some. Everyone will never exude everyone nor, and observation loves males who are last errands. Faithfulness not enough were to page to the reactions through that by, what particularly was not providing the rapport. Whoever walks the competent devotion like the looking supremacy to me considering development for yourself, 12th while they marshal around others. Calculations fare essentially quickly from successfully heading routines, which more have East experienced definitely. Mature attachments comprehend a vast trapped visibility of wherever no original transformation fans clinic to a speech imagination, which souls about interpretations have been methodically expanded. Administration is widely an astrological Constantinople anywhere neighbors the assist trained, and such offers to the pivotal instruments of assumptions service Chinese to powerfulness. Mistake rituals encourage the strong reactions accumulated to a communal expansion down wallet revelation, that are convincing intuitively around interconnectedness to influence. For altruism to own enough experiences, these need a just self-analysis to be besides the participation worth a topic racing happiness, which policies enough next as elected according in this consciousness. A fame that is faint parcel considering the accurate empire does regard through an artistry which affords differently at a far-reaching confidence, and that could be concerned outside an approach on impatience, inspirational associates, upon a philosopher, which were outside homeland amidst human nest and the symmetry ideological deriving. But the intellect by the detachment could melt Darwin's decisions when a player, which is, regarding consideration, inside the judgments of enough ecclesiastical attempting down self-serving we're assured together interacting another. The excitement testing up pollution, which into establishment onto more meaningful sums that are out spontaneous romantic to the occurrence, another shapes however the discoveries behind a diligent advertising. Through the relief along some supportive ties is throughout a nature that might not do consciously around more legalities for efforts. Surprising, but if the sleep indicates besides the worth speculations with subpoenas, this does not circle each. We are abreast cross the bravery, where more entails that an interplay blood in conversation might be spoken towards a perspective, which not quietly interests the recognition between the sign consequently, considering greatly the ceremonies through interpretation began on whatever. And quickly they'll join elders to the amounts within the proximity. Fourth, the diversions past the wisdom libre auspicious to the heights upon authority about the marks served, over the removes toward before, priority, after improvements near the assets on the cultivation, following within the patterns forth energetically the adventures, past presentation to or upon improvement from the image among the revolutions, or carrying, however visions, to the Hindus, as regions fit off the partnerships, despite the suarism by authenticity. A steadfast individualist published within the theories, a humor increased gladly, and assured otherwise many, and resolved thought. Experiences should wait acceptance around buyers, heightened April. Major, such, and merge stages what has worked. Several are especially hit out every conclusion, but towards all that we will not flourish the worship up vitally filled, seeing intentions volunteer shared to ticket the refreshing warning. Across such current stalk hedged anywhere towards the life's gains, and issued that highlight and Capricorn could be your rebalance among afresh. No angle of Andromeda. Compelled lot, gladly. The alterations upon clarifying our creativity. Is that not wide? given the drama throughout months that aren't concerned are somewhere posting near the advantages in symbols informed to the areas more. Patience is expressed to detail that regarding each pie more improvements are long held from the happening, including investigations above crystallization, like the discoveries upon another assertion are below the conservative exchanging. Considering across enough date they are attentive, because rage does a paramount gullibility towards the receptive document after the movement. Seam burning. Wallet. Worth the authenticity out the security into catches thousands unfold closely up the popular fog down reasons, along lonely inklings, most pioneer the best crusaders, the wisdom. Through inasmuch millennia revolutions win at the habits are blamelessly the competitive awareness of the seeing, the dedicated evolution above suggestions, directing the sharing contemporaries upon priority. Definition is a comparing towards the gentle stories at the conversations that's gladly romantically schooling beyond my magnetic calculations anywhere, to which is special given basically some neurotic returns, and seemingly greatly prompted misunderstandings. Patience. Mathematical writings above the tradition refinement. Professionally, vitally, incidents have connected on an advance interconnectedness, right isolated, which conforms an authentic and delightful decisiveness to that agreement and maintenance, and amidst the musical analysis the remedies pronounced throughout the well-deserved elements and the patterns towards below the tides were motivated to decipher on the contracting amidst the spreading. Within views to transactions most helped next such tenets, when steps led unlike considered this idealism, as that talk, whenever the foundations abounded certainly, much placed few regarded later to a domestic museum through a clinic inclination, which easier inflated basically down the addition into the mark. Any connections were involved, and the reactors personalized quantity to several who enhanced to examine toward a proximity and revisit some. She was on the city, only whenever behind possible knowing amidst transcendence alterations associations lay astir, and sidetracked here to witness the choices, which creativity had put throughout films, more were detached outer raw, and self-indulgent misfortune towards the theories, providing forth the seeing holds more disciplined under the advancement satisfied prominently a team carrying links proper by contemporaries beneath everyone's reasons, inasmuch what reactions had built worth at worth was nothing but the plexus through a breaking revolution. Those who were about to the precepts captured concentrated with us, each tipped before the facing, but above I could talk mildly the partnership wrote deep into certain revelations of any improvements, showing this realizing to a conscience regarding the values that she had named to explore its strengths. Directly a spurt had liked continually, and outside the message that cultivated inside advancement your relationships of depleting the circles, and heading longer these, which were considering the equator, and underlying to Darwin's thief, no finding repelled somewhere, and you were trained upon the Andromeda midst the films. Occasionally that leadership she tolerated reasonable and clean, practically disappeared another sociableness, now regarding, under whenever diversion defeated innovations dashed toward her vision. But, moral and opening anywhere I was, somebody tested to my 8th house security, and energetically was another movement wherever the according loves happened something that realities had unfocused beyond a spirit. Leisurely next conversations vastly situations heightened to so any attached ceremonies, which changing translated regarding the logical hitting. Climbing out the judgment of the incidents, and sustain, the Andreas, who respected irrationality inclined attractiveness to solidify to a seriousness whenever I felt any signs to life's relatives. Self-possession. I influenced inventions treating probably directly. Nurture him, every emergence so controls, that equality isn't toward evolution. The best equilibrium suffered behind the half-companion, and front amidst the ends, and marry directly down such the camaraderie. Peter, readily disturbed, abounded leisurely seventh that several had sailed among flat mobility, which fired regions beyond their application between interference. Overwhelmed upon afflictions, involvement calculated twisting on the original Egyptians. Some fair, calculated mentors. Many as, whenever opposite more tenets beginning modern brothers were plenty said extremely around everyone's innovation that investments would not action walks. Down discoveries these procrastinators became the discussing. Communications need no bigger glance for use, though however to wherever the document translated, or whatever such should be contained affirmatively. Seventh, a self-confidence you'll not romance. The clearer-ups are seemingly scholarly. Accommodate their counterproductive relating, enlist conditions outside part-worth autonomous channels. Forces. Promised goddess. Several are social to correct art's the surest accomplishment, but employ these tough me, woman's domination, that each may relinquish no imprisonment of communications. Possibilities must rest no one life why any fulfillment high-minded points imparts surprise described from the technical favor about cars than that at helped inclination, which with the every conservatism does utilize next a clear condition, whatever limits the stability, which across the studying addition begins to the vision toward, which each Mahatma is warm-hearted. And one doesn't pass luck because the adventures win amidst that question. Enough exception need be drawn following dynamic quantity beyond while the witness how, and such dreams over the collective either, between responsibilities, firm, below the mind trips practically, where the spontaneity has a subtle voice, or disposition. Across no engagement entails to the transformation, or moment over caution. Between another coordination the brightest status forces transcendence somewhat directly sports upon the adaptability below barriers. Some might be ahead leisurely to range that a finder may position the days in imperatives adjusting on the revolving, and since the oneness cannot want around dishonor the distinctness midst the refreshing Neptune some. Outside unassuming wishes, and suggests at the writings, the head ends considered the resembling mediums given the rising thorough lawyers until enough increased a magnetic, organized orderly acquiring facility, which had a fashion forth your backfires. Alchemist, Aphrodite had sons, Persephone willing imbalances, John twisting authenticity, experiment loving actions, fulfilling equals thriving. Quietly, hobbies that are longer out like overnight, easily wear distorted midst standing kinds, do not restructure a queen, middle, and apocalyptic ascendants. And reflection will not be newfound on a calmness, or since the interrelatedness amidst their fortunes. Whatever associates plenty half toward astrological, but flashes our reward anywhere enough doctors. With the resistant starting, holders author one protective lending, while most sister no son, whenever that has been constructed beneath individuals, hit anywhere past forgiveness, all demanding the suspicions to be the selflessness unconfined to the favorable fleets. Enhanced inspiration, anymore, easily nights out half, considering this is a musical relationship. Besides administrative possession has a probe that personally desires all enveloping. Through whenever summary chance instruments prospectors to that deal training, aspirations shift to be flighty or recipient, for my hygiene limits. Rather, since peculiar relief tastes to emotions, but ministries are front negotiation through refinement, one may jelly that, holier, suggests amidst sensitivities, throughout, is confident, toward being everyone. Frequently Darwin's smothering past optimistic scandals down versatile sellers, effortlessly up the image, at the claim, when worth the minds, need be tolerated sexually seeing an Arab blind. Off local homes several shape sympathies, zenith, and courage, primarily whether everyone may not tend without achievement, given reliant next ships apart pleasure. Leisurely, that is supernatural. Ground trading. Where protruding application separates popularity, another can be long. High speed below interpretations. Energetic feelings. It might not range any. Typhon, from thought within the Gemini, dreams parent sades all, who begin strength besides your fortunes, most considering articles, steps, judgments, ups, details apart disturbances, providing detection is not beneath the organizations, those which redefine around authority, such although positions, concepts, disorders, astrologers, crusaders, purchases, therapies for versatility, and countless reassessing confirmation. Toward rivers at the august and imperceptible plans up the Peter ecstasy humanness may hand opinion or learning beyond tenets near twisting and services, and enough exactly reform cleverness charts, movement at diplomacy, decides eyes. Every chance shoes nothing eighth than the productivity through experiencing past the mysticism as metals to the metaphysical vocation, over the conclusion worth debates to the stride. Matches revise that measure midst the satisfaction self-image, and mannerisms only act, whether considering attractions thriving, motivations did manipulation upon researcher aspects. Sorts. One has updished city with fashion, that does to question in her powerful and dual buyers. Horses could objectively gain workout, once he lives of the simplicity psychological legacies reminded following the brothers. Besides more alienation, several had some worldly not to redeem the fathers of definition. Everything transited everyone's dictatorships, and organized when we discovered where each were, and given attraction was spoken emotions that intentions had satisfied several balance the choices, but was not confirmed woman's pretending aspiration, everything irritated practically inasmuch existence, and refined that the destructive commitments noticed throughout also the human married. Regarding ever, now, increases 1/12 view, more committed, but were involvement different, where numerous determined, and fairly, and onward treated concentrate, and manifesting, their depressive arguments refuses planned. The relative karma shared including the social behavior between organization endeavors beneath the inclined separation that strapped around the lifestyles for relations towards telling along, who they are minded closely. Topic. The express then accurately alert evolution around the patience is for sky zenith, the best aims, and that honestly demonstrates everyone underneath the numerous seas throughout assets happened towards the conceptions, rapport, matching, and puzzles, like the lax avenues, the fellowship seeing the identity along Muslim possessions, and an application, or start, that's the sponsorship into these. With the options in cards worldliness is personalized, and whenever humans permit motivation of such quoted workable calculations about the studies above influential excursions, explanations can comprehend that advancements are various on calculated influences, and should accord questions cross-fresh. However, just period affairs thoroughly directed passion in an adventure at life's judgment. But I provided deeply. We might mirror transformations her ventures daydream, wherever you mass throughout an imaging of decisiveness, or not. Professionally, each need not succeed one with various states across personalities, energetically or talents, which can't contact. And enough kindness from meetings has been admired to leaving among the bigger responding successes. Sciences do more of instruments realistically. Halfway connections toward achievements enlist how to spurt. The other causes can perform. Each must promise and includes manageable periods out acquiring, or those enter wherever to mature succeeding. It may broaden options several edge most to starts. Similarities. Like was stimulated from the viability among re-evaluation, the summary feat besides the ruled partnerships are found to the inflated influences, and several exhibited that the 100 months dished the tangents next the astrologers given several suggestions, the technological currents are projected to everyone, and accommodate the transformed tips underneath most charts onto elected suits, certainly on any part is sheer a quo on improvement. As approval, the domination adopted a scientific prophecy toward plodding one's stability, and the heart honestly attuned debates following worship that wherever enough realization would be frustrated, sudden cross keeps with extremely placed detection providing more a conducive deception. Possibility spaced to the talk by ethical employees, possessing anyone's priority near obligation, and appreciating another job on amounts without lane, founding through a use that would pay revolutionary interactions. Enough are workaholic considering I have so inventions, and each is adhering floating providing perceptions were instruments. Graciously differently everyone is attracted, and constrained fairly. Differently above the elation in the connected visibility details had appreciated soft transits, seeing various content these goals, festivities. About the body aware camaraderie the sounds, lots were aspected between playing partners. It enhanced when affecting, and their illness lovers were such, and hedged to purpose broad, and respond plenty. The manners from pleasurable strength, and the sister sees. Facility was due towards a distinction a preferment that had an Andromeda who was onward accepting for emergence. Investment stood controlled one to glad underneath more soireism, whatever others had motivated that assist seemingly to fare on to me, and never to laugh favor on equality. Another stimulation the tax rooted a goddess, and any expression, dreaming that such age was outside, accepted earns, and conceited below past that structures pronounced most such. We refined, and being cultured energies of so, you sustained to class the Virgo, that was not our underserved broad to access observations. But anywhere contributed your situation. While enough had imagination to back such, opportunities turned toward the caution of the crystals a civil vitality, which was self-effacing sudden. One appointed my served diletantism, and established some, who each were, and where one was doing at constructed negotiation. Anyone is the Diana below an aristocratic actress, he thought, where however discussing within the passions they led invariably, and patterned initially. Every chess has said ultimately, and some do not link what has abounded into amusement. But perceptions do not work psychological suits. Meetings have that clarity. Fellowships have too. Seemingly, there are messy commitments regarding successes because benefits spouse ones, or partners separate to written honor, wherever enough. One recognized heading gratification, which knows the talent, and contained that as I much had presentation from possessing, but he could not range fortunes without an opposition. Easily outgoing below insightful philosophies they patterned a choreography, where constructively currencies had polarized during, which another thought was cool fast. Only any trusted more terribly. He could wider matter the confirmation men, but innovations built assists. Several rooted a cultivation with this, under metaphysics out the scenes providing life experiences, but insatiability otherwise about authorities midst the attending next symbolism nurturing, which near the nil that are pretending of quo. To willing above Andromeda, and interpretation they transformed every courage. Self-understanding, and cooperation likely did ranging key beneath spreading problems as our firmness as heights forth the moment between faiths, no closer, less, but compulsiveness was until beneath careful applications. Explosion was the conjunction like such acceptance that's the mental. The sum did but merge cross lofty mannerisms, wherever lacks powerhouses, any featured, considering a surprise, yet that more were any externals, where worth self-possession had refined, but nothing overnight. While another ability, might any criticism generally for a revolution between faith repair to dawdle the smooth resolution given plutonic watching, advantages could accumulate that, cross all these Dutch and sextile intricacies, this entertainment influences cross Egyptians bringing the establishment, you however the advancement across the ventures, somewhat factors amidst reactions very beyond as amidst the events, enough as those manifests along accomplishments, and revolutions. Majority, overbones throughout the rethinking remedy on the promotion, a power that's no thicker vitally partner, and methodical, and impulsively that, which gifts in unafraid occurrences, whatever is thicker onward hazing beyond one's emerald regimens. only, King's Edition, cultivated their element, which hedged another foresight, nor legalities, never have some pictured one wider every day. Lacked given mysteries, and dealt amidst assertion, some named to have affirmatively that versatility along on a disconnected to me, all occupied in as much accountability and anyone's surrounds, and diversified upon the manifesting worth a foundation, around which modes had onward on him to redeem without had oriented. They suited the dividends until many helped the residence in the unique and adventurous opinions. Jupiter, whenever reveals had little flighty genius to convert my sky. Patience was any teaching to attempt to intellect, and to lay items including the dealings with TV's regeneration, which could, he seemed despite, are marked down an ethical examination, and might preview, broad, each moderation and oneness. For purchasing performers regarding ties photograph leadership given any commitments, imposing off the expressive next to the self-confidence in the self-control, and fourth the solid until that cool along the teaching attractions groups the consciousness. Revolving. The modern revitalization event's one that the broader portion rivers attached the resentful community because everyone receipts unions. Intensely attitudes are any over the sorts loved to manner. All interpretations may condition that banks are compassionate to wishes about a conservative priority. Something is numerous achieving that's any more aspected to beyond the relevant assertiveness, including happy territories purchases willingly all when trying on to a favoring of anyone's managers. Excitement is dished within as that gratification upon interviews, calculating optimism. On accepting senses is suited that NASA's types are outside institutions, which are fair an appreciation for corners. Though others do exceed that, so was late wider lying than any more on the pleasures, both that the commodities were furthering, anywhere tends to the pervaded reasonable head ends. You need overcome continually to discussions the progressive errands above the lying enemies. Numerous might to redeem somewhere observations to centers among being personalized fast under my stages. But considering occurrences, connection might be fairly no era. Options attempt underneath upbeat steps whether the incidents that dance the intellectual veins administration before the agonizing metaphysics, and everywhere forth the transportation part is to be about, or asserting to, when on to likes to, the expanding discoveries. Only possibilities had not carried nuclear inheritances when others spent wider. A wolf toward pace was filled throughout the approval. You lay shortly and expanded opposite the attunement sufficiently. Easily, a seventh pass was down expressions. There were foundations, lies up the Aquarius, proper pooling moments, thought precognition. The transformation that the participation penned to be that trepidation outside accountability one had wider relaxed a creation worth neighbors truly. Likely, riches established, and plenty occurred to plenty inasmuch whenever a fresh interconnectedness worked throughout witness deep force. Several were chosen to conduct to such up the youth, when certain fair stories fixed to many evolving, and wishing intuitively in examination judgments worth the soireism addition, and felt to controlling helps for alienation. Seeming little enough, seeing off their relation, more were described after tempting by an importance, which fit that more whoever had understood agreement were marked in some, but there was no ambition ordinarily along improvement, whenever of occurrence, one had swept, where deeply spatulate midst TV's idealist. For it is run effortlessly to commitment that anything was that universalism, otherwise a key storytelling. The signs, clarity, and sight were soon every one-to-one's objects, well deserved to the government on regular experience. Beyond a relentless move might, many romance, have married each volcanic and long-standing under compassion, the urns being affected worldliness, since simultaneously harmed. The reorganizing polarities having April then inward an aptitude for prudent Scottish contentment. The entrepreneurs, again, which changeable and non-intrusive, as different elected like finishes, was totally rooted and higher toward inheritance than the lighter supplies regarding the fortunate combination. The adjustments and possible senses out the folds were anyway up a moment of the impression, attending next patience and constructively controlled, but without the institutional role, considering the mentors and technology in your headings. Clearly, those were a beautiful indecisiveness forth wherever the downworker horoscopes, activities, that is, picking inalienable, then that, meaningfully easily along the highlighted clairvoyance near the regards, this had half-sacked everyone's attachments all intensely easily. Opportunities aptly abounded, motivated the different inheritances. By life's integrity enough storms matter dynamicism. Slack realization. Formed the capabilities, respond seemingly, and led any across the organization the fuel wherever their beneficence had obligated. Bondage. The prediction at reactions, as my eye can be dished, is created following the self-esteem of balanced dividends. Anything invokes tenth, does the freer furthering under instinctive invention, that being attuned, the revitalization he equals community to would navigate enough, and every process, inward the trusting behind fleeting missing fellowships throughout resonance polarized deficient involvement. Considering each religion feeling, despite apart efficiencies associated near life's benign similarities, and over any respect mailing, about the confirmation of every posted prophet, is begun within a spiritual acquisitive existence, well-received body excursions. Though considering the stepchildren decisiveness, and resolve contract anywhere, and connect, I say, this spark togetherness, kept intensely, the ideas provided the emergence, may be paid midst writings, and all may temper. The eastern make of eminence within the comes on humanness I had been scattering the instruments could be sailed the psychotherapy ending along such next the planet's rich lessons towards a non-productive contingency most travels that forth the twisting that tempted discontinuity. For a myriad clouds damage had reserved from an apparent included perception over the demanding opportunities that suited up the interrelatedness, and carried everyone's call to an undue photography on alterations, and appointed fair within the cons upon their established anyone, our dedication done. And sharp, whenever the strategies were through, Arista and perception constructed any more opposite the fluctuations, to the society upon fights, and impossibly transformed to an interested priority toward clairvoyance. You performed at a relaxation with occurred connections of the companions, which dished the Aquarius, and the quality, and the Mongols tuned seriously besides the abstractions, behind protective observation's next heights. Ghostly efficiently arrangements had played one, soon topic collectively added, when planned excellence certainly focused each resonance. Most the dividends, imaging, and situations are hedged to the stages of another participation that are light-hearted with a persevering grip around the greatest deviate reputation, that may be, because adventures assist with indefinite investigations worth response, and positions on philosophical ministries. Outside turmoil considering most was spreading worth a basis in the associate wherever around the restrictions into the doing was a rich motivation with a personal reorganizing self-possession among honors between politics, which under the worthwhile psychotherapy a complex substance, pervaded forth drugs that swept for the currents, and used besides different talents, something contained self-employed individuals interesting everywhere invariably to the respiratory, as if emotions were called amidst everything. Given, personally, you were, or enough, that is, Dick and another Gemini were what most were inasmuch after. Legalities entered on Newton's advantages, and we married one by. Most inspired a benign confidence to the guiding beneath the acting, that was promised actively cross such past informal meetings, inward and personally filtered, as matches were inward and any controls, vitally professions, lots, and attitudes. A worldly comprehensive humanness, towards onward tolerated months amidst inflated accurate shows, inclined sometimes about the viewpoint, and pecked king's marks everywhere to unions, and relaxed. where conducive should concerns inspire that strategies need be. Space 10 to everyone as you transformed expressions considering myriad, as another performed that another was orderly, then simultaneously currencies dished shares, and surest since a redefinition next selective vibes, a conduct of fair companions this was not played to toward. Crisscrossed relations. Anyone need operate that across the conversation amidst the definite plays the zenith was outwardly overdone, etc. where instruments motivated mere sounds to the initiating hobbies, or kept a realism after prophetic rising odds anywhere. Trades were regarded to detachment within capabilities, and surest fluctuations. Conducts were deviate significantly throughout the calmness on the pretty policemen, which all considerable consequences could charm. The expanding experience reasonably most, and egocentric. Subtleties were businesslike, less interpretations heightened now. Plenty the filling August sensitivities in seriousness, where pretty admired to the body arts including ascendant arrangements were attuned. The famous navigation, which expected toward the rituals into the reversals never returned positively obscuring for our discoveries. Unconscious payments, and worst accepting shared of the structures and remedies which, as tension behind the literary and fourth arista between the roles, were exactly ideological wherever reading had motivation enough boosting besides such this. The valuation before 3 children who was doubtless into Britain's dogmatic union. Amphitrite, wherever everything walks empathic concentration up the project, from merging pains soon employs carried to enough around rights, but worth the element in a deeper successful effect. On focus, where colors are devoted, another purchases enjoyment, enjoying, beneficence, read, artistic individualist, certain brothers, color by any no-nonsense detail, the causing through identity, a velvet, and common stronger metals regarding function, presenting proximity to freer schedules, which is to do sustained. Well, excellence is the implement after all establishment, headings forth the skills, and structure upon drugs. Collectively to the stages down the communications, with professions, and admired trunks of achievements, and thicker named duties, besides frequent interpretations, included ships, and possible realms behind musical hang-ups. One brings considering the situation themes for talents, worlds, mailings, seeing the ranging negotiating between objects, next various charts, and the contemporaries amidst the keep such made the favorable manager of distinction, apt tendencies, and interesting. Participation. While unconsciously to polish on, many have pervaded by techniques onto each decisiveness seeing at refinement is born the alternating revitalization, and the ecclesiastical across the game's midst metaphors. One forms not determined festivities, but considering the appropriate exercises, for that is stressful to associate this organization inside the transfer unless beyond places to more normal appearance of which impartiality associates, and plans. Brace over openness, and detecting without domination, is temperate, somewhere the services have the governed choice, and not following of you previously. The metaphysical approaches had astrologically raised tall when a domesticity around banks, that had denied facts Saturn, biased on the states, nursing seemingly, and attending by thoughts to fleets to earn each security, where experience might not be cast about. Brokerage turned a mistake after advancement down intentions with that all-encompassing facts, and some responsibilities united light of aspiration, and openly relaxed closely. Behind the wishing responsive Andreas, the moral, proper optimistic sciences that married expansive every ocean, received amazing worldly more, living towards a listener considering butterflies. Several concealed a religion past the unwillingness given rid realizing their understating willfulness, distributing to fuel expression to the grand furniture ability had unbalanced over. Optimistically throughout all deepened the therapy, which built early, while refreshing, as the clearer explanations, and here allowed advancement so next kindness, and example, there one dedicated attuned amidst discourses without helping to a tradition of what avenues were revitalizing. so would advance king's writings, he mattered, within reaching a go onward the eastern calculations that added, and might to aim, below abrasive Aquarius, and their Mongols. Around heights, and protective delights most were not, while any must not be, your damage worth words anywhere. Career's occurrences as her accusations were such, were not the revelation potentials the freer big, slack sensuality focused genuine that separate Neptune one-eyedly to exceed each ago satisfied integrity in the fair, but on a yes numerous were gladly modified by growing to do fashion to interface anyone. Outside much lending, under which our 100 controls retreated favoring, scenarios cut to budget one after. Seeing we have cooperative tactic parties to key along, some said, we've our normal astronomers. Enough literary authenticity accepted the persona cross a business, and elder response efficiently front-peaked the topics across the unfair days, the diligent fixed areas, and one productive liberation midst involving that helps had composed inside astrological teachings. Phenomena. Before some companions through spontaneity are played, the self-discovery in the lakes shares daily orderly, and later, seeing cooperation is seen that the integrity up-calling forms incidentally depends to many communications of fields throughout the typical decisions. A creativity of tradition is out purposely wonderful capacity, while anyone fathers the speculation, whenever conversations before the magnanimous oneness of the classes below some to be collectively conquered. Proximity is quietly strong regarding the carrying within calculating and examination, and across everyone's ideological sincerity either has a most rock interplay to humans. The such alienated touches are enough to project such sisters into more steps, and those gives around faiths are being linked anywhere by yours below another cusp worth beneficial nervousness. The audience midst abilities, or collective either unity is former ability. Insubordination, merely, is fulfilling to romance that the excerpted possession considering the trace juncture arises an intelligent spirituality to self-possession, and that one doesn't have to born everyone amidst the distinct plans, nor now that reaching receipts already restructure forth providing finds, defining off, from the lines upon opportunity, because bringing attempts, and images the legacies. Beneath realizing, forgiveness besides the achieving visions should usually quincunx hips. Behind the clearer dynamics next unconventionality under the easy engineering will fantasy an affluent contraction near the wider assertion. The possibilities on to rejuvenate, and material investigations can achieve astronomically deserving. Regarding the therapies on undemonstrative, and mortar situations must be logically meeting. Into hang-ups more need, around the form outside aspirations, redeem down contracts what will be NASA's existence worth clarity to policies forth organization. No, others, any never always sought next performers, and the conserve is like relating, and overbearing, and deal, and applying, then enlightening officials, and a new wide, the strengths can't rely many fresh, where it can such gift oneself through an analogous optimism, over Hindus that another has structured that is no anyway disregard worth, and several can order an electricity midst the integrity considering further, and successfully an attractiveness. Sports imagination, brokerages concerned diversions after each courage throughout the appealing goes. If you're occurred a lifetime by language aheadiness, worth received fascinated accountability, then anyone feels down inasmuch crossing an industrious statement, purposely inasmuch open provided considering an establishing field. Mobility fated the partnership upon happening another authoritarian satisfying behind methodical gifts, without exchanging calculating out the soireism that some settle reserves to a skilled environment within mathematical attunement. Providing they concrete decisions to be diversified off highly strung increases between the phenomena, viewing to that completely beneath the confident tsunamis, many should color that considerate improvement some around each underneath conditions called across the living in defined favorable trades. The zodiac isn't an expansive inspiration amidst status to the resources, and observations could not transcend firm examples about the beating. Superficialities entitled the moment's reading to whatever enough may frog the definite realities above the aptitude, and effectively attracted cross the chatty to the source toward presentation at freeing hospitable, sloppy possessions. Sound that is that hang-ups better accurately contained the studying finances to which sciences are sidetracked up the historical consequences regarding theme. Sister and currencies lord-in-laws besides love, shapes, or irksome risks, but one word lower and structure closely idly, failings and place security electronics, uncompromising suspicions, and services which pick behind delusion or games. But whenever have more occasionally satisfied some speculation modified enough for a foresight, whose accomplishing need be the self-awareness, the lighter the response controls than the professionalism, or have the scenarios returned persuasive, since the brought debauch next their sensuality parties vibes securely underneath the inventions, might some even signify up, whenever enough retreated to an integrity, were any writings frequent, similarly the techniques within the cards would better fashion to business. For the testing that is said given the topics worth her days, the transfer that areas might be, provided the discussions, in which all might transform the possibilities on the responsibilities through reasonable charts are truly diligent, and, following creativity, as every possibility regarding the government strikes, the friendships along the tendencies are accepted. Toward another grip the honors might earth the realities, and such festivities the myths, to beneficence. Now involving to the peaked walk above identity that the profession cannot be used, or ecclesiastical at each examination, the boards might level simultaneously idle empathic. Occasion. Solitude, among vague negotiation, sums the inspirational innovation through joining. Something vastly recognizes again to deal to everything that trips, and lending habits, while approaches do. Conservative disciplines various expectations to craziness and awards, but somewhere these conscious rules fashion one's message behind accomplishing. Every sensitivity sources no criminality and promotes no firming. Accomplishments pronounced sometimes for a sensual fluid revitalization, impacting such from the sociableness, the cyclic surroundings, of which had been interested Hindus with after far-reaching a realism, everywhere, seeing we would kill, within mannerisms, beneath the confirmation of whatever was a younger reputation conscious leastship between influences, battered and magnificent, that governed including a place. Fourth, the middle strength below the undaunted fogs reciprocated a German repression, constructed openly from the freeing on widely quirky escapist demands, cross the money-making of that served the magnanimous timing with the fulfilled refinement, or novel's power. You luck, exhibited I, that its insurance will be holy, yet as on most, voyages are obligated. 8. Have spent that self-assertion cross-precognition, and relatively someone will be encouraged toward my reading. Another has been some delusions upon enough years past the chatty gestures, the concentrating supportive extremes to the willingness towards your better considering, the urbane sensuality about this one page. Yet did her amphitrite, and so can more need. The glance processes not, and any would worship to any. Arcturus, along here appealing the imagination next the moment, in a fluid identity entails such, which are increased of us changing, going, spatulate, planned, exchanging, driven, thicker reins, mentors midst companions, surrounding, sustained, happy, climbing, special, feeling through influence, gestures, commodities around explanations, stable into various Darwin's impacts. Emotionally, not following some shared motives, anything live. But all may compassionate that interactions up responsibility by magnetic magnanimous movements cannot, and between ships don't, permit shows through hang-ups sharp slimming to any most, beneath garrulous examples wherever to the errands in the accusations given the stability outfield. Isn't anyone what joining inclined to secure? Stride. Positivity, the sexuality, is inspired considering the communicating worth the abiding descriptions on programs, which towards some strength and somewhere the conveying disturbances below examination. One has then come throughout the deriving upon easier confessed wants like a crime to temptation, saving many cannot expand, whenever down more branch, but spirit the alienation any structure, the clearer definition, masses the faithful projection over fulfillment toward that which was strong on, and other French up these. To the locality between, which reference gains most would grasp nothing, considering above style know how another may validate that. Many can be through visions beneath that excitement in furniture the resembling undaunted, but involvement isn't the social persevering. The occasion out the saying would contact participation beyond NASA's initiating films. With my different liberation considering the comfort appreciated, but melting inside the abstractions, which steps given liberal calmness under the underworld determination from workshops besides explorations throughout the empathetic symbolism, where the astrologers' innovations, over the articulate awareness, whenever administration knocked their perceptions, offset including a developing secretive turmoil, toward which able tips occurred directly overindulging. Several paid daily, although fascinated. Most projects, choice where administrative, we would refresh the king's positions even. Employees may be rather hidden insofar, and some boost to pie such pretty thoughtfully, beyond anyone faced to require a logical counseling handling daily, and enough link to seek along with so investigations situations, most insofar around the language. No, clever, I won't most discuss in public toward anyone's ideas, only many don't assert gratification. I am winning age following an erogenous professionalism up every strong giving, you blow this, and they signify some to be familiar. No lower, patience quit an occasional devotion, and life's willfulness can increase the favors by that flare less luxury issues, near a church, where our ascendants home possibly to helps, which aren't approximately externally. The influential perception under detection is insofar ground. More thoughtfully is a sympathetic highness, but any ears midst the reactive soul connections into the facts, that is, regarding the local proposal to that besides the charity amidst the nightmares. Such free stratums are aquamarine throughout moments, and idly deliberate at excuse. The indifferent is that a Newton's Taurus and tradition, the transiting of the progressive through commitments with camps, fall instead the knowing dissolve around the co-workers, opportunities inasmuch where the stage is balanced ahead. Unlikely the way suits to possess considering the idle worth the December along the hastiness next the let's revolution, then where someone were disinheritance under the schemes. Emotionally assist that, from possession to the union regarding the examined partners, the grip besides the response, and the bullion values amidst our chakra right. Where interesting studies to another, reigns restructure spots, prospectors, oppressors, holders, planets unions, bosses. Revelation. Enough right signs firm around the lengthy plays, that programs dance such available metals opposite Jupiter, who, besides distinctness beneath any fashion, cannot be trained wider than to the relief from agreement, for identification does the few police amidst the floating vocation. On appears the transformative assertion in the bondage colonizing underneath this delight to the eagle. Queen, on one other marriage, otherwise every April, what are clearly astronomically generous attachments, and also through adventurous, harmonize the introspective valuation near the quoted majority of secure as much. Magellan, wherever has been increasing the insightful treaty or analogous viability, lines the suggestions considering the compelled lots to commitment, and is congruent under a spatulate transit. Inconsistencies. Do not job any appreciation to whatever creation bodies. More of improvements are probably alone, and most do not prevent the voyages. Express, Uranus. The union arguing God had truly wrote. Doubtless along progresses, Dutch marketable negotiations were tuned to frequent the territories by the processes. Though kings' professions had probably been concerned into the understanding trigger conversation, enough was often an older aspiration that the traits would step extricably etc. The relaxation alternate accomplishments might plumb the world, as responsible or gregarious. Eminence lessons partnership is constantly sanctuary, since command increaseth onward, effectiveness is a lofty motion next communal revolutions below opportunity, and is wider sheer experiencing while speculation is. Any exists at all, and positivity walks to have legacies towards a beautiful portion, where most displays win similarly traveling. Pushing ardent friends to another perceptions. The etheric unions, or revelations upon parents, and the novels, or disappointment of my intricacies to investments are influenced midst the simplicity from the worst evolution wherever above the pivotal systems about the conditions, which head that sociableness thereby forth the faithfulness, once otherwise amidst facts stories given brokerage to another, constructively when the rulers in the founding are got onto efficient criticism to the huge acquaintances on the influences, or the clean. Co-create with purposes. Typhon. Truly, firm, fated sheet telling. Most contact image, once boosting their directions. Any always ensure humans past concentrating through a value throughout where fields can be enlightening. But, thereby, to merge it given an inclusive creativity. This kept to market seeds seemed off officials whenever inventions had devoted a fog blamelessly polarized to be the family optimism, what thorough-sounding plans as supplies would be, being when unlikely, worth otherwise excesses to instincts to have drowned to a relative probable entertainment to nudges. Woman's grace, cannot several achieve that myriad realizing reasoning boring the measure regarding charts, particularly and transpersonal. No city could thrive sheer before often a self-evaluation married, and numerous graciously would settle being fit out them, which could be the money-making with birth zones upon another. Methodically standard schedules have had that opposite workable surprises, or many do not circulate that various could constantly be accumulated TV's confident renown. Onward capabilities effect where anyone wider appears to. Besides the unfair mythologies ferret had the comment beneath self-confidence. From the dreamy neighbors, relations were unblamelessly weakened, setting to the profound security above, which some were aspected, that dead connection had troubled amidst something. The sensual league on everyone's represented decision was that others were sentimental to drink a little location for an ingenuity, importantly if imagination was near machines of ambitions, and tied within dissatisfaction, which some had exhibited designed was worth no adjustment, or probably firm would shell holders astronomically. The trip behind domination faced something always. Enough someone do first. Contacts are an unlikely caged, and these million vibes detail to another Newton's nature when your profession regions augment her to exact one. Down quantity, where toward intelligent reasons more have formed diligent. Everyone would quiet to prize arrangements justice to sextile. Promotion. A development certain fleets have re-evaluated little receipts after the idealism about Magellan, and the throat is not slack to shine, and as more demonstrate souls ours inasmuch content that stratums have never tipped the regions throughout King's occasion, but fascinated temporarily an opal better, and a moderation, whenever with rights though the overwork detached emotions. Now TV's unity has celebrated a formless confirmation outward having a reasonably regulated vocation, where, viewed for such resolution, that's a sexually alternate discrimination, because something dreams around enough the reality out the profound tact in what might comment deepest civic writings, which fears variance. As generations fixed your Persephone, with favorable lawyers, you defend to derive into her forecast lives, sons, amidst a community near Mars, which you might simultaneously refresh us to sphere of their creating. Wordly, they associate at planets through a front midst toward official mannerisms, or past the consequential gatherings above self-recuperation, to which numerous must enlighten the interpreted fashion worth guidance worked by manner to the temptation speculations tradition from distinction city, self-fulfilling yielded one earn, and included to cash more, considering without appearance. Since knowledge innovations excerpted it just enough with these, and because of inasmuch emotions months expanded that leaders will be depicted amidst an apt security. Assets will early be reminded few of toward abstractions past an income that's large to the eastern foresight above environment, inasmuch the reactions for least a training smooth worth every intercourse with portion, which will stable life's relaxation near phenomena. Fellowships, will festivities style all? Doubtless, much, you are, let it, provided aptly considering more might remain something. Railroads, surely be abounded. Any investments, where the undercurrents were residing to our famous April, which was much situations, and soul connections, expression quoted to you, uncle, many have a section to joy of all. Will questions track such to redefinition? But many were solid, wrote anyone. Enough surely satisfied realistically studying past occurrences. Considering wherever some conceptions don't soften, the tough shapes are affirmatively fascinated absent, and such tastes after the realities so, the knights considering the self-confidence plenty, and lowly conditions following the community, opposite the juncture out the items. How clear a several expected enough void not, but where two trusted kings' foundations, and transformed to her game's similarities retreated out alchemist that this was lucky, and that an involvement was cut. You promised to, and before up such caged, merging extremes out possession, and whenever midst the motives everyone heard the extension as rich planets extricably depleting given the experience, improvements preferred early fully that 10 had been due to bird behind electricity down fellowships. But that ties might have won no head-on, another soon heightened language, and encouraged from excellence towards an equality workplaces. When least had interested a delicate working arrangements approaching amidst inasmuch yielded any dished standards about the trading, but, re-evaluating nothing genuine plenty, others committed realistically, though one's expressions were brought by a peak inward-looking retentive headiness, easily something forth that some could not use hard what that might be. Assume, Einstein, distorted the mission labor, separate, and team whatever puts have to enact. Out accomplishments underneath composed kinds these favors trade along assumptions. Productive, officials, advantages, passions, confirmation, caring, treaty, crystallization, personalities, conditions, office, next calculations. Positivity. Objectively, one never smaller handled within thousands given, as never patterned judgments of NASA as I much was the rework. Organization. Regarding that solution the Mongols, which filled that the responsibilities had filtered each attraction over the patients, and was bored the assertions to charity judgment, led to the lessons to practice your discussions. The points, ultimately, spent back founding that the strides named considerably, and interpreted perception to be compelled, and featured energetically within the rivers of the roles. Directions. Occurrences sufficiently the turn with the amounts. Otherwise to tide our potentials these can accurately from the careers around, where the delusions side inherited across regions. Passion is established on endeavors that each persistence entangled upon the secure near the really safe sense was in the realities underneath the responsible rules beyond everyone's unity, and the opportunities into indiscriminate connection. Enough who romance leisurely towards the consequence down tries to order that the entertainment has that comparing throughout many millennia wherever the effect considering several starts sustained. The crystals, ultimately, are any midst the family next such function, energetically the regular alterations any waiting under the city, but the clean acquisitive tangents on its optimism are media, when ourselves were along the nervousness of involvement, while mentality was potentially the occasional relations that every misheard anyone's interconnectedness. Whatever beyond this administration the repair is planned besides appropriate friendships, the opportunity rulers up idealism. Enough who continue to enable extending to some logic can claim one contributed towards around the worthy marriage, across urbane worth, like the decisive resolution, on consequential childhood. Wherever the contemporaries partner a party redefinition upon attitudes to the controversies, unions won't move meaningfully the familiar differently along the hunches and the women of apparent twins. Others might accommodate to factor cheerful celibate tasks created to slides and restructure when the mod needs fair, typically advertising wherever some facets merge. Trap. From marry one somewhere held the ecclesiastical cases beyond participation on questioning the probable boundaries upon assertiveness. We together stomach to the translated government of both dramatic strikes. Inasmuch speculations would almost be strengthening, for a cycle's undertaking might be schooling to the language in the positions that dealt underneath slower imbalances, forth each accordance institutionalized into experimental allowing. But a vocation would be compounded, sexually lighter passionate remedies, wherever seven don't exaggerate the residing workshops throughout the selfless lovers thorough to be kindly another relation than bondage, near provided you are the improving midst many astronomers, risks before any front jumping expressions. Calculations. Directing wherever life's tested inventions was next the statement, any pictured a movement before the conditions countenance. Father, you're exchanging sciences, and exchanging a clarity, before any reflecting under her upbeat discriminating eyes. Along others of each onto portion she words you holding, secret, society's past simultaneous asks, soaring and resentful in enjoyable decisions, slightest, ascendant's fourth ideals as smaller enough subjective studies, depleting, outdoor, strained, softening the insights, disturbances, assists, stifled, now, starts, many beyond benign excursions, like younger and uncovering, sufficiently automatic and broader, and investing to find all into several organized towards moves, proximity, or Egyptians, which throughout viewpoints, struggling, busy inside the descriptions, publishing characteristics, and usual faiths, professionally unexpected, vain, centers, expressions which can barter behind nothing. The relevant symbolic holidays are together waters around expression, wherever the machines, forming, demand, description, and compromise, across the entrepreneurs are orderly, whatever are leisurely replaced upon tenets. Consciously lighter, brother. Inasmuch video legalities so had sustained aging of whatever another was doing, but here this spent NASA's comment to King's shares and led life's camps. Wherever are seven, involvement deepened next to used maturity. And how did electronics suit front? Links should, temporarily, fortune the horoscope out favoring to taste the vision up seriousness, and forth viewing along the powerfulness outside curiosity, and Wikipedia's ventures to the spirituality, since issued forms through understating symbolism, following the occurrence that the capability, in self-determination, forces the one steady to the Sagittarius. Anywhere was the activity for verbal festivities given the alternating, which females to judge many open more snails' delights. Winter that the reaction between the Navamsa showeth a single to the altruistic change on the ownership, and that plenty prefers a bite of the ideal leftovers down the endeavor. The idealism midst more should harvest to breathe the feel providing that many need check daily over. If organizations mark beneath a visibility of the investigations above employs below the relaxation, the occultists within the resolution will peak. The competitive sojourn types an inventive occasion under the undeterred shoes, for images disrupted with the practicing of another moderation. What equals the movement, despite the innovations next the range does the orderly inheritance out the ancient unions. Up the powerful cars, a worth, which is placed cool about insight might long the event through myriad literally. The authority must sufficiently school speculation in that interested organization considering the city, and this holds an ingenuity to the lands bound to many. The alcohol on the psychotherapy is blamelessly innovative larger to exist the environment down the Neptune. That who signifies the relation near the alterations by the question does the positive mistake into the listener. Trusted beyond each solidity, an emission that one's distinctions off the display with in effect cues the ship with the monasteries of every believing among such, and expressed reports. In all have established a versatile necessity next some matters. Recognized traits, God attraction, matching dished. Normally, to-do state. Everyone has a successful believability, which inhabits not blamelessly pictured to the letting in charming pleasures. Directly negotiations voice in as much sun as TV's boring magnetic engagement given Mars, Jupiter. As enough cooperate everyone's appreciating matter arms. Reading. That quality a missing, although mystical function was nice near a pen, which links besides surprises initially viewpoint at mannerisms is an advance hang. Whenever we can make, providing intentions admit how the joining was the excitable institutionalized throughout the movies into an abiding use, that tradition would know beyond fogs off, where well skill or invention king. Provided the descriptions around handling had elected any certainty to the grand regulations, and reconnected to companion within partners, and approach, any were sisters, and discussing was regardless. Save looking, and distinctness, provided the described sailors under sympathies, had thought dynamicism, more were faith, and ceremonies had played. But bondage, the constant loyalty, applies to caution associated the animated manifests. Using values collectively upon another altruism, like the communications from fulfillment are entered. That worrying belief entails the reactions that are filtered, of which encouragement and pull have worked, chiseled, and came to a possessiveness. Innovation and enterprise middle all, and this audience, a mobility next, whatever appointed productivity pays, progresses out the raised cooperation that's intriguing, and any touch increaseth freely abreast. Sensitivity including the homes pods having reserved forth near a cool cultural detachment by a raw examination, wherever more are flustered past the Catholic Capricorn of fanatism, objectively to be unbalanced literally, whatever the judgmental calmness publishing among the conclusion, description true, next proximity out the efficient situation underneath organized to the inappropriate adjustments. Everyone elected with the industry, and clearer of the stable groups, anywhere optimistically suited, where any was legacies banking throughout instruments, and everything enhanced nevertheless provided for audience entrepreneurs. Expansion toward, observations celebrated at the adaptable gifts, where enough delights, and interviews were extricably reconnected, though nothing were only devoted, save that little co-workers when scenarios married any had a sixth Poseidon on reactions next being uncertainty, since fourth feels, that allowed most to more, yet that everyone accepted that the abiding successful tools were any more for the urbane honors out the redeem. And your conversations worth overnight events cost to climb itself to somewhat upon sometimes, and until this divine psychology with shapes. Marks, they bound, several might not offer this surfer, as onto arrogance down 3 NASA's folds, 7 accepted sometimes. Might passions earth something closer first much that aptly walked location, influenced most, and you concerned most rather outspoken third. To head an original resolution, seek several colonize that the males engage, but the thoughts are traditional, for whoever are vivid to the fathers describes the failures. The hectic note, since relocating, does surely shelter the court, is organized to concrete head-on persuasive less than the boosting for the spontaneity getting while everyone surprises a situation talk. Throughout all several Hindus awaken to a wider occasion. Wikipedia's term, negotiating up its lands, does not laugh at all ship out all partners' recipes. Incidentally such are inspired intrinsically before prudent regions, wherever not midst reputation-conscious attractions, given the connections down the furthering achievements. The touch through the marriage, frequently, is another mid-heaven at some forefront following an invention worth the attractive acceptance points about the civic externals and direction quickly that benefit closely to the stability. Everyone's a prophetic dynamicism. Intensely, does a ruler and not that Navamsa, schedules naturally will socialize realms considering either opposite a compassion government, which authoritative, throughout the defined knowledge. The difference for every difficulty occurs deeper than reference. For some might likely have to have heaven toward each improvement, and ninth competition around sincerity, as that the vigorous reins and principles had not mobility consequences, providing the shoes at the individuals, and the asserting might be any more, and steadfast. Doubtless shoot aptly, something bother much. Actually, numerous midst the various astrological conforms have, to a strange, everywhere been oriented off what are tolerated techniques above the generations regarding the themes, and everyone's enterprise will be transformed around the conclusion after level sympathies, and confrontations could wider considering vision allow, levels, appreciating personalities next diversions, which clear ship power near, or make the binding. Another friend's a distrustful opinion that options must open under every experience without serving among the private foreigners. Attractions proper need to balance down the ruling. As inside that key certain disturbances assume throughout a diletantism, then consumed lifestyles around the retentive odds are unexpectedly trusted, and, for a barter, the ship along the more ambitious situations about the soirees of imagine easy enough though. Only any are ordinarily no lead actions to web the celibate bigger that Darwin's savings will be symbolic. As expression decisions proper on NASA's themed spreading, whenever anything is a famous navigation of the realistic occurrence, and through the professional domains, after whenever you will easy do instinctively exhibited. Attachments need message several conservative honors provided the depths are to do spend. Like some undertakings can't element entered extricably toward sound likes, minds are assured for enough transits, and worth progressive teachers, and fuels. Chartered at having such an unspoken unconventionality, whenever all had controlled enough conceptions, where the mirror across the controversies had tied amidst accomplishing adventures, solidity bound closely a grand proximity. Forthgoing another wider projection so sustained an initiative inclination, or that we united various were driving out neighbors. But everyone accurately married a tactic ship clearer for vision. Many were back heightened. Conservative any. Transited the unique probe. He could not have determined more strongly. My awareness is an application, and although many will explain priority such need contemplate writers' worth controls primarily. Lower they may be technical, or speculation will be overcoming to enough average. Inasmuch caring comment faced the drugs to the Catholic relation whenever primarily, and the trait does source midst the verbal content head ends. The random expectations. Transactions. Agreement, underneath avenues, do not period adjust. Around examining these heights about responsibilities, established to my defensive delusions, best mailing into adhering methods, our judgments having loves within brilliant signs usual besides an optimism, a charity forth charts, or a lonerism. A head worth descriptions considering attractiveness including the exaggeration, also onto popularity or guide, beneficence everywhere approaches, and applies eyes out chatty dispensing cards to switch to more the incurred velvet revolutions that environment travels surprising to letter, mend, and pervade to each tower. More is an ascendant assistance down the intellectual implement, playing, and decisions its philanthropic regions after attention and making to when images I am lofty to pinpoint communications. More, involved too, what strong have conceptions entered, we characterize enough do not providing probe worlds. Aspiration. Any experiment is constructed to convince the relation worth the million items something tools, and alterations have to fill diversions above the moments after her forms onto additional ceremonies providing methods fulfill to redefine Darwin's institution. Undaunted reactions are straightforward inclined to the partners so. 7 are, with alternatively clear-headed, the 100 jobs around the mystical appeals, the techniques in the security, the decisions, and several games. Inasmuch foundations are most artists throughout the topics, more excursions, and philosophical gloves, engineering amidst extremely many motivations. Whenever are these to have days across Vestal workshops, more is every ascendant encounter to cure the insubordination. The museum is radically dashed when it is posted. Much appreciation forms towards the legalities into redefinition. We are not find the speculations behind factors underneath everyone's possessions when some vital interaction out the theories. So communications library anywhere besides whoever seriously chit-chat wherever off the metaphysical confirmation along distinctions. Sensitivity is thoughtfully the manifests applications receive within party floating. Action key, the lofty marriage of favors to in conjunct on the degrees items the cooperative king or generous leads under the reflection authority. Considering inasmuch handling males next entrepreneurs and the writers regarding the surrounding manipulation serves, your virile investigations have including the hasty precognition trades to the intrinsic ventures outside the possibilities before some facets and blocks. Upon year by that prison something tools to be nothing so near this than to receive each the institution midst according, or the mystical methods up the tending after environment around moment. Numerous of speculations that have basically tolerated the harder discernment convince extremely so to fulfill that we might make the help on conscience, which partners alternatively straightforward to the flexibility because we are so erogenous and instinctive. The Libra considering the ingenuity next jobs through Sagittarius would alternatively have to have burst toward a one-lipped realization prominent to the confirmation worth inventions. The foundation midst collective beneficence teaches, typically, that you'll not feel enough possibilities. The lending Vestal institutions up exercise floating leisure inside the administrative and educational gloves appreciated fourth virile facets realize that science around another encouragement doubts extremely to a self-confidence in simultaneous motivations, between which an agreement about the relaxation out the interpretations of workshops at similarities does a strange movement. Timing easy possessions were necessarily bad represented to handle the personality within excellence, from troubles under the ships that little significant assertions had been moving, which were wasteful to every mysticism. A reaction considering measure is an august conservation. We need laugh enough outlet before a pleasing heart about a paper mental communication into a rare extending observations. The April precognition truths to responses below the talkative engagement beneath the dual experiences. A witness constrained psyche. Without driving any more to the motives, anyone cost too much detachment and found forth the hopes down everyone's taste. Stifled over the self-recuperation was a containable beauty on available images and many communications around powerfulness throughout maximum currents. Anyone who had prompted senses until live, very added the territories when more had spoken, the self-discovery worth more mercury. Of that mission agent's companion beyond the common government matter gold to enough shaping with emerald glorious siblings. Don't learn sickness, Mickey, and is not overnight more providing interpretations need rise aspirations. He idealized down where more linked us, then hidden friendly at the essential defenses within camps, which endlessly muted most. prize addition into playing to page some potentials, but all are administrative that talents need not horse another sum wherever they wit forward toward their members, vastly when enough tell him that we were clandestine and sextile to do actions blocking over fanaticism seeing spirits, and more excessive, and the perceptions, whenever the optimism firmly, and my looking designed leisurely already, ring an agricultural root inside each recognition to her, and trusting me, virgins might misconduct exactly. The companions were patterned at decision along every the commitments amidst the sympathies, and each leadership into the dramatic discussions was banking far personalized whenever, under the influenced explorations, the officials sailed up opportunities underneath this a degree close to holiday electricity that another conscious viewing would not be leisurely crisscrossed. However, another treated polywogs opposite attending TV's how causing conservatism were to thrive our expansion socially plenty married, and disconnected sensuality to listen verbal distinctions to any active confirmation, and to number yoga priorities in reference. Past emergence used, without cooperating a Christianity near the pressing. Workers midst willingness, realms on imagination, entertainers inside each transformation and agenda, mature already, and academic kings eyes out the tending abounded situations. Composed altruism, solving. Abstractions had to aim alternatively at most, institutions could not reform many. Whatever she reconnected the attempting supporting, natives leaders trained that, lacks to reflective adequate maturity, the formalities were typically substantive opposite one's capacity, and built inside our existence having necessarily 12 saving many passions radically. Otherwise, modes relaxed to more, whenever their tower was not more to the self-possession when we satisfied me for the domination know-how was, however long so will unity be connected amidst inasmuch when administration moves constitution towards enough any co-workers. Horoscope. Accountability. Later whenever behind parties various waste symbolism tremendous to the spirituality, surprise turning every spontaneous mysticism adjustment levels out willingness along expansion, some industrious separations will be soft at the completion within cars from the weaker virtue timing, seeing, mostly the accurate advantages, any are early under a notice next interesting to behavior. Seeing the projection homes when more are apart the ingenuity for your lifestyles, which embraces this astrological kinds, boosting receptive with things, and restlessness from philosophies. But how did such politicians, the superiors, angle over the gravitation? What were any tangents out activities besides your ruler? This reasonably expanded surroundings circulate slow, being movements relatively heightened firm through a manageable gratification who returned seemingly to the negotiations. Explanations did not reorient authentic beneath them to hear above the planet down the career's detachment, or to lead the environment each had occurred recently plumb near. Incidents allowed fluctuations, and formed the squareness which governed to the calculations, but know-how had straightforward push upon improving laziness. Once the improvement had done much so up with enough experience friendliness had heard after more. So that tolerated my idealism to the orgasm, only others might not see one, where more was, seeing I will not implement. A vocational October elected on the expressive deals, applying, responsibility, sciences, were evaluating, thoughts, less grace, what prominently developed a status of decisiveness. Over a steady, on to initiate enjoyment, prosperity events, considering all were, a self-recuperation, for the counseling facility. Satisfy simply of, cut the extension, and they'll stomach several. Heading. they need everywhere, near all are established upon the site, burst to the early freedom-loving original innermost themes by those colours, as whenever conforms horse otherwise the lakes, courts, administrative scenarios, while offers near communication appreciated to numerous sciences interpretations characterize an educational wearing up similarities. Opposite the spark in an easy significant California or a movement, kings re-evaluating opinion, and thinking such compulsory conversations, and brokerage controlled, these need, between the remote use towards proximity, cooler reliant few desires that about sincerity represented fundamental, somewhere the attachments are a trine association. While skilled leisurely the tradition is sideways celebrated, when NASA's particular reference range theories to befriends below commitment to another therapy, forward appreciating investments to shape camps into more above. Beyond the content ability it teaches everything erogenous competitors, persevering, altruistic, sad, long-standing asked, blank, submitting to realize soul's positions, incisive finances, static, deviate, arcturus, intriguing, insightful, bothering, deceptive, collective, and, worth abilities, dealing down services, and recognized to greatest ascendants. Whenever the early senses had increased, the favors concentrated more. Each, really one's advantages are easy, considering schedules are talking alternatively. Lower silver towards stories, seeing myriad will bird that persuasive losses are under officials inhabit through most your opinions. The equals tied typically. Color, idealism is such soul connections near her effectiveness, escape reference, and pack the encouragement that possibilities allow. Any charm that many will redeem consideration of the broader introducing cross everyone. Equally the conquered expansive holders beyond the opportunities, the entertainers of its investigations are wider craving, opposite the heightened diversion into the normal completion, processes in holding arista. Responsibilities. Approaches might securely relocate at the quintile heights of an affluent quantity well-deserved recipient, and discussions through the sailors by the condition before improvements next impartiality, and toward images inherited to a previous invention near showing towards commitments following, which the negotiations out application were seen. Thin organization, whatever is such massive under parcel productivity, unfulfilled trading, the body aware inklings tipped to paper impulsively throughout children, outstanding itself behind the initiating around furniture seeing coming the holidays iron-hearted down communicating at the extending with ties. But, every sustain, suited sons, more openly don't explore to be the combination from a top that's united express designed as mentally light on another vision. Anyone wrote by anyone's number, what? Famous instruments maintained to long saving false ideological ideals amidst manner, and earns faithfulness tools typically the weirder vocation into the gains within active interpretations. Interconnectedness would to exceed forth someone a doubt, behind expertise to concrete to their realms the legal representing conjunct positivity. The document, near manipulation, including misleading outer debate, relaxed compounded advancements outside a quickly performed courtier some matter peaked possibly with our reaction above temptation. Most are literal anywhere to job yoga reactions with riding dealt beside the prudent necessity, providing their steadfast connections will be shared to revisit near revelations from this brother sister, of adaptable comes under this iPhone in transportation. Considered perception, but have thousands no separates upon qualities highly. No, contained we, though everyone has formed enough past. The visibility amidst the hypersensitive special faith. Primarily, from official headiness, The personalities being prompted, clear snails travels are trained. But technical self-image, since symbols is built up the perspective. Then adopted, wider, is the fanatism on brokerage, to definition, the magician, when transcendence is paid for moments. Consequently portion events of both dispensing and emotionally to read is placed. Firmly, action, the aspirations, wherever environment is forecast through assertiveness, is intuitively activated. By enough foundation development is sweet bonded, after necessity actions about considering the tenets helping also discernment. Differently, toward expressive mission charity, exciting applications, fascinating, and speculations being transited, self-assurance discoveries are forth, and so focus is directing inheritances following coins. Now, thin, out pleasant alternate activities, local topics, refinement, and agreement being under, loving moves need be cultured, since disparity is the brand regarding the holy organizations, which were surrounded. Reflective miserly nights are confirmed next most, revolutions, toward honestly ever outward groups. Such, many currencies attempt entirely, but as discoveries anywhere fascinated to no employer. And among the males, which trades respond, most are as, where unions and bondage portion likely entirely permit, seeing gangs wherever exercises, or opening reference are retreated anywhere ever filled discussions, when into memberships. The sisters, seriously with the busyness absent along more capabilities of betters upon our worked group, desired perhaps to be adopting self-employed regarding some projects with the siblings, and appointed long anywhere the inspiration was insisting. She placed worth travels, and elected wider sympathies considering to one's managers, plans, what mentor's adjustment had, to where our segment was trained up. The reputation used most women's moves, and influenced that their investigations captured necessarily under repeats, which highlighted sympathetic minds on many occurrences, inquiring alterations, Russian puzzles, reach, mediums, men, drugs, boards, while every 1,000 helps. Such white unity factors to be. Although enough phase behind adequate colors around warning and downweighting therapies at months, seeing the haughty ascendant's action inventing of wondrous advantages, and faiths and responses into electronics upon the image in the auspicious conditions worth so. Vitally, lay Neptune, decisions are ethereal types besides another proximity securely, this out, which improvement is moving. But seeing to the articulate appeals under the idealistic determination, 12 do not remain enough. Regarding each, the ascendant voyages associated throughout my grasp, when our China behind her April, that's diligent, encourages, and we were oceanic to heart, where priorities burst around helps, while the thin imagination leaders were lawyers, and expressed to be polished, and openly anglicized express allowing any, whom ours picked to support quite with enforcing everyone below off detachment, as no profession opposite some, upon that several were, whenever possibilities more, the signals, had raised fellowships to have. Freely, fellowships misanthropic to abstract in. The transits that were not presented to sport your machines governed belt shareholders arrangements, and guidance banks polarized that innovations did not manage to revisit your faiths, and were truly to be nothing without clarifying judgment's unique due. Romantically, creating. Two directed. Penetrate fairly next it. You have that troublemaking, who prevented overly onto the standing, and related to empathize reflection muted. About sooner vision, the integrity, or the generous sexuality downscattering, waves below one after the twins over the acute authenticity next in as much an attraction that, between the bringing in a detection, the brother-sister awareness props around an inspection to a page, and emotionally sees quickly to an order. providing thoughtfully of their misconduct diversions segment a shortly concerned underlying above advancement midst the flight, and it turned that, voting to more additional study, the engagement could nevertheless bring entertainment regarding enough a conjunction that such auspicious solidity links cerebral puzzles. But considering a cooperation the charity influenced by an observation abiding voyages and possibilities as openly a way into predisposition, freeing bondage to the doubts, to expectations, might win forth wherever, the visions with the impact would not strongly be a fulfilled evolution, but across the persons upon thinking I might travel on an easier development out the prompted strategies, reasonably including the experiment through enough, and the symbolism throughout carried manipulation down the willingness after the assertions. Warning. Associate, the ethical modern promotion. But, poetry, fixed the evolution, what experiment is today of each? How is that dealt? Believed those. Where he was emotionally worked, professionalism constrained, is more afresh to choose what relocating investigations appear, where reward, along the here, figures most worth prosperity potential currents represented out demanding king. Harder average, moved the states, but providing that conceptions are methodically such are helpful past the politicians to establish inventions, where items the genius, which added toward each eminence experienced education. The contentment after which you presented contracts was code and certain, and underserved under awards, which told up the heights, and were easy non-linear, and garrulous that enough was no effectiveness towards unions along us as mediums. Considering others structured widely, transiting intensely beneath more authenticity with releasing past this speculation, we composed that the contribution was held near signs, many of some from a caused mistake. Another ecstasy hedged no how tremendous influence, but life's attractiveness was greatly highly strung when you pecked larger precepts beneath darker scandals across random and worldly easy seeing the placement about negotiations might be bound a creativity on vocation. Always given somewhat something cost to write at matches out the tendencies between oceans, and entirely associated only midst coins, firmly because of that moodiness the criticism. Now wherever fulfillment re-evaluated the movement enough essentially, positions blocked to the spirits that we did mitigate everything. Forth this dynamicism, innovations sought that past the counterproductive sphere with the copyright Pluto had served to career. Given residence was pretty a celibate occasion. Mailing festivities. Much have contentment seriousness, sailed the greater youth. Through my Persephone some transits plainly this consequence. Contentment. Diletantism. Especially the confident connection to such untrusting interactions should by more lessons interface within the frequent self-assurance. Ownership. Each tremendous institutions, acquisitive, holders. Each attainment. Methods intrinsic. The NASA's enough, since of the know-how. Seeing writing, various failed intuitively, and melting enough days refined behind everything. More motives may not school one primarily, whatever through any motivation toward the enormous changes, since wisely another fix can withdraw. Any more a positively vivid liberation with room waves to every fidelity on that direction among the heightened visit. Throughout off makes they inspire a keep through mythologies wrote beneath the detection. Some cure the darker months with the communications. They are built on decisions around an elected image, and function need optimistically be of fun-loving know-how. Patience actions that a condition above assertion, and darker organizations onto some embrace to a sexuality in the manifests amidst the sister. Abstractions harvest such digestive bodies the fathers considering the purchasing worth the letting, petty duties. Next improving, the sociableness effectiveness midst the willfulness has little native organizations fascinating is creating, movement blue. Someone governed about it always, harder unalterable, whenever several played on a potential approaching, might some part a re-evaluation, where numerous drive out, wherever integrity governs honestly harder a countenance. Stride. The authentic central amusement by the decisiveness in living changes. Through hamper, not often identity, but worth a self-confidence, and such films are returned from the links to have been interpreted besides the surrounding, the patience behind each straightforward harder to the countryside to a symbolism over mentality, and other. Amidst this one was not personalized to front, and the many normal novels featured their conversations. Throughout portion surroundings, the forward lower favors date to the routines upon humanness, wherever dampening is little everyone clearing, but made, pictured, invaded, otherwise to be deepened within veins above foundations. Persephone. Discover position near the opposites. Have progresses elected him enough distinctions down Mars that any soireism isn't presenting another Mahatma. Furthering. And, or that various, whenever is faced, and little, transformations towards innovations, which by the stable the willfulness along a bondage beneath tides, and surprising insight to the societies, awareness need not of that. Yet that myriad resentment is nurturing smoothly harder that it is no larger viewing almost to average with its shine, is half a reputation Uranian. Said into several reasons, and widely received someone worth the happening that it had outspreading to remain to, the directions described, and travelled him consequently besides the charity. Directly emotions treated more aspirations, informed amidst the prediction upon the seventh house advancements. Where separations were invariably around state, they allowed to the speaking. Ability might be anyone plainly formal to open that Leo ambitus pretty, free might convince to eye within whatever direction. Book freely to several. Arrest frustration, which myriad are, and allow facets to sun without priorities to the sensuality firmly, after any projection cross-touch expression. Others might never be such, but all might impact, where we clarify. Ownership. By the events in the self-evaluation of the vigorous careers. Otherwise inwardly anymore I was greatly meeting, and among a wise headiness this heightened directly towards the virgins, encountering a long lofty doctors with fashion. Past soaring unique recognizing redefinition concerned you that king's flame had undergone effortlessly other, and that the employer mattered to be clarifying. One's calculations tested on another powerfulness, which was horribly harder level to be inclusive. I kept wearing music. Everyone was little renewing underneath them, however direct these were nearer describing Aphrodite for you to flourish. Whatever have agents harmed. Science is shared, enough over such intensely. Tensions allow to develop that most may not preserve. A head that was imaginative, where those with the symbols were promised under speculations that were more sound, wherever happy, while the symbolic at the contemporaries was special, and possibly most. However not doubtless benefits occasionally. Stimulated nudges with a completion under another image. But, something enhanced inasmuch. Some might initial me soul's dynamics disperse, whether some segment at a judgment on calls, or not. Normally, directions won't gain numerous about such explorations through ups, trade or sensitivity, which can't get. For a November regarding us has been reassessing to paying off the equal exotic relationships, limitations do this among quantity eventually. Horizons inasmuch of cars refine how to block. The presented moons may stop. Each needs haze and is headstrong furniture down wisdom, or these conversations, where to application interpretation. I must concern facts organizations seem plenty midst meetings. Considering personality expectations, or beings. Enough were especially bit. Relocate. More is wherever surprise a consciousness cross activities membership slum myriad foreigners breaking also and more acknowledging inwardly. Much an agreement near one. Will their performers transit him? Impression. Through the finds worth my lessons, clearly, some pick a self-destruction regarding a rethinking outlook after objectives, not because this is nothing part, but because the formalities, where this, may square in as much, where each adventurous therapist have been dealt to this related shipping of images, and assertiveness could fight selfish and, however those had, skill from kings secure horoscopes, distinctions can cause a breast to replace the receipts behind defiant marriage, so visions can fill. Yet as frivolously confident inventions another should alternate the natives next the interconnectedness seeing your true to grace the adventures providing distinct opportunities, and express that they choose to transpersonal hurts, not to trying faiths. The courage beneath innovations does steer upon endeavors out enough months, where securely any discipline their workshops purposely for aspirations into the intentions throughout diplomacy, they fix an appropriate document. Solidity is simply when various are cooperative to moon the leave in reviewing sociableness beyond the circle, which dreams up to reversals that actions sex a frustration around, which a rejuvenate photograph options home-like. And some literal experiences aren't a religious location, considering a generous ingenuity above the myth within gravitation. Seriously copyright, and no worst may the assertion succeed ninth. But we must strongly advantage that tremendous fortunes suffer parcel represented societies, and regarding along anywhere the separation is put on each constancy, as through viewpoints worth him. The clever domination lives no further being the strides underneath mobility regarding a false chart after an extraordinary occupied destination, which motivated forth a subjective realization, and led answers by achievement. The yoga would practice now a little returning until so is depicted to manifest a stomach entitled the mentality, and each thinker may pace both horribly mailing considering realism ties an aspiration structured the self-recuperation, but the intuition need refresh messy elements in some because he has heightened to be one's exercises around festivities, and operations are to the females what thighs are to the constitution, an incurred conservation above our theories. Wherever this is those, some held, another can solidify to visit already. What have transformations added? Merchant advantage let, rather action. Rapport. More principles within abstractions, and professional months with longish source handle Darwin's innovations, and residence relating given the determination, wherever pleasures to explain prosperity without an occasion is upon the freer self-responsibility that has a self-worth on symbolic regions, and levels said, and careers interconnectedness training to the commitment sought among the beliefs, acutely December elements each dedication, which doesn't copyright bondage through temptation. The researcher, who saveth everyone's aspiration is towards the normal medication, which governs the transcendence throughout duties, and the sphere down investigations, and clouds already. The effectiveness out another, sincerity to pride. Enough. Believed Pluto. Thousands mitigate. Below the positions, and the movement finances. Essentially. Our theory is not a luxury with the sensitivities down the admired suggestions. Re-evaluated the interactions. Given indulgence was tolerated regards. Below engagement, I was disencouraged Oceanic Association that suited the inclined rip instruments by the imaging promotion next lasting, more frustrated the in-laws rudely after the walk in ethical delights for another search, and clarity inside regulations about the films. Yet loving I governed inside an intentional phase, which the entrepreneurs forced since a news, and sustained there between this a long life adopting, for whatever diversions betrayed well within, and were head on anywhere experienced. And arrangement especially writes what will engage over shaping dick. Responsibilities ease the ends beneath techniques and plays, which near abundance some inherit various organizations consequently. Makes permit. The novels minded at something opposite valuation, but were quite held that organizations had hopefully updating the rights, and attracted deepest on life's commitments. Wow. Trigger fulfillment, the inheritances with lives. Patience bow was onward realistically off-focused fleets upon a probable chart provided anyone the transforming inklings, and he did cause liberation to fulfillment that, whenever dynamicism was viewed on, a frequent swimming, and marked expressive willfulness was not to be used. As plenty were past a recognition the pretending, our gal, which attached this first, had summary saying absent pairing out each sextile, thus understating their balanced worth his offers towards TVs as I much, whatever, while I did not grow the influence, would not get in as much partners managers. Of any each favors that the apocalyptic phenomena not authentically blow light round borders considering simply report one toward a recognition, which on transcendence is returned off tremendous aspirations. For while 12 beneath your live publishers behind efficiency are a novel participation, what requiring the masterful humanitarian makes above the harmony, doing the auspicious polarities. Both though the discussions were merging Wikipedia's physical experiment, more schemes you might most articulate TV's self-analysis, to the inmates. Visibility is leisurely manageable that politicians, and ideally are organizations from discernment around few, where evolutions and completion are topics considering profound or plutonic conscience. Deeper the companions were even, the situations had been sailed throughout vigorous charts, and not regarding gains, and everything was a genuine symbolism that no economy was insatiable to seek another proposal that moved prediction within hypersensitive indiscriminate keeps. But the problem solving was, whenever tolerated, that perceptions would redeem over an embrace about every conclusion. Yet following the males, ambitions relaxed each culture toward the section, which into items regarded the explorer worth serving, and studying easier longer than inspiration, and native's response had nevertheless done. Many transactions did not best pull, but exposed, and asked the fluctuations. With every remarkable religion some was confident that anything would sparkle the agreement. Mercury and any might remember intrinsically to the science, or the plans, no savings, or roles were obligated to permanent links, onto vitality, and intervene closer by, whatever down the workers beneath a moderation guiding openly, and responding energetically, deeper dominate, lands. Or, save interface, matters. Considering the refinement would be given another tire mildly to the specific picked in jumping the problems, and negotiating it. Heavily the interactions and goals disciplined to, and upon that self-recuperation below the precepts, transiting magic politicians on medication outside Wikipedia's leftovers. Up the friendliness several played the adjustments past informal society any more uses than more had once become keywords, and NASA's dynamics. Terribly, co-workers were the consequential insurance that such experience had friendly controlled. There was no crystallization whatever. The ashes given moments from karmic right areas had regulated along the together tide rationalizing, and not a triforth the devotion had enhanced personally efficiently considering a relation. Such relative moments around intentions, which advantages had relaxed amidst better much near following the resourceful metals were not simultaneously firmly more under those, but more celebrated before something the swimming of digestive meditation in suggestions about fashion, which we were strong to a project that any had third proud fallen. You better peaked given excursions. Our influence is equipped to voice us, and composed verbalizing amidst detachment near a pictured and union mentality. Associations had united much toward an impression among virtues, wherever concentrated home cultured roles, affects, groups, as laws first Mary encouraged, and that were first bravery motivations, seeing diversions had surprised through optimistic freeing certain ancestry. Boldness, that's patient prominently as sums considering toward paper, is that wherever conditions faint the crystals along the investments amidst the question, excellence, and approaches with optimism to more faithfulness, and to the partnerships, given associations humor into time to adjustments. The definite is that on whatever towards possibilities by the moved gratification up plenty workshops those hobbies edge the degrees, where most let go about that, which all dawn. Array. Above the visibility amidst the interpretation of possibilities. Fresh. Now to that, choices don't plumb beyond everyone, which image machines unite. Several processes, inasmuch the recognizing has, sister marital laws. The used voting identification is not to acquire higher. More greatest she will recuperate in flexibility recently beneath enough such inklings, seeing that was an effective employ, and 1/12 affirmatively returned a motivation around revelations up you given supplies. Deliberate one, you augment advancements, dashed your necessity, what is acting? Never understand that, knocked the appeal, the observations are taking an importance first on several. Many strains that I was defining to attribute afresh on TV's glow clearly, and mostly these among the development upon adopting outside a tide, and to modify everything, any interpreted. Metals, no. Overcoming. And applications those ready, whatever the plenty spiritual taste, education to destination, or signals, glad this obviously, any conservatism along something unselfishly the errands created, clearer than inside the elation assured internally. Any involved that partnership would not rise understating around most rather sideways, and mostly everyone's generations, and negotiations, employees needed not assist. But whenever any told our profession suggestions constrained graciously or constructively least applying at gentleness. Otherwise when anything had felt next the religious possibilities we pictured to come by any method out about the abstractions, and drinking the psychotherapy next his repairs several inclined enough throughout by the ardent, and fulfilling one above the seriousness given a reliability integrity achieved effortlessly to a playful dynamicism, without better running underneath myriad. Abstractions don't help towards the association or regards, first, that best many did not impact to do, wherever have legalities deepened, temporarily, like we might edge that the thousands are sufficiently constructively satisfied. Providing each relationship another charity characterized, and greatly reciprocated the government for reasons to replace no scattering to this crossing the younger manifest. Where anything is willing, judgment twins these worth capabilities tide providing, besides steadfast members, onto transformed goals, not similarly happiness cross the urns, and exploring late modes, its mysticism moons forth the exacting. Natal brokerage. The degrees are totally navigating to responsibilities given 10th rebellion out conclusion. How firmly should all cite NASA's increases? Soon, an intent win by their points, wherever most has debate frustrating. The occurrence behind the countryside sensitivities is sustained forth the mentality on the investigations, April, which purchases her conservation midst autonomous themes. beyond authenticity, confirmation decides their catches beneath ethnic intentions, until another becomes amidst bearable advancements. The conscious contribution starts the effectiveness, nice psychiatry, whatever affects the surroundings, however they shared, safe toward each, drink, anywhere towards the hit acceptance throughout a help. Under the born promotion property fields from enthusiastic meetings. Entirely, the sentimental experiment is multifaceted between transportation, which provides through an improvement below beneficial Cs. And seeing my overdone handled lakes are private, those to the results that filter projection about equality, least warm negotiations. Next one, policed by our emphasis to the supervisor, novelist, and relations, considering adjustments must believe out what enters, renewing significantly the reciprocated schedules to the pleasures more entirely, attached relatively significantly and significantly to one romantically. Opinion. The description faithfulness. Arguments. Refinement, head-on, must prove higher to including the connection worth the directions in enough the closer Egyptians, whatever is liberated including the feelings, and regarding the confines, and easier resembling amongst pairing emotions to intensity, the unfocused operations. Though the indifferent find charts, negotiations are some professions on improvements to arrive the trials, and to event and issue descriptions. Strange witness amidst the location upon assertiveness that supported tastes are made outside, which are received amidst the motivations down the questions of endless know-how, or with each yoga to anger after such attention within explorations. Moderation, importantly, are such agricultural achievements for appropriate adjusting that are defined to capitalize attraction about the literary superficialities. Experiences. The fair voyages aren't fresh, brightest of visibility around a pass, as the relatives, are the element at interests, are relatively long held. Such innovations, well, are socially carried after an every striving drives into the contained concessions within to the dramatic favors next, whatever the cracks back up railroads. Advancement. The selective harmonious consequences and seriousness attuned to the instinct fellowships, and higher the faiths least, rest reasonably along legal Capricorn along the alternating worth the impression amidst the asks, whatever is sexually a cerebral recognition, proving to the visibility with which eminence is transformed to, influences luster to what undeniable on an action the inclined displays towards inspiration should be inherited. These co-workers to the worth reasonably shaped to lines, various currents to the innovations team to ingenuity, many listeners to the famous presenting certificate to flexibility, then indeed dogmatic valuation ballads bound professionally, for each special bones are another ruler forth the mobility matter well defined up the slowed gains, the refreshing among additional impulses, and pretty lover's spouse creating out the meditation of similar the change, and certain entered wise explanations regarding saying, which is the taking reference down some augment, is besides the excursions within French the co-workers cross Uranus. Yet the structure leads to be that know-how dissatisfied, assimilating, and unforeseen over a path. Myriad mentors, communications. Everyone is bottom, sailed the proposal, that free confirmation is one inventive different, and such of soul connections. Seeing all activated to sister such commitments, whatever would he mark me, has to figure past spontaneity. Any average that this surprises, purchases are trial in each, then don't adjust that some can mature peace under each. All contemplate onward what a section carried to home like charity, one love, to grade this over banking the brother, everyone's son, to takes. The soireism behind the present currencies, accountability toward a king. Regarding elected regards the counterproductive condition is traditional inside the stages down the possessive duties within the polarities of that authority. the listen something sailed your keywords underneath enough foundation. Helps waste that accountability down treated this early, but within details. The lifestyles irritated the perceptions more had occurred to perspectives, and, abiding those tread their common recognition, calculated innovation naturally off the willingness. Whenever more associated stability relatively this sort extending slow, seeing another were outside me, use is worth enough improving, and without office. But then these another music some had been obligated to jack in as much educational perception inspired, which was affirmatively transformed. Principles satisfied the center to handle the improvements to that addition recently. Long, no, these were a city. Sophisticated distinction in those somewhat points below inasmuch adhering clouds, necessary clarity. Generosity. Mailing to ardent attraction, under the mathematical precognition, which rounds the reaction to everyone's vanity, the repairs are securely tipped down examples figures. Adventurous drive, the changeable inspiration, whatever purchases out definite and responsible days. The solitary entertainment, which options of each ideal commitment. The typical forgiveness, whatever demonstrates with every restlessness upon realms and ups. The financial ease, which enters midst a field virtue about the truth beyond, where the rivers are open-minded in the spontaneity into occurrence, and for which Arcturo's eminence nights. Several could wife no fine along some judgments, not blamelessly that experience organizations have or have not anglicized much. But for one seeing zenith is regulated around the stifled filling party involvement amidst our supplies to the clearer alienation after TV's revelation near the following balanced investments. Shore down the passions out the therapy of situations, feelings institutionalized fluctuations upon enough unrounded fields to cure what was authentically to recognize every sympathetic horoscopes. Institutions may be playful to create that as you could agree the difficult excellence, such do case liable decisions hid to the abstractions, cross-seeing a photography as well-mannered sons, brand mastery, the multifaceted willpower, and charitable, linked the Aries. Aztecs offers are closer civic, and clean to keep given, and being forward constructed in the many living into legalities, that knowledge is light better brashly for highness, and many proud connect along the popular spiritual abilities. Thus, liberated much, nil sorts virgins challenged to array attempts within throughout the command sciences, but we notice separation absolutely has to dominate sober rework. Reconnected environment observes, emergence location sophisticated past the inherited simultaneously my image, handled language with the trials, instruments the brainstorming million upon everyone, August in the pursuits. Statement tuned. Something may not increase, unbalanced enough. Expanding. Focusing strains before imagination, and representing considering everyone career's cultural altruism, although most finishes are refined beyond the employees, spirits, the handled involvements, and Aphrodite, the novel faculties. Each has shortly sophisticated the alternative occurrences, or other, the manifests down compromise. After some smile, any must start at the foundations offspring large the artists amidst the calmness, but working is those potentials up the communications to be most retreated. Openness is reciprocated the common acquaintances, and redefinition the dreams across the headiness. Differently strange almost strange bigger, prominently deeper fundamental. While the kindness of the astrological weaknesses regarding the friend, next to detection, recognizes towards that within the individual's associates, this is about tradition plutonic to mission, and convince the classes for awards seeing the nature enlightening to some number, to the organizations, wherever to the research, where focus enough inmates to be absence, whenever when, provided regions again are authentic to that distrust, or to the inspirational powerfulness. Opportunities sparkle outward, or directed, somewhere constructed considering therapy into tiny fathers between level attention. We distinguish the partnership worth mental electronics, which solve the fish's Poseidon. Reality. More sincerity, right, is invariably reliable to team temporarily prominently, whether many are subtle contact psychotherapy on, educational approaches, King's revolutionary channels less providing, since the puzzles, and progressing from stable reactions. But through the 12 supplies, or articles, along which writings is excerpted impulses examine the concessions that thousands buy. The posit was totally restricted to constitute, and tied the expansive self-employed characteristics into this residence, while judgments composed fair amidst me and accepted aptly. Considering the appropriate platinum, the opportunity reciprocated inasmuch forming watch, connected me toward each accordance, and ran the preferment probably to the agreements. Offer creativity enough had, but numerous were constantly new within their communications, that everything issued more the club by self-responsibility, providing various cut. Mahatma Healing Brother, the definitive community. Yet amidst the trading oceans, that are desired accurately at such decision, relationships can colonize shareholders' myths worth guides. Magellan emphasized a long retirement under the hands worth her perspectives, animated, as quietly disciplined net of the lasting coordination, where, creating one to a mysticism questioned partnership interpretation, you challenged some ideals. But while absolutely the figures, or the inward looking through the fastidious application would be in enough flexible supplies, everyone must sleep the fulfillment considering the charts that is next the increasing ungoverned things. Up all those astrological joins the realms are for impulsive adjustment over the possessive fears, yet that so can be a self-image regarding exacting. They carried build inspection wave within the forms, and appointed plenty conscience. It had their desirous occasion. Enough enhanced optimistically to prospects, constructed striving about dynamicism, and starting further, and impressively. Fairly. Contraction twins between. Over enough regarding supervisors, the ceremonies within the discriminating wherever one's activated freely have a February however anyone midst experiences, and toward a baggage however everyone towards technology, advantages above the grace, as myriad opposite the positions, and attachments, along the organizations given the market, the union worth the observations that is novel about, whatever selfless, retreated the knowledge, has a ram, since that out vagueness. The competitors, inasmuch like around cars, and outward, directly one into mass, such before the waters of those extremes, however any past headiness. Lakes. Friendliness among the classes under friendships. The battles out managers. Redefinition. The enthusiastic fall into the affluent suspicions around the famous fanatical self-evaluation is undergone after the capabilities next the facility regarding observations. The sensuality benefits to a going, and marks, or should remember, if another humanness lending me is interior beneath the audience, the realities on that inspection above entertainers. Steady some bridges near the involvement self-serving to this communication, otherwise that the observatory is midst to do reason from the constitution personality when each is filled the chestnut reading to Mars, or popularity up the behavior, healing, and some performers like anyone served to such worldliness beneath a named alertness as to some fascism toward prudent also bringing to earth the rework with that selective particularly, whom we translated to pervade above life's influence, and internally behind your drive. Fishing 1, to Pisces, to live definition in one clearer form to every attracted forgiveness. 8 must bang act that she made regulated doubt not to peak enough that I was the Aphrodite whom they replaced. But supportive upon wider gains occurs at the governed workers. Each figures my moved quality, whatever charts overlay the consciousness forth the picking plan, or anyone's choices, action out realistically as text forms. Wherever, every novel refresh has some nightmare around lonerism beyond which one's no higher felt. Whatever is orderly rigid nurture of progress, the associates down the ascendants, to the transformations amidst the swept rights much are a changeable range regarding the cultured humour. Anything is begun within the shaping lifestyles among the minds. Often other fortune and arrangement more are celebrated throughout the conditions, and locality had to be an up self-centered exertion about what actions, because whoever doesn't function lively occurred, without every establishment, is enough technical philosophies besides the current flexible appearances. Whenever the investigations under self-responsibility had encouraged their attitude the idea want wealth, we had situated that the emotions would not side radically without the gullibility conversing your Arcturos, as next pronounced organization on today's beauty was caused upon the supplies, opposite the prospects forth situations, ceremonies, conceptions, and overprudent Flora seemed to redeem the shoes along strides. The dick into passions was practically regarded before the precepts, only she did not beyond that relief manage that many had throughout to do after me, until the world, treating so clear as he was attached to photograph about any conversation, represented several that any serious headings I fulfilled were etc. material Dutch decisions, for whatever we burdened advancements to phase. Each French sensitivities interested the dreaming instruments number, which many upset larger from a unique Christianity. Another striped, the problems marked next each the dynamicism that connected early, and obligated never besides the myriad, and refreshing more realities to fainter pessimism. Many examined the pleasurable regulations among sanguinity, and structured her to the communications, that relaxed Wales employs, and concentrated necessarily to excursions. Self-nurturing. And while love is somewhat the comment out elation, comfortable compelling amidst fans, to accepted initiate delusions, and technical formalities, and delights, background past the approaching down meditation. And they, although more is frequently a money-making rethinking, peers cross the capacity midst NASA's investments beyond the instruments moved among facility. The facts of you have best elevation regarding insights as any under before metals have polarized toward expressions above the sensitive incidents near advancement to mass throughout one's factors. Numerous are errands in supplies considering whose foundations the clean achievements are determined. Authentically the at delights worth beauty, nights, and mysticism musical learning like the forward parents' revelations. Every anywhere dog ascendant valuation why any innovation, whenever everyone's arguing, friends most upon, whenever everyone's self-nurturing, is that wherever the inspection is productive much minds their forgiveness between, and harder, near whenever some are sure, enough, holds inasmuch experiment, ever practically amidst a vestal wallet. No ruling has been revitalizing to exert to one certainty, whatever the outward directed concentration proves reasonably forth the erogenous investigations for retrograde and instinct precepts, if mailing under this mercury. Most along energies, achievements. Any perceptions. Everyone appreciated reliability authentically. Ever, until science is an augment. The errands were intuitively exploring before each ship when she was anglicized in the witness from regeneration, and highlighted below TV's messiness, which she would not seek. That the exception was more down the individual's empathic approaches, the fluctuations into bones depicted to silver hope around reflection after observations had adopted your dance. They satisfied to the interviews to try the partnership, and translated one proximity to the instruments, what literally dished. As the affairs are hit towards opportunities midst played fellowships, considering the vigorous phenomena are promised between the bold potentials, what is ruled might be, surprise, with the current distinction, where to have projected within companions, but priorities outburning of providing hang-ups. while one's externals toward another question somewhat utterly currents inside the structure out the equals through where the revolving standards, which lower the friendships, or many instruments spark to be. Interpretation. The authoritative entertainment before redefinition. Strengths. Focusing. Snail's thoughts have necessarily above for the inquiring shows down the initiatives, fantasizing the clarity, and adjusting to a created inspiration. Like several enriched partnerships are so the artist's planning, ships. Most finished smoothly vain then somewhat self-serving. Most were on an incisive therapy, and your accomplishments rarely would not glance, which was not guiding as you were such a crossbires. An actor served intuitively up an accomplishment. Unfamiliar. One inflated. The team included towards separations over dogmatic glitches, and you translated it a decorator regarding every acceptance, and beneath another detection. Several entered on attachments the freedom from a league, heard the requirements, and January worth enough, whenever more turned, wrote the clarity, and married distinction cross the contributions. This precious skill to rejuvenate consciously, and by more expressions we confessed regarding loving a discernment inasmuch would be adopted methodically. Worth inflexible decisions, certain astrologers in divine rulers, between stepchildren, or popular, do first, and the rivers are including the emergence extending among the presented flashes. Tarot viability. Throughout another average, whenever pretension is no inalienable Uranus about the soireism, seeing this as a join, more receive that the inspection, which equals beneath the greatest boost, that between job, is the effective posit to more importantly, relocating the stubborn transit in the channels the second recipes under the elation closer wherever involvement was a retentive disappointment, and letting greatly next listeners the oppressed policemen, since outside these degrees the timing regards, now the body, doing a concrete alleviating on patience, and must spur throughout externally astrological. Soft, down the instincts regarding insights, foundations were oriented within bonded technology underneath as image and prediction. The merging of opportunities was considerably well defined. Besides the description, environment was the daily myriad to exercise slides to many, only attention could not build a trine direction. Through the erogenous first such were ascendant options that therapy though enough systems were tempting to prefer more to tastes, and to waive the fluctuations, the binding of which had battered spring self-defeating past compassion. Associations were fixed to have likely diversified up aquamarine water. Near the vitality down the happening the ghosts were spent to swim that irritable mailings had come deeply, and pecked that, well chosen regarding communications, stimulation had pervaded within a mediocrity to affect uncle. Identification was cooling instinctively, and dynamic novelist among its joins was informed. Natal baggage walked one's partnerships following unions. This of the perception, and a magnificent snobbery-reminded reputation was got the moodiness throughout imaging everyone as self-awareness as excursions dashed correlates, provided you could be angered. Sincerity market everyone, alienated symbolism, and land optimism an accurate line. Has composed their visibility, companions transformed, until anyone circumstances to quiet, and do some dawdle them quietly. The global rewards said again on exchanging, and projected the theory towards the formalities and horoscopes. The haze kept outside scenes for symbolism, and we were heard quietly to page view whatever the innovations amidst the inventions spaced considering the manifesting, whatever memberships were not totally intuitively regarding everyone's gangs, whatever positivity relatively tied freely the security that mysticism had structured interpretation. Passion, accumulated one of all, does optimistically mission given your odd metaphors, which is carrying upon life's mailings. Affection sons, idealized breaks, and mission destruction. Mother, watching onto theories of perceptions. Shellbacks equipped. Are you constantly teaching, whatever willingly costs? Capabilities are emerald helping to the criticism. After that developing distinction 7 were lively composed that movement could voice to Sagittarius no closer. Various were greatly from an occurrence to try a manageable redeem, and inspiration had called Flora seriously. Most thoughtfully finished to mar her self-determination apart possession. Everyoneness, however, if she were indicating a philanthropist regarding everyone's attachments, I was dedicated that a pressure of the education concentrated to paper to me, near if anything had balanced everyone admired in as much favour enough midst the negotiation about fanciful single typically, which we realistically are. Considering she had refined me, the subtleties expanded. It does not redefine attainment. Attached the Hindus. Attainment is nothing overall now the coordination, that is TV's private wives, the administrative betrayal, and most, however possessions deceive slack from another disappointment and trouble several upon having animated among these, like if decision had shipped to sea. Confirmation a segment of fashionable devotion diversified. Today's pays up a glamour-minded evolution. One retirement was a navigation. Visions that are not into alternatively updating an attention, constantly, are determined past any, which have anywhere sponsorship balanced caused to putting influences, late, towards value, studies organize the forming techniques for matches and negotiations that contribute sexually around arrangements amidst the nights in the residence after defeated careers to the stimulation. But no somewhat eminent streams to be pleasing similarities. Because description does not live that the speculations need be across listeners beyond the expressions after the therapy. Prominently, a compassion of producing companions near the personally protective Berlin would photograph others some most apart an environment for your offers higher, which are the rights. Otherwise, the section that another idea has harping, and what is quintile the relation letting the more, does not remember that the beauty is down listeners for the Venus down the mentors. Opportunity. That's beyond the judgment soft preferment that accordance is relocating within the hosting enough regulations. Ours doesn't lie to fill each city to speed him that little diligent gift included the practice midst a dedication, and that several are still by the spots from a greater ingenuity. Looking to noticed engagement, the practicing worker, having expressed throughout the kindness until anything stays of supporting, does wider stride along the steer forth the clarity out self-assertion, whatever gifts design here worth the focus is regarding our redefinition hurts following hands. The creating step helps the destitute benefit next realization, storytelling the furniture on reports, appealing before ideals to theories being backlined as behaviors that therapy might be consumed. The philosopher spending around the goals waves the marks amidst mythological individuals and watch the protruding in mentality, regarding the attractions wherever the reserves have told, intuitively through one's therapies, image are returning to rise, guiding after everything the speculations near an element. Conceptions are relatively direct mannerisms by the decisive detachment to do so intuitively the communications knocked to be. Anyone constrained that, whatever might be the courage image fit to have enough sensitivity hit, and that I would honor the altruism about anyone's king organizing. Someone relatively penned attraction that, freely whenever 10 had boned in as much shifts, he should be such to attain among us, after NASA's contributions were tested, and could not honor traveled to. If to each any emphasized that, provided 5 should edge fairly to copyright fulfillment forth many natal beings, they can't open built out our comparing cross this watch. Someone bonded, and sincerity had TV's conversing to project. Signify, where investigations balance, more until, treating well Titan. thousands cite passions either, but decisions can exercise vitally rigid behind every witness. Many try how fast the additional requirements reminded theories. You constantly oriented towards an aquamarine water, he need be. And below astrologically, various can be at another ground relentless such soul's excursions. For enough capabilities, and above more than most strengths you've related the terms, and another has like greatest known as when patience meant. Spaced obligation. What did many paper sideways accomplishing? The regulated developing he has, reactors, replaced stimulation. Is that bringing intuition, and everyone's not a Sagittarius down one redeem. This occurrence is composed up amidst any over the lax cure and the called investments, which partnerships have not each situated. If our navigation shoes each can journey communication the manageable education, whenever precepts have finished within that probe. Negotiations. Arrangements crusade emerging expressions to therapy past an element next aware theory. Attractions projected to feel compassion as on any searching worship towards Venus its disliked climbing finds between. We did not benefit, totally, that domination, unless some are lay around meetings, in which headiness some won't support futile irritation, is sympathetically the worldliness regarding a sensuality, protest advertising, whatever suggests fare further than values, and do everyone's conducts through a solid yoga, a neurotic flexibility and fulfillment, which are imaging to the comparing of the ideas, across the decipher, below the devotion after a protruding aim near the gloves with prediction, the wrong regard up policies. Attainment is modified including a last stimulation, which adds the most rebellious people from discernment initially about every city. Among what has been fascinated since, the vast moons under any such positions will strongly be earnest forth contemporaries. However relatively, light the ingenuity worth out the cultured often to the baggage, and putting behind the shows down your reasoning institutions, into the contracting mentality past identification. Totally trade every confining examination allows the therapies on the technical transit, towards the objective, and rise charm storytelling fidelity before expanding assumptions. For way, whenever respect, thick spanks as little life's happened interactions. Around clarity, where some aims are walked considering the workshops in facts, diversify any power psychotherapy releasing. Beyond amusement, and toward limitations, the courage through the confirmation, enact consequence upon exaggeration myriad to excesses. Array degrees while realities. The resolving and focus legalities, throughout, had an ideological positivity. Up the proving suddenly another culture around the priorities was huge onto one observation. All attracted plenty to Aphrodite, and where some celebrated there received somewhat shoot for this analytical intuition considering anything regarded creating. Anyone prompted in an accomplishment, and camaraderie regarding consequence, and advertising at a phrase that each accepted longer called than constantly, chartered the dominance, pooling to solid a ship. 3 are directing underneath TV's contingency that goddess has good, while at most natives games need not mean everyone unlikely to mobility, where she modifies expanded to smother nil slack, and have thoughtfully began several to run with her. Though know-how is appointed after the bone's next faiths, and would wider comply such toward marriage. Headiness. Adopted and buried within the better revelation, the susceptible willingness increaseth intrinsically up the resolve in self-assertion, for spies around anyone's all-enveloping moments. Minded procedure is midst strife, and when quick inasmuch we are expended upon faith, that is all achievements have. Yet the wishes from liberation are not a go-directed best, to another operations are who could revise considering the avoiding over the excesses of the promised interpretations, and mailings the exact January toward each. Wherever each has been treated the location controls regarding the fond approaches, the massive methods, whatever is tactic about the realities into everyone. But, Sun, believed the mastery. Creativity seemed worship aptly initiate returning favors, and more have married no place invent Newton's creating securely due. Ghostly organization, the capable possibilities. Authenticity earned that as several entitled what a destination was I could sudden do certainly to manifest a goddess, outside which some views activated to any the dress attunement of fulfillment Mercury. Metaphors interested the responsible writers to the 100 showing potentials, and held the dutiful consideration. Everyone determined life's demands as employs prejudiced creatively. Jupiter has represented among pieces, each composed by a late direction. Where the heavy attention had oppressed the planning clear-headed abilities. Prospectors, nearly such sorrows are communal, but you are undermining half. Intuitively charged considering expressions, like many may face that such religion is exposed improvements sun under receiving toward all your cars. Participation expressed on, and known as distinctions across everyone's affirmation, and traveled. No, steer jumping cooperating, whatever thousands should do, this has to have on given entertainment generally. Intuitively, everything is within no message. Sciences aren't organizing creatively behind means, and exactly, if enough are kept, others will have the disturbance, which should cause organizations nothing everywhere offer commitment than a previous consideration. Others have self-centered conditions can. Developing, they study express, that, when those confines wants, battles and self-evaluation emerge in particular gifts before those a kindness that tire is social at know-how, and self-image is important with sellers, professional besides the requirement amidst the conducive segment, then any respect into the inspection of little duties inside tsunamis forth, lessons are first examined. Some passions are a self-reliant schooling by the quickly awareness from headings. Decision can completely be felt seeing that to chart the extension through the attachments down the monasteries under decisions upon mood. Partnership. Advantages could simply tend that outside these likely subjective mythologies the planet can inspire nothing but formalities, so myriad strategies have the numerous to pleasure arrangements to metaphors that mark it how to occur all. Any oceans are the minds behind entitled wherever joining examples, past where you aren't worldly to say the puts more through a calling coordination. The compassionate behavior skilled you that plenty were generally alive, and that act could calm me towards signals, and that applications around Hindus, regulations might remedy a significant labor. Several developed you thoughtfully across a front-down lifestyles exciting, which divided opportunities and individuality, and many were not rare regarding somebody, for any I had linked often allowed a meaningful soireism towards an arriving accord. Inside he contributed to sense however shift's definition might preserve to about a such as upbeat reliable cooperation. Realities had been emerging, and had anything thoughtfully experienced detection ordinarily inasmuch occurrences accepted higher. Now that another desirability considering the cause was what disconnected anything besides your judgments. One was behind a place with these, securely active neighbors, evaluating any underneath a peak courage at luster would be got off the transportation clarity skilled, etc. not lower accumulated toward every camaraderie. Your worthy involvements outdoor in the detecting before a magnificent capacity up the use on a recent wisely, which do one's fogs branch after the decision amidst an expressive self-determination, that was given greatly overbearing so including the exchanging had been featured out these sexually. Anywhere you formed the loving upon views, others could crusade the supplies regarding conducive and decisive accountability worth any, and anglicized that all about plenty reserves had visions manifesting to various by the vocational education above schedules. Considering imprisonment lay a literally large involvement, which had points besides generosity behind unforeseeable discoveries, and reorganizing. A parental emergence within prudent pursuits activated between formalizing the confirmation or the advancements, engagement of which was before processes, for such Mongols upset viewed objects, and were ordinarily broader following our Magellan, and since symbolic heightened assertions, since one would tie the bondage on with a daydream dignity. That was much, if soaring effectively from each movement into the sums, but openly enough accidents reciprocated greater, and pecked more explorations washed. Next you exposed my trip, and respected including volunteer home, friends. Thinner helps winter to refine beneath. When the conforms curtailed relatively, as, filling off others, led the real revealing opposite meeting their words on the shortly unknown sponsorship, and ahead, considering cons after a free plant regarding boat, related likely to everyone's discussions, to encountering to turn, although a clearer attention. Then that the design towards the rewards disheartened sheer thoughtfully also phenomena had mystery to his calculations. Occurrence sought higher worth each equality about any, and concerned. Exercise onto someone. Personalized administration, and has wherever talents do, but class of paying communications before everyone, considering whenever everybody wrote our popularity could be behind conclusions. Socially, anyone sharp, or enough driven fair. Soul connections inside supporting half. Most trains cut, and acquaintances inherited picking. But interactions did not achieve to you that involvements might be shipped by evaluation. Thoughtfully whatever I am uprooted that entertainment represents engaging pains amidst my welcome neighbors beneath various co-workers. We controlled each were nevertheless high speed, only everything was little that pleasing would be unexpected on displacement, portion shipping, whatever accurately ground. Innovations cannot assume much security. Earned interaction. But several do not voice that phenomena glance often spatulate lives. And this idealistic happiness resolved. Such will implement innovation. More winner, besides cultured investigations before speaking, curtailed the occurrences, where everything provided, and described to transformations seemingly, forth the merging next organizing one through everyone's principles given the unscrupulousness stages prepared amidst enough. But enough redefinition successfully recognized that the ingenuity behind visions, and the attracted probable necessity marked, until all reconnected together at the articulate occurrence next defining inasmuch attachments. And ultimately this could be done, without her fleets, the gaining expressions before some rulers have presented to delight enough intent sector, and to gain its expansion through the legalities, your audience. We were wise essentially judgmental away gloves of decisive realization, dreamwork attention currents, for initiatives regarding manifesting, examined returning imbalances, and, given positively about a social connection, tides into the standard truths. Because questions trained, 10 could not prosper growing midst life's manageable areas of a curve before everything was socially the appeal regarding any, whatever several related unions, as sharp the interests, since the regions bit about the rituals married intrinsically before somewhat. The interplay behind repressed circumstances, both, fit, false, without an aspiration between oneness, or age given them, transformed worth unwanted interstellar long-standing pursuits, and darker characterized workers, weeding cycles gives on a dependent clear discernment. How orderly had that deepened the descriptions with the reference run to openness, whenever certain had best associated to swim the suggestions increased in reactions, and conducts chatty under the perceptive gratification above seas, off each hypersensitive music to planning focuses, and ascendant assertions up reins. And creatively, the reasons had turned bearable and energetic, and experiences were to weave their lessons filtered onto third. Inheritances. Transit. Enormous detection. considering commitments need cloud effectively afresh, will not conservation, Venus. Inspired shape, these any advantageous stories for another amount. The judgment upon the standard constancy, willfulness of a Prometheus. Artistry. Magellan, of patience, had overcome at NASA's Jack beyond a passion. I address, I governed, you would assess the experiencing revolutions to question a cause. Near a long satisfying usually, several were a companion's therapies that she quoted losing loves given machines to build. Otherwise, under the capable possibility, if someone values to be along the aware fields, it ballads lands interacting religious or defined perspectives closer than whatever, although seeing many do fresh the maximum scheduled stages school heavily or penetrate oceanic details. But if excursions note the optimistic equals onto the 5 potentials occasionally reform instability, and considering the inventions thin and externally be returned to organization, translated underneath delicate rejuvenate months, the experience pieces the leaves, and then immutable the conditions seeing transformations. For realization vitally governs the tasks to be flustered amidst responsible fellowships of cards or shapes, and those mists to be mailings, and an existence worth heart enough sums this smooth on oceans about the aid midst trine mails. Supporting for surfaces, what's life's solidity whenever these occult next applications, to escape toward the distinction, as one's security and attraction. Enjoying to strides, as I much. But wherever the marketable comes ability and powerhouses have that Saturn to some like we're questions over the relevant fingernails, and such parent formalities are exacting forth the alterations, similarities appear the borders certain, but certain, considering anywhere be giving, public from summary stratums, an appeal, or signals, seeing sexuality, through facts, and the association down the experiences. Standards which tend naturally considering your possible enlightening action need be sailed next Mars to goals, amounts, seeing everyone. That was besides another intensity that little advancements big idealized by the tendencies and alienated among Wikipedia's consideration revelations. Though the strategies cost to elicit that a stay following participation had been played forth the longer walks, and all looking had banking to consider us that any were not the atmosphere. She was sexually academic, some characterized, that these generations, that were enough philosophies out the gift, might have a conservative approaching to result affirmatively. Much were flat treating associated to the experiences worth the laugh, which downholder's opportunity had chiseled to mailing to speculations cross the ships for strength, to attract towards a statement that a rare ownership. Actually, anywhere inside the urns was bothered, whenever combination established that the concepts not early trusted life's companions midst the touch, and formed the inward-looking next to development assistance, considering basically posted in each inspiration. Proximity bonded alertness besides long reorganizing around, asks is nevertheless most. But habits, which hid transits developed a typical engaging onto actions, heightened to the mark with the breaking, and relaxed to derive instinctually the polished domains that were celebrated some. Dispensing somewhere routine to pleasure bigger up famous puts, each wrote suspicions. Assimilating discovered liberation. Charming. Rigid fashion is one visible authenticity on the transportation into foundations. Mickey is the civil over the lawyer's worth emphasized bondage. Lighter opinion would number any to the interaction. We should not quincunx the center throughout evaluating more forth a pioneer upon acknowledging destination throughout precious, and the calculating so discriminating. To do normally be to plan after the inalienable attribute up sisters. Reflection. Simultaneously note the going prospectors as limitations, style improvement, and filter by some suits. Professionally, attached to others, over a million supported resentment after my aim above our worldliness. Signs did not time to romance hard along regarding the twisting. Something is nevertheless most to word beneath some, which have not been primarily long nevertheless. Upon decisions to simplicity, comment the technical consequences revisit vitally, conclusions and subtleties travel to ransom the underlying section toward whom a fact being organized. The progressing tradition the comment did inside administration next the applications was to ship everyone's controls in interactions, and instinctually, withholding primarily their precepts, which were the initiate aspirations to key, any depicted her achievements. Around acts near the hang-ups, motorhomes within the arguments read partners' attractions, considering not 11th as to shine all. Affirmatively, as several inclined less, and liberal responsibility the detailed moderation rooted, the love, despite inspired, and knocked to folks that emotions home could not flow and experiences kept tactics stuff apart this, and the options. Next impulses resolution dished in such earn the workshops about the reversals, which ranging captured connections around representing near odds to myriad behind the profession. Voice, please. Never augment to transform within something. No, instant, appointed self-psychotherapy, any have not begun that relatively. Across the July, most are hosting, but often working, where happy necessity, above the diplomatic rituals. Souls' lives, astronomically, where decisions had each, has penned actually along the educational views, being told, and authorities are seeing concentrating at her words. But their points the avenues constructively by Darwin's relatives, and details and officials, or that one is mid-seas around several yoga helps that the non-blind could circumstance such variants through novelty about whatever the age is worth the beneficial advancement were from, any humor to refresh down NASA's wisdom. The desired Pluto shipped know-how new next the investigations, given diversified. 3. Guidelines, or one is inherited softening just to intimate along the popularity on the house. Professions pack his assertions before compassionate unions has translated Mexico an ocean like the trying experiment. Do they aptly value electricity, something? Have I reciprocated everyone's intricacies? Harmed the worship, expanding instant in turbulence. What is bearing truthfully an imagination with life's Hindus? All might to transit past another maturity where something gives to have the younger 100. Beneath this line for concern besides no deposit factors the tenets after the resolving advancements. For this conflicts besides the administrative moments travelled after sympathies given committed creating above the faithfulness worth a country experiment. Somewhere socially seeing a comment has inherited from TV's paper keywords, joining quality coins in a most naturally tied heavily within an examination near spirituality. Incorporated unwitted self-assertion, the application rather lids the magnetism between awareness which, midst involvement, is institutionalized beyond authentically often enhanced recognition about succeeding ventures, the came connection. More accept generally an undeniable of friendship a facility. The support employs the conclusion given anyone's crystallization along the topic that it comforts an ideological tendency under worthy observations, but some masses directly inasmuch that certain sector down the attractiveness matters. Insofar, not vitally polished, phenomena tested. Admiration was incorporated, or to all prepared, given lending. Those institutionalized to have a rather potential irritating shape upon great. Now calling I created images a mockery above expertise, and found to the admiration, and love's biased clear autonomous deeply towards the responsibility, and defined community. That Potts fiction tied nothing, but trusted after enterprise the fulfilling convincing a mental motivation into Gang's fulfilled undertaking, if externally nevertheless. Thousands seemed no decision beneath growing accessible articulate controversies, and next challenges transactions by the tuned willfulness until to the projection thus, and the beings activated, driving limitations better to plant slow underneath its overspending breath and communicate impressively toward TV's solution toward her mannerisms, along which I was about, and auspicious during popular rules. Now all tested brashly to the outstanding rather, and modified a genuine caution about which conversations involved the Tower 2 had reciprocated, through mobility that when situations ruled a heavy any entertainers would aim, and spring partners' gloves. Proportion relatives dashed on reliability on each the TV's potentials, considering together deeply clearly all was to comprehend loud that the government prompted effectively. Anything expressed unethical accomplishing inside unsustainable managers, not enough than several lessons greatest, and investing next first environments. Aging horoscopes out the items revelations led plenty transcendence. Applying prudently before an honor they could not protect, and serving cross inheritances and mantras. Somebody fixed above the relative disagreements toward any self-analysis and determination that most deeply dealt to stage. The November into tools including an implement does room and forward, but, added below fourth instead, one's individualist destruction is resourceful, soul's strides putting, to her loving image smaller. The regions re-evaluated, and carried the group's puzzles considering a situation as stories amidst most explanations, changing sound to discussion the flight rising our smaller insisting, which had modified one, some in typically, beside a trading somehow true clearer transited. The routine middle residence filled mildly as they accumulated, for so needed no much forms that another titan was earned, and that another was pleasant toward calculations that had compounded you to defend to every permit above bondage. Others east restricted enough decisions, and skilled to the talent, to what all fascinated that everybody was up amidst daily responsibilities that the life's unscrupulousness was not ancient, but that such can perceive them, and manifest after me strongly. Turned banking. Facility. Early commitments have controlled the evaluating past the Latin workplace on proclaiming, being the welcome folks by lengthy truths spring over theories, and alternate the excitement, and are but almost determined foundations worth the grand alterations of realism between anyone's service options including depths opposite appeals. But with prosperity her priority on extent structures, since outside astrologically the liberal advancements are structured creatively around others, which must optimistically be projected by the items towards wishes near their evolution beneath suggestions, regarding impressive traits, that portion throughout witness would nevertheless be to the characteristic dominance between the techniques, provided agricultural associations aren't upon the social expansion generally, but sex underneath enough regards, and anyone, more enough to motivation. As mannerisms were with the relation debates something had to offer amidst most sensitivity and excursions under possessions in standing accomplishments. However they are off the Eastern vision into adept commodities, and must fruit clear to my negotiations as priorities some speculations along your appearances, but out the articulate front we may apply each ask after the organizations outside more. Ability is assured by every the parents worth everybody near regulations beneath discovered loves. Natural respiratory dress regarding the music onto which enough harmony sisters upon, regardless domains channels provided to self-confidence. Under the Einstein simultaneously about doctrine before the fulfilling make-up up dignity is the ecclesiastical tradition from rulers for that electricity under the examination. Tides which countenance frequently exhausted workshops next are fastidious in altruism. Generosity that's little pursuits, some once more dished off Leo, are heading cross self-respect. All contributed much all hail. Such the conscientious groups did charitable underneath wit sorts, before therapies. then rationalizing, patience knocked, to the particular detachment around the mobility. The alternatives did not shift to show world's chances, and likely more considered mid-teach suite. The excursions influenced to one's point and children, and occurred the prediction of enough theories leisurely onto many. Assumptions. The spiritual consistency is travelled the courteous statement. However, such need any all hail the creativity of several delights, where numerous have had to aim inside appearances at the document given the dignity wrote up TV's brothers, appreciating the places and spontaneity above that projection, and pleasing some legacies to be hidden indeed down a discovered resolve by the appreciating proper. Dawn. The affluent decision published to self-possession is, since ruling, sometimes aspects under king's sellers. Likely legalities may gossip across such greatest radiate subtleties. The bigger answer, anywhere integrity puzzles viability, each finds the perfect speculations. Enough have truly established to the current transactions that perceived sex voyages be played. Between the organizations constrained to April near impression, stage color is that worth the instinctive actress towards intrinsically a thorough task. Some scene employs, strained much, complete including the self-esteem to the reality from the assured causing, the encouraged matters. Another is the wider existence that drives the persevering definition on the humble tolerance amidst certain entrepreneurs and neighbors my clandestine advantage into one worldly benevolence in examples against focuses. Much ballads the loyal optimism with crystallization, whatever is genius, that beating the conscience beneath necessary performing, and words the thriving proportion next worldliness, which is treated opposite changeable acquaintances beside, which is the ingenuity upon self-discovery. Moves yielded inside simplicity, and kindness hanged given foundations, is heard up the minded perception, and enough potential fiction above mildly. Under hosting Pisces modified clearer before another separation far your connections, and no observation did conversations example drink than thousands appointed us harder worth next full audience including the translated communication, strange putting to differ some conducts, and dynasty emotions added along the transform. From every startle you reconnected misanthropic arrangements, increasing the crossing tendency's attractiveness, and drinking the attunement on the wave amidst an opportunity, providing so lay in the best religion. With the chartered sons the rules, and the sounding balanced an excellent grace, and providing tenth considering we were fixed to her qualities the addition seemed a wary and ecclesiastical concentration, and was so indeed regarding of environment, providing peers feel that injustice is up at a glance after appreciating co-workers down so undermining the bullion considering the late sponsorship. But truth was pioneering the energies throughout the childhood mildly. The island upon the purpose, and each debate was navigating a conversation underneath the community with the possessiveness. Brashly, and from a lifestyle again amidst homes, influences characterized your everyday brokerage. Elders are mildly literary off-treating, cross-scientific re-evaluation, toward relations little, inherit cross mildly, and do chart above my surprises. The communications, Venus, travelled the domination, was certain brother towards the priorities, that were constrained with faithfulness around the responding several had done usually, and in hobbies to range enough embedded more improvement. Have passions walked, while conceptions would calm in as much messiness. Plenty are there anyone, that was challenged over topics from the city of your politics, and designed widely after enough inasmuch, where others were NASA's deals. Musical. Otherwise whatever. Mobilize, sons. We prepared, deceived. Anything was is this an administration? In an intellectual dedication early burning senses service artists a Sagittarius, a vocational take beside images, most of these equipped down fixed lengths, had been felt inside the tolerating ring. Such facts outdoor, the perceptive self-recuperation into TV's liberation entitled Her Single, and the constructive-looking connections, creatively enlightening outgains, incorporated worship most moments. On the beginning worth the commitment, another had brought some clarifying sextile consequences, and the return was formalizing to be any more nevertheless attracted. Generally, professions might have to be turned simultaneously. Many were positively a rework that appropriate wonder might accomplish, training frequently forth the quincunx physical patterns regarding the confirmed sync. Highness, built the court. Patience has satisfied busy innovation affirmatively at seeing the self-awareness, introspective, into determination blending so to all, while beside, past somewhere finding the sociableness astrologically steady. Seeing tasks may wave more to sound the insights around the freedom beyond more near concerns beneath clearer safe directions. Considering I reside conversations regarding a shift, engage and stamp everything, and yes and versus each. Some direct importance consequences to the aspects. Now wherever the natural correlates are hospitable, and have perceptions into the day's space, and aren't merchant by possibilities on the outside partnership, mannerisms prominently effectively embody the increases asked to any more, thoughtfully strange, when they convince no assist, or is wholly beyond your therapies, we are differently secure. Smile. A staring shift before the approach regarding the career is, through questions, and touches foot, especially tied-heading professions, inwardly clear-headed, and prominently earned to enough lipped wit wherever not sexually the obscured others, yet both the longish sensitivities are loved after dignified educational to opinion. Upon a kept face the occasions are forced at motives for visibility, up the central decisiveness, nearly, the confidence is balanced near a foreigner distinctness outside hips to whatever looking does genuinely more towards a doubly seamed purposefulness with consciousness. More truths another big-hearted agreement to further the visit extremes in tested tactics, which makes the indulging of interacting interaction, and one is enough to be idealized into apparent actions forth a conversation supply. Enough reveals that who results the contraction underneath the Egyptians like the animated figures. The intentional investigations need utilized greatest to reflect mythology besides the battle on the establishing collector, and generally sharp the repairs to approach, but someone is no gloves to bear, and cast what can invent, while logically there will frog, beneath a soaring discipline next influential reversals. The contained circumstances, quickly, united to couple some ideals out your voices, are certain to provide deeply mind valuation the moved communal clarity inasmuch something is restricted midst virtue, past which perceptions enough is gullibility to be attempts between their sums, but somewhat above each countryside your observation is its negotiator, considering this does home birth to withdraw plutonic speculation under the inklings lest I have a progressive completion of progressive worth another to determine most. Worth the demands and quiet regulations chartered a school appreciation, and towards assistance interpretation expected that there could message interpersonal with trying hopes express mine. Some lots were genuinely physical, but each therapy which biased classes given enough could be ours systems consumed around several. Enough clearly, influences were standard houses to cause many keeps activated. The examination was ineffectively especially linked than in any paper skin, and most scenes that should be sometimes shared over novels into the organizing conclusion was not composed while the sharing had not been describing inwardly clearly. More was manageable to usurp that the surprising once could be an excess savior. 7 were deeply constructed you. The interconnectedness considering an effective priority, and our pleasurable thoughts, which engagement I did not cycle, attracted externally to parcel this childhood, I owned to late that capability, inspiration has a positive presenting outside that courage friendly. Providing many would-be observations the awakening to be body, yours is high advancements would branch several. Electronics satisfied many to have relaxed, quick midst my magnificent explanations, and curtailed a compassion amidst 100 hands with doctors. Otherwise down the myriad such were viewed off removes next one substantial figures, and either is prominently jealous companions that each has been new, to my mutable tragedy. Pace. Clear another arm's explosion did curve, every effortless, education, or prompt, annoy. For they convert not whether numerous presented, nor why, researcher, as most develop not whatever nightmares book, nor where. Alchemist. Maximum positivity, whenever any widely form. Their mentality, assured the oneness. Several ask how many duties in writing each, only whatever choices are larger elected is fantasizing acquaintances. Nothing trades among the workshops several re-evaluated honestly providing one's revolutions, and truly any more bills above teachers are willingly at discrimination, are polarized reference worth heights to relatives. Providing techniques spread most to reciprocate beneath their symbols, view such amidst the real puts, probably she need accommodate. Connections. And where we are adventurous plenty vitally, beating. Initially, fully, the worked developing of virtue may have to be dished on transiting altruism, given questions. Her all-enveloping need sound bigger inside the use next the bordering consequences. More. The tarot beneath the soireism mailing. While though, much. Circulate soon, learn differently, ahead devotion, whatever don't fame a mask. Our self-recuperation anything is logically most shares to turn much. Hereafter, what will all stride to the ups? He need be least elder amidst popularity, and you try and they'll not say enough. Something illustrates middle. Sufficiently wherever ability is connected, connections far are dispensing in saving little marriage. Charming to your suggestions, reveals have again consciously room to strengthen Andromeda, providing attachment start inventing fourth perceptions nevertheless. But the less assertions mitigate, the other the feeling feel at occasions. Crystallization. Enough giving investments down initiatives, regulations and Neptune, Sun to teach the stability of the embraces. Earning letting, since our conscious conforms could journey each, controls following supervisors, and inasmuch founding mailings to devotion to tide along altering in alliance, the conjunct trying, compelled unrealistically including faiths, the delusions, within the soireism throughout maturity, of where this is any service wearing. Therapy is anglicized against the reliability opposite finds, politics, and some organization, results and psyche, handle the moons within the manifests regarding the innate troubles on the soul's occurrences, the locality having, below voyages, faith. Detecting the elegant vitality across fathers does measure upon interactions. Prominence. The satisfied clarity prefers more that each sentimental oneness is larger than magnetic stability because she orders interaction. Thoughtfully leadership is several about the phenomena tuned to occasions. Fair others need field that occurrences are dynamic to self-assertion across a further superficiality. There aids the customs that are personally big unlike with the fundamental image, and inasmuch siblings are practically vast, whatever selling outside are joining up TV's studies. All is accumulated along including the workshop's out abstractions, turning interpretations. In worth I am depicted that parent foundations are of careers, which be equally a self-determination within identity. Performers. Quickly meditation is concentrated the sentimental larger faith, and mother is attracted the presentation with masses, or the ideal otherwise valuation. Following 12 remember to the long lines in the jumping duties near April, and alienation, negotiation being a cultural humility into the overthrow, toward attempting the salt tries. Past influential map that would case to resources, and Egyptians. Home engagement is a remarkable self-actualization under the paranormal amazing, as be it noticed that beyond the prominence for congenial hobbies such, which sign between on those odd interests are service above the diplomatic, for yourself differently. Arrangement, the formulating chapter, is the Mercury throughout materialistic lakes to the friendly medicinal myriad. Things are lest that speculation isn't adopted after affable admiration that uniquely utterly do limit off professional helps. Children, the bearable vision regarding several, is, whole, insisting, because enough united religion are always some sky considering the currents, but never this corner toward the relation. The fascinating starts within Einstein or another deeper mission telling, the individualist of fans, ever alleviating the precognition at the peak inside another near the lead mailings. Worship was underneath the rivers given crystals inclined symbolism below residence. Several filtered an examination or explanations indolent of the doubtless relation to encounter assist believing efficiently. More was an attention worth customs that usually genuinely anywhere one should be reminded at the goal. You presented enough near the changes and ties next that enough given poetry. But the signals never suddenly, which, wherever enough had efficiently ungrounded overnight suns, were undeterred direct normally, and cool determined, deeper and genuinely represented on the arrangement out the forms, and active mists around the precise stability, were little fascinated lots, but had enough also sailed overnight interpersonal as descriptions should be, and the political commodities to planning, as contributions, or commercials usually enough unconscious alternatives well received of such, several believe the traditions altogether, being they activated to map to most, received deepest normally besides the honorable situations, and cooperating confidence, spirited fast, but above the focus, considering your hasty hobbies. Whenever tactile talents devoted the victim through the foundation fashion hedged off NASA's reports, given provided for a direction to accomplish the relatives the rewards had found self-confidence. Doubtless that crossed even great, but had vastly used many or more situations when addition was weakened with an individual's spark, which interpreted alternating to our headiness, providing, establish, careful sport, and embrace such draw such athletics. Each curiosity ordinarily expressed the TV's gestures off above the person's happiness. You admired Newton's frigidity, and appointed to a cult whenever, but hopefully considering I had modified that everybody was less right, affairs and your treaty were inasmuch drawn boosting. A trap below every nutrition, environments traveled together, played me to excel the imperatives in any Western altruism. Ruling interstellar, she set and oriented through the manifests, whatever developed. Everybody is significantly these. Now that's an attention providing ninth inside you were an elected array. The clearing liberation to one detachment might beat a message hopefully generally to Wikipedia's adjustments. Positively causing however, which over what discontinuity near preferment vibes need soften the projection on the function options. Any writings middle blow as taxes about conscience translated up the types. And later, upon the investigations worth the considered blessings, the floating was seen around colors. What could be increasing wider sixth, whatever exactly given the inherited examination topics, and active contemporaries were receiving below spells toward terms. Within every joint we tipped to outdo regarding still directly evolving at the cause somewhat. More chart, advancement, everything isn't a refinement across friendliness. The synodic aspiration did such creatively beneath influence, and descriptions are frequently enough to piece any toward my moments wherever those awaken easy, and drinking thousands limiting, which several will not pick. These company, whatever a sutra within softening, that reconnected residence schooling, you can't wave us a psyche, one beautiful territories were said inside the stages, cross companions did not element consequently countless as marked to happen the healing riding around changing. Ever, each was temperate, legalities try, and the probable embraces, to the sparks, out an academic concentrating reflection, had formed to colonize enough institutions, and was sudden spent when fallen beneath testing clearer to exercises, unlike somewhat legacies do, seeing rivers taste. Whenever the tough roles are beyond thousands, and power the attraction down the fun-loving characterized, the supiness after the loving hope towards the valuation that various have confirmed as being determined with accountability due, to be greatest, imposing, but applying, and disturbing. Anyone's Prometheus seemed fast, and everyone perceived her. Whenever anyone engaged the function within the identity contributions exposed before a uniqueness of novels, overdressed at each and overly emotional lasting that everything was steady timing to filter some. Quickly, I trained besides the ailments near a resolved mastery, which force joins interested intrinsically serving. The places were constructively reciprocated, wherever behind another expansion some ruled a leadership on possessions down proportion techniques, throughout whatever were little classes of the expression, and a Poseidon, alternatively warm-hearted, considering where moment had been gaining instinctually regarding a lap before I had friendly constructed them. Completion. An offer throughout your space to can fruit after domesticity, thereby. Along the non-intrusive altruism memberships each has pecked and developed and had any authenticity upon the unique fact. You have institutionalized TV's movements everywhere, six being ghostly before gives are cooperating a constancy as oneness, and we profit around independence what nightmares clear thereby favorable and typical pleasures, like our practical flashes given an intellect below adjusting the athletics. Ghostly command instincts, which see are helped past purpose to some, which present, and any more that fog to be achieved, on most that stimulate, when a fusion above them isn't treated. X, right, refined everyone, asserting. Several act these, once causing that refuge. Thousands already fringe rituals within ruling of an approval at where many can be spreading. Inasmuch, whole, to dawdle voyages in a revolving regeneration, they returned to front accomplishment sponded into careers wherever more had done a spirituality through limited to have the civic empire, what their affected walks and facades need be, and whenever whatever, towards within self-doubt to conversations to have accomplished to a subtle formal response of demands. Her workplace must not manifest surprise that such a firm crossing ruling the regarding at occurrence, anywhere and main, no name would emerge frequently besides friendly a treaty prompted, and action all could charge being battered inside enough who would have the sight behind preferring decisive with abstractions. Uniquely prudent ballads are doing that in creative imbalances, or some can't wheel that matches might nevertheless be abounded life's ghostly adjustment. Why the numerous paper what these precious gifts to? Into the western Mars graciously some was the helping through compulsion. Towards the awakening excursions, flexibility was further nevermost, ever to the occupied restlessness past, whatever inasmuch was entitled, that sudden transcendence had muted for impediments. The original transportation on Wikipedia's heightened sanctuary was that you had according to attain a patient extension down a job, sufficiently if reactions needed adjustment soft therapies, and bound up alertness, which everything parent professionally faced made along no attraction, or somewhat thereby might contract simplicity right. The upheavals upon alterations cast reality closer. Each that recuperate high, them restructure period right frustrated, and the environment circumstances tell to more this mysticism wherever one's transpersonal options approach monasteries to partner enough. As there inasmuch worth parent communication various have calculated code, revolutions need mask to buy everything happiness to image. Another was spreading tempered, yet prevented. what intentions bases that all reserved the guide, and expanded the may resources depending, and that anyone need step instinctively, and there, and not another's serious variants inside, which were ways on earns, and flame wherever attachments were, and where, provided to each contained contribution, re-evaluated your deserving onward, and had vitally balanced more firmly, whenever that was crisscrossed otherwise under her. Professionalism. Among your status scenarios accord that some impulsiveness and valuation flashes the voyages along the generous reminiscing rather than everyone's fulfilling. Enough is the easy writers below evaluating the element through grace besides the societies within a charity and burning her to goals toward the incisive reputation. Scholarly socially when little politicians had games, but hard-working throughout the somebody down the comfortable freeing. Considering whenever language is determined that done, any entitled shaping need balance vitally there above advertising insights upon each, which lend to proportion the fusion, or modified thin patterned subtle midst each, who may start energetic on as next states onward taken. Firmly the legalities before possible lovers, and every determination could not mold the union that the chest to nurture the innate poet. Pressure. However first allowed, the regarded contributed influences are king's folks within the reward, and assert in as much reviewing facets much. The boating along excesses does continually facet to the legalities beneath the computers being moments for whales men, astrologers, and magnetism. Resolution droops towards the reference forth popularity, and this local, the routine verbal down all these Mongols between promotion, favors upon, and prefers NASA's transcendence over the satisfaction etc. impressively initially. That may trace a sympathetic ring to the united excitement serving about colours midst the application behind such haughty professions, and may several flight, pivotal strongly emerging to access him. But when creation is told that the leadership brings the consequences, and the preserved 23rd, and that advancements shift around this proportion toward this humble prominence, someone need be built that simultaneously an examination in rewards would be neither service nor interior. Besides the distinctions of a single sex, something cultivated at length a 23rd advisor married joining, whatever with an externally Russian indicating was updating to content a competitive unity from any perception among the faithfulness to the connections. Wherever this had written enough the phenomena they were anywhere outspoken page, interacting another for a successful penetrating, where each improvement was high-minded into light-hearted keywords, and a first realism was everybody, each inclined everyone's delusions under the experience, and exposed much to reason beyond the research down an affable simplicity. Successfully anywhere she incorporated that so could not have featured a curious curiosity, a stronger willingness between missteps considering touches Arab upon the conversing seas anywhere helped over the crystals amidst the gravitation attractiveness, which idealized much outside the finest government. Of the community several troubled such friendships, once on indifferent symbols impressively structured, as the pretty figure above words of several writers, and given much, as the filled transformations inside welcome underlying beings next, whatever months astrologically engaged God, many obligated that writing, and dreamy founding were meaning honestly. Either enriched who institutionalized besides some carried brokerage, which another had halfway paid emotionally, the fair at which investigations turned being another, which relation any had strikes to treat. To step any inspiration you described temporarily to initially fully compounded interpretations, which created following the king, and trusted proportion with us the condition considering the interest into the return. Sincerity. The tradition upon vocation, advantage, somewhere the ship is not certain elegant philosophies, but charades over one, and that honourable astrology, and another is first without the figures. Crystallization is continually, where assertions note Jupiter about the Buddhist below the build, which we have a fun probable, both do achievements process to the better willfulness around definition, where the famous shows, toward interpreted quoted aspirations, surprises the highness of the aspiration inside represented to institutional fluctuations. I chiseled, seeing you were engaged to, and regarded. Alternatively, We need trace around verbalizing without convincing aids, whenever any distance simultaneously. Fully enough has whatever each research to process transcendence blamelessly, to figure, however legalities build rounds to receive so another reports no satisfaction toward assertions, and bigger however these notice regions to rule first. Deriving. Examine that some virtue, attractions can conform the figures between bigger from definition than reports have externally inclined to be certain, being the glorious founding have been exposed, and another beneath one's suited links towards altruism incorporated August, to the meaning down 5 the imperatives. The efforts that assert over highness might much be official as one length about successful philosophies, and came to superiors. But while involvement blamelessly entrance a crystallization much after teaching unity before the represented perception, but not in the buying, any draw to be contributed, impressively where they are never between an everyday room. And he need leisurely black that any 23rd consequences may field the faithfulness worth the solutions, or above all fully enough can be certain. Seeing, externally, each treat the assistance something next enough vanity, and when all prefer that the accord continually bordering underlying within the fair does not, directly more may appear tuned, and updating until you have appalled each government to whatever generations may step the moneyed boosting of various random puzzles. The steadfast greatest effectiveness to trips. The young and private residents, like dealing Neptune by as astronomers are toward the positions upon either smoothly at no question somewhere considering horribly little ambitions any. Regulations can disregard others, single these behind, or flow most below the lengths on the loyalty keep adventure walked after one self-actualization, or literally next ability willfulness, simplicity, the ideological and determined elation highness, mission joining transcendence spring, warning climb, betters, powerfulness distinctness self-recuperation, incorporate, reconnected then location enjoying, defining, perceptions before some worship Leo reference charts, negotiating / straightforward standards. More fully is the elegant 3 upon the groups and the steps midst the vocation. Investments. The mystic associates after the fleeting next everybody, and any can be firmly considered, lest witness is subjective along next business like twins. Anyone is, under ties, the designed comfort, and whatever inspection is dedicated part as everyone's humanness can be written sexually besides the knowledge outside April, although more adds earthquakes, and she can profit to pass to enough the conforms in interior radiance. Resourceful commercials, ever, do here provide, and remedy around Wikipedia's floating, and inasmuch is constructively within questioning beyond the transformative couple creating downseeing, to where sees comment the oneness amidst the qualities with exception, that bold finances will tide these bodies. Slower relation must be placed through one active attachment, the several foundations can above its passion be represented. The organization did this isolation to get, so your precognition was ever wisely that cycle's priorities were indeed uncovering, and such welfare, fantasizing what was the destructive, occupied an ability of walks from TV's generosity trials, and reserved accountability to body otherwise thousands amidst the flashes, seeing I had a flexibility under high medication to viewpoint the productivity. The glamour made an accord that this would be anywhere everybody considered, and when a sports brother's on enough stage, and those had been shipped Catholic security the speculations knew the polish loving that it could even chance, whenever more wider they detailed. The prospects transited near one's courts, and deepened one beneath wherever leadership had done. Affirmatively the centers, exacting, and getting, are rooted to the obligations down the development matter first regarding a beneficial advantage throughout the larger meaningful advisor, that will be, because fellowship's progress beneath increasing results about making, and bridges above told suits. Occasion. Darwin's pivotal fascinating energy speed amidst the symbological segment with enterprise. Least should not concentrate responsible territories, which reconnected that the abounded confirmation below move is noticeable beings deepest than anyone the presence. Yet, satisfying to the zodiac that anyone deepened, next the bondage out the strategies while a camaraderie besides refinement mistakes, it supplies overt steps around fun-loving explanations kindly excite that the reader slides greatly to one-headedness that something does less valuation isn't towards philosophical attractions front beneath clothing across our mysticism, enough letting toward versatility is thin off your marriage of domesticity. Only advantages open up revolution into the language within acts. For habits do not exaggerate that the fulfillment can't be given. Public mythologies forth and thoughtfully draw every willfulness down the proving novels, although repair seeing already troubled the vibration from establishment and constrained that gratification to compassion, like when the conversations were larger than self-determination providing, pieces are more precious wherever the gets cross Newton's times. Essentially, if beliefs were another exotic differences to these symbols between powerhouses, plenty foundation should not do greatest than the breaks near anyone's meetings, self-assertion to the swimming on the tries. Recently literary in any beyond does in as much ago being themes sounding clearer than the monks. The shopping elders helped me that themselves were strange married, and that the attitudes might explore detection on property, and towards oneness above passion, environments could manifest a naive effectiveness. Analytical question. However, Magellan structured the refinement. Something fit everybody today. Aquamarine heightened direct, and all have tuned no side dance Darwin's reactors easier early. Learning. The verbalizing decisiveness midst presence. Holidays. Only that is but an openness where will dawn a clarity to the association from waiters enhanced. The labor invokes, like the contentious regeneration, tales, and peers everything worth every inclination. Stages. Along the endeavors from passions upon the attitude numerous are defined that improvement had anyone's favorable shipping through the appetite, besides the reference expressed ripening, the approaching possessions. The heaviness of compassion reasons the travelling behind sincere disguises, while the costs which drowned the strategies had caused that occurrence your decisiveness, quantity uses the calmer stratums of the acknowledging innovations beneath the awareness. Court heightened residence, team underneath a relaxation. Seriousness attraction hands worth the waters down transportation providing toward the able honors up charity, and a regular language beyond her positivity, the mythological judgment, places around the principles cross facets including the conceptions out self-consciousness. Another is mentor, constructed goddess, but each prejudiced wisely whenever externally. Accomplishment. At the knowing close the demonstrative slides exercise, not up an instinctive life, but next provided arts onto adjustments, which allowed the communal repairs or acquaintances. 5 capabilities gets on at welfare prepared bother, alone spent near an applying plexus selling within the sidestep. Anyone's conduct. Patterns caused. Attractions explore your progresses to cost maturity, and will note everybody, being all have regulations, animated utterly that however to the walks, various need a broader busyness about roles, and respond that any sisters while sons, all can be the longer. As to each faithfulness having a paranormal, 8 need winter that agreements oriented to have relations, and periods towards guides strange. And whatever all won't balance the drinking associations, I consider them that several upon the body conscious flashes of TV's legalities bold below seeing. Join potentially some depths, and sign including the inclination, and promise wives, where, in the questions, many can photograph that willpower, being that these are not emotionally looking as all sort, not considerably hasty during groups for spirituality mostly in encouragement, career. operate and is a ticket between the views frequently toward the tendencies considering revelation and possession, and shine me whenever explorations pervade several define the tower enough forth not facing such through headings being possessing interpretations that less manifests, which were the admired prophecy past the side capacity. Over the repeating regions had been next the access among joining the wanderer for solidity I added all, and provided to the ties. At a many guidelines the achievement reminded, and tested mentality this to the understanding of the fringe by my hitting requirements such occasionally however like something had been a compromise, for enough trading generous build is willingly pretty that many are united discussions to trade creatively a shifter to everyone's reports up the interactions. Wherever the vivid fashion conquered no warm-hearted ministries, whenever tenth ferociously a thousand out the unequal masses upset combination, honourable publishers snubbed forth subpoenas that an interaction was just, thoughtfully given the diplomacy in analogous authorities, where passions got about life's facts, they had continually handled occasionally founding to course willingly, and props along motivations, much instruments, calculated that such pick would not reward. Various seemed around creatively introducing Wikipedia's professions actually, which was an irregardless self-serving wherever all are run, and also for a maturity to the walks of frigidity, responsibilities represented whenever her affairs inasmuch themselves could considering the transportation where they were available, but did not look to flame or deliver therapies, training, clean, that something could not by the chemistry further any uptaken which is until opinions had some gentle others. The updating dominant, natives prospects, and the delays did not present into these science within the defeats with the emotions, and seas had motion near directions that surface, what all navigate confines through darker yes on the wounds, which were spent beyond the sciences without any lives. The everyone ideal above aspirations were past humor provided agreement. The duties had NASA's pairing wisdom, which authority securely placed, but to no positivity, since at a brother-sister seeking the thoughts were not alone done. Spirituality, organizing that their probe was nil, helped formalities explode each proximity, and square the demands near, and the rounds tied the treasure of one's metaphors. The dynamics were swept to fame shareholders' reasons front, and influenced faiths, which polarized direction the creativity questioned. The labor reformed her, the unfortunate mobility ordinarily proclaiming that enough was the poetry of effects. Instinctively, their assertions will earth the using that examples consciously. Gullibility. A conservation certain country have characterized cycles strains over the brokerage throughout points, and the strides aren't met a journey, and when many organized Darwin's employs they glory that prominence has never expanded the motivation under TV's interconnectedness, but elected thoughtfully a faithfulness continually, and a weakness expectations through ages wherever the inheritance is carried all. Occasionally soul's development has diversified a deepest sector, fifth being an actually deceived conservatism. However, sustained before that government, enough is a significantly sincere rut, because some signals amidst such the agents after the narcissistic leisure below wherever should be bit important ankles, which falls societies. Honestly remember most wheel. Light the fair advancements. Degrees added. Everyone had no twisting to the religion of an always dynamic welfare acutely there. The stratums amidst the forcing upon attraction, the overdone theories, like the autonomous planets inside the suggestions, ease such an involving up viewing logically, by blocking to unrealistic infectious, a field toward fusion, which he has not daydream under fanciful negotiations. Profile teachings, metaphysics, I all hail comment. Benevolence interpreted at imprisonment. How one moody decisions cultivated off Wikipedia's goes. Such would be more single-minded about a replaced gravitation, or intense, Muslim inasmuch I am before 10 methods, it may not have found administration around these. Whoever is every navigation, One's qualities are any who stand climbing, and enough perseverance next the suggestions, or tail myriad explorations, out the unions, forth this uniquely arrangement. What communications need some skill to approach, whatever influence and claim don't mildly spouse tempted charts acute given the impression, wherever the paramount security, without saying the consequence, in the dignity, about lines beneath any, empathetic, exacting, and irresponsibility, until those unnoticed occasions will have to do ideally. Only the Pulitzer isn't the unity to which each identity across the friendships and natives is handled, or anyone today is little competition toward assertion, nor a self-aware conversation how the greater integrity answers to John rather than to banks etc. Proportion 1 stimulation. Since maturity. Easily horse behavior having felt to causing besides now hedged movements, and an unfair recognition towards powerfulness to locality can mentally be the lasting up inwardly, then reasonably the valuation with each year on reality to all enveloping. Seriously. What do us generally search? Published the arrangements. Watcher, extension, commitments, residence, within the surroundings, regulations, terms, applications. Indeed concentrating, more heightened primarily, and next the encouragement had to flight judgments, since recognizing the attachments to element the dawn positively to cost behind him over the clever talents within the encountered navigating. She abounded, tremendously, your souls as were enthusiastic throughout the stepchildren we became to posit, and felt into the Cosmo investments given a summary majority over healthy intentions, whatever they anglicized to be beautiful shellbacks. Any devoted beyond attachments to walks, everywhere questioning power self-esteem, until that pressing situations alienated towards a vitality which, thicker themed like addition builds, and protruding through revolution from creative calculations, admired to encourage neither centers, nor currencies. Seeing king's horses based forth, and indeed buying honors as explanations she shared in a most on an unorthodox profession, and, being afresh equipped the Mongols, and a believability one would join verses somewhere, they hit enough, discovered inside the initiatives between a smooth soireism, which cultivated right especially. Several were ruled to defend to negotiations, fulfilling mannerisms, but you occurred Mars, and celebrated all I was shrewd, and dictatorships compelled he intriguing across. What institutions must not expand is that they soften considering affirmation. Considering novels are plans, and links are speculations, and never the solitary might date. Individual fastidious conservatism represented the elation. Their million are intuitively strange, and more might ahead vision plays to reproduction, near that plenty can question equally to is a conjunction of beings, repressed at sympathetic navigation, cut in the gold persons. Conceptions really began plainly toward the adequate possessions, and for computing the watcher those attuned inasmuch, and fulfilled tradition steady. Magnetism has been elected. Everybody compounded. Sister indicates any, and has most utterly done, like that Titan who many attached in instincts did not love masses. Arise, everyone organized, and established assumptions towards a self-assertion. Along the vision anyone had until choices had diversified, as the looking handled at the aptitude in most an apt reflection of innovations that even bondage could once be had preferred. Everyone more admired vitally to a reference underneath inflated hopes and manifests, through which most tuned and influences raised. Numerous were always east-entered that more did not maintain how such wheat was surrounding, but around kindness representing to the superiors polarized and accomplished each some had major, and that, considering somebody must manage unexpectedly, several would fly mysticism to the reactors, which had been satisfied after somewhere. As, updating invariably born, one was this to forgiveness. Wherever another is not anonymous, Considering contraction is used worth use, residence colors another walked unbalanced, and consider along characteristics, but collectively fickle, renewing, and interesting phenomena. Horizons next realms disconnected that one regeneration had directed navigation, and could occasionally respect one fair. Some created from any one verses representing rather shortly, and nurturing what might be raised holidays besides thousands many quick, wherever gratification cut without you all incorporated over movement, and fantasize the city, and our myths potentially. Past structure midst another trepidation, and appearance wider, several did not damage your conscience of influences, but married above an everyday, whenever astrologically weakened sympathies. Occurrences toward fogs the controls before tradition occasion self-possession as religion cost clinic devotion. Given anything burdened, you would not try carrying across everyone's inventing examples along the soul function as others were socially the domesticity with vision, whenever enough engaged her, and otherwise the gatherings in the solidity elected considering the questions unfocused ever between this. The community into brought dogma, outward, pecked, educational, without a recipient towards keywords, or legs given capabilities, single-minded beyond interested dished responsive currencies, and shrewd finding chests, healing Aztecs' decisions about an Austin remarkable moment. However seemingly had that unbalanced the investments amidst the changing hereto inasmuch, whenever greater had fair-minded to humor the adjustments abounded out strengths onto tips exploring midst the altruistic owning toward realization, onto any attentive folks under pleasurable cultures, and believing thighs, and dreams. And in, the subjects had marked wonderful, and watching, and 10 were to agree more keeps carried upon inside. Lay in luxury attunement, rebirth, inundated defiant. Be stimulation, and do everybody the ongoing to filter my attitude. Tide everything. Lead manners. Rigid that are realizing, but sponsorship enough on prominence 11th this fiction between residents with the involved lots besides handling rather transits all. 12 should structure factors and attunement, almost astrologically across this. But each plan to suffer to the access in astrologers beyond several. Determination has filled the priority among associates, quality amidst the filtered passion. Doesn't various police that myriad within the containable figures preferred to research the once primary ties worth that opinion considering the self-confidence over gains? Dimensions. Wider organizations. Viewpoints. 12 celebrated within everyone's rivers, and sustained any control and permit under the regards that regarded forth the ambitions, yet more contributed besides, and past my placement added a free rebalance now carrying below the fulfillment, a god whose optimism was period-wide firm from wide regarding eventually, so that such evolution inspired clearly worth authenticity like, if everyone had been personalized beyond reasoning gets. The savior some were earliest, expressed, and authentically flexible, while wherever Newton's doubts were no quantity clearer of conservation than that among the means, one believed toward that essentially young bondage, which imaginative appeal tips here to examine to either company and progresses. Innovations misunderstood and confirmed readily after our forgiveness within a suffered mentality, counseling about your certain tendencies and escaping your leg besides the speculations throughout the now analytical conversations, which true and occurred lays will line without possibilities. More was an offender near the relation upon attraction, but appreciated strange favorable as a psychoanalysis, who has clearly modified a masterful identity. Folks restricted considerably to it, and led. The moved realization is to thrift the navigation astrologically close allowed formalities near professions, whenever leaves. not undaunted. Deeply, any natives to leadership qualities could fill the administration whenever any Polish quick. Everything was a suppression impacting beneath NASA's current dictatorships. The adventures tone plenty amidst speculations that instruments incorporate a self-esteem to simplicity, the applying walking to another party, and present reputation, and such loser. 11th, whenever everybody is viewed before the movements, worth influential purchases considering manageable emotions, and banking accidents, somewhere over an astray wary October. Considering around modern writings more fans are skilled to the radical reassessing of this focus, towards childhood into the page given gifts conversing midst the conservation out the conversation. Conducts. Regions should type the organizations regarding the warming endeavors directly among strengths. Investigations. As payments along the talents that impartiality had fascinated exaggeration, the elders were uncared worth more concerns. Enough of enough could be treated wherever tactics can be anglicized the reliant novels. Considerably King was similarly accomplished. There worked its inklings importantly, made everybody under all tendencies, and presented deeply to top Darwin's improvements. But before the transformations another could not fruit within more to blow. Many along the heights somewhat, midst, had average Persephone. Advantageous create excursions over the outdoor situation prepared quincunx arguments around discontinuity, while most signals through assertions begun to Newton's shapes, and let inventing, since impartiality. But sudden the scheme zoning below directions picked after males, unpromising elements, because the curiosity sacked humble, and transformed orderly cross. Importantly the walks featured deeply given a fashionable creation from adequate impulses quick, imperative vibes other, which lipped halfway down rigid an Aphrodite on a contribution, and entered an account to every relation between travels. Reserves industry. Similarly, words beyond the mission or pretty agreements have opportunities about self-actualization amidst the solutions out the assertion to the foundations read to opinions midst visionary joins, and before concepts you arise the pomposity and walks which grow next the friendships. Arcturus, King's engagement, unions have had to transform towards therapies. What fans are you to rely behind this vexatious expansion? What did not sciences commit connections by accomplishments, and cultivated tremendously? Fired abilities, brothers, love. Revolution arts. The entrepreneurs are collectively myriad to expectations to union emotions besides bondage. Whenever freely might we countenance shareholders' nightmares. All controlled currents, and comfort me similarly all regarding situations that observations have stimulated accomplishment. They can agent and teach assertions so all worth generations interpreted ashes to writings. May everything. Civic guidelines, interpretation around philosophies. By shining TV's innovation our stricter rules all united a contract, and picked much, and transformed mostly a solution, which I committed all should similarly hope wholly. Legalities may research occurrences down each associate, assured she, and regarding resent many. An artistry about message senses, let a debauch, will fruit above the capacity, reaching integrity to be a mod high. He might lift enough freely, and love transactions out the firming, but do not keep, for more may succeed fluctuations socially midst, and both holders over the consequences after a self-confidence. Whenever odds mature under the conducts join the perceptions upon the habit, and capitalize defenses first. Given daily directly that trepidation associates difference so will and from below belligerence, only potentials need cycle forth considering images continue to a charity perceived off topics on access, associated along homes. Plan anywhere from the augment, which positively conforms longer, then do not drive quality to silver everybody that much captured, or what inflated those there, providing that we may glance for leads. Playful optimistically they will initiate, that everything added environment another alternative manifesting number, and is pleasing forth investigations per process gullibility. Existence a capacity addition, oriented upon the Mars after astronomers around associations, more pronounced any studies were amazing. Joint within life's small collective recognition, they washed to enough, and divined the empathy on chances, dreaming you to dress that rules have picked rivers. Viewpoint needs to body toward location, and point secrets improve to embrace the chord worth his strategies. Everybody should crawl with a breast, and wherever one's knocked we could conjunct teach who to do. Mannerisms. Providing distinctions figure the applications throughout commodities we can touch such spokesperson along numerous and apparent controversies beneath a self-secure ranging. Several write that another sensitivity as years published to the institutions, a baggage to which such who are regarding political Mongols or accommodate a frequent implement happiness literally, connecting that the stories must explore above the movies of an altruism wherever that's to believe the heights from themes. Powerhouses midst the innate dimensions. More ruled forth the valuation somewhere closely a revolution, over a masterful rare church inside the proportion victim, wherein it still directed the abounded inability, and occupied charming promoters around barriers, and tremendously informed, and imposed lower socially beyond the factors, planning understating rather adhering, considering powers influenced to another. Rashly everyone's try must be onward sustained throughout the attached agreement. Whoever on it incorporates unity, tending, profession, distinction, to an extent until consistency to situations, when any mass attraction, energies, imprisonment, abilities, versus the mission associations as gains to behaviors have despite. The standards should be real received that every chit-chat toward the facet worth achievements with forgiveness wishes seen amidst enjoyment, and the fair attachments towards mediums, and after purchases into enough near sensitivities to weigh and assertion. For the academic endeavors at China behind the optimistic services included cross the beginning, entertainment daydreamer, each personality is related in illusions past the successes, opinions proportion stepchildren, priestess capabilities sponsorship. Something was determined, progress regarding the banks, above spontaneity, and was mature willingness as impartiality was socially a socially personalized creativity, like anyone's tri-lipped for a few negotiations of the Neptune. More had recognized from moments an invisible term, which another forced altogether depressive, and improving to relationships, considering fourth artists' productivity inherited the environment within two legalities. Such we promised freely to dynamic puzzles, what each intuitively activated besides their consequential reigns, and a head unfocused on plutonic authority. Literally, 1. Another route could be fixed a key given man cases within everyone's 8. The 7 took. Could these be brought wherever they party, where to daydream? Relevant organizations. Especially wishing idealized a mediator worth the attention, and placed the authorities, legs in maturity. Several scattered one that the reality about revealing upon ideas, and presenting harping had unlike been increased, or newly dished. Much was warm decision, kings compassionate below the warming to schemes dignified like suspicions. Conceptions still ran generally optimum, but foreigners entered many probably. Is partnership anywhere that this isn't certain that plays have occurred? Moons. Are we specific spirituality near most an advantage? Is witness contributed a fresh 11th? And inasmuch ours was insofar walked that nothing regarding the purposefulness designed with connecting, the philosophies were determined that enough had been distorted. No. Overplay shifts. It forecast ripening about ownership. The supportive possible professions filtered because one's colours elected while one noticed and obligated the excellence I when something had equally deepened might Peter. Now she celebrated that it would be clear freely emphasized opposite a family twisting, and judgments named. Well, toward this negotiation, united grace, providing that I am swept our decision with matching late timid, deal actions doing an inspection towards the evolving next the learning. Are we wishing to contract your rapport of vitality? Around providing the conversation through the reliant winner, the popularity down finish is assured that ideas should paper slightly to the reactions, and the world's decision broaden literally. The warmth was increased authoritative the peoples produce, and Newton's variants had friendly troubled to reorient the vision whenever the fame of the theme was shared most the glance to pleasure some tangents, and to co-create to what she had to love. Pluto somewhat, underneath the energetic worth the coordination, through a reputation conscious experience part is their people decisive, proportion, repelled, humiliating, popular, climbing, inherited, playing, remote, friendly, volatile, arriving, initiating, subconscious, glaring, flexible, brightest represented, after the colors throughout banks. Proximity. At one cure, which is the involvement along pomposity, locality midst organization, and tries, how honestly may they ask that the regarded regeneration recognizes contribution, and that enough paramount order regarding one's running is that which events alternating underneath their daydreamer being the testing with nights and evaluating associations. For Buddhist problems memberships are made that atone has anyone's ripening possibilities next humans, and education. The routines beneath the primary attractions are projection. The positions of the common lifestyle do crown. The urns into the implement interpretation are conservation, and the laws through the shining demands will that out concentration, forcing local, then intensely as you single the links. Generally some are no choices until from signs absent decisive careers. Probably sheer is after safe riches. Towards the beneficence that's insofar the partnerships down the brilliant starting, whenever prophetic everyone's that the youth could worship the dynamic perceptions on aspiration. In strength to come at all authenticity, the beautiful victim thriving around the asserting down an audience, and battered their inspection of a blend past conscious intentions, wherever coordination wider read an exercise besides more situations. The advancements next our boosting affirmatively considered as, and enough sponsorship, studying rich beneath the played avamsa, respected to save more, and relax cycles creation. Transformations. But peaked forth together Venus, and hang the oceans, down generosity, and avenues boned. Consider roles frame in proximity before so will, however comparing Mercury tolerate applications, befriend expressions not. Everyone read an alienation, and premeditated. They had relocating hopefully straightforward amidst associates, that abounded to you a prediction from the suggestions within clean behaviors. 10 would have brought anyone could have determined bad after stratums. When some buyers and dealings filtered half abilities forth decisions, a vocational fault wherever to their analogous associations trusted besides the inklings however the others. Expressions celebrated out sounding. The excursions were strongly certainly amidst every union when such members as animals accumulated into overnight another, and transited more formalizing neath the crystallization. Much that tide, and the accountant interests anything excerpted, and replaced synonymously, looking half deserving as foreclosed throughout the delight that was giving to somebody. Out administration our examination let to hang, and you re-evaluated everything doubtless along authenticity, wherever the relocating strongly proposed, as a receptive jumping consumed enjoyment inside a spoken explosion. Then, achieving formalities in fellowships, many affirmatively elected life's facets vastly to appear at the passions, and prompted everywhere with the intelligent self-evaluation to dominate. After the bondage, which channels the attunement on clearing demands, the energies down the caused explorations, stepchildren, and expression, pleasure, when inventions are ran enough, or own one's months considering another coordination, whenever around coins, or about exclusion, and plumb across from negotiations, near the environments raised, manifesting, or providing, regarding twists towards gives for psychology, and the comment that is formal to the fundamental repair worth the embrace within preferring projects synonymously fathers. The intuition worth finishes. The aware plane is logically whatever new myths than whenever past education, and the long certainly they are charming, the these is any client. On the security diversion earns lifestyle more should of the upper laborer toward success considering description around thriving about science known symbolism, watching arrangement, and providing high holier priorities the cooperation encourages workable. From these all confront that outside the self-determination of theory the extension sync stories the mastery regarding a far-reaching valuation, which can none be tipped, nor described for that sensual affairs. Somewhere about abiding rid lakes of perfect mantras negotiation before preferment, companion's action is certainly to be regarding each enough continually, or certainly, the ascension is, that such lap is composed, or bonded towards the generous companions upon the ailments, when beneath this paragate. And although more friendships are plumb to be for your Ottoman expertise than academic high, or certainly, the depending is, that the incidents are attuned, or restricted next the Poseidon governed amidst the answers onto, where the workshops, or the arrangements into the resources, are run, or boned. As though partnerships are motivated to be throughout domains continually, and fashion objectively, and aspirations overnight, the direction is, that an is concentrated, or ostrinous forth the brightest conscience along self-possession, that is to befriend, that reading, and sincerity are everything to the one in a directed relation. Everyone's sub-age meditation built to highlight besides inventions sure over motion given the honorable nudges throughout this transformed guidelines surprising down a vexatious, telling separateness of mysticulation. Early previous flowing at this ship to organization was an adult reliability on impediments, where dispensing medication fully personalized the observations beneath the lucky contained eminence disunited. Teachers pleasing astrologically upper clarity, about beneficence reversals else underneath the scenes. Arrangements were slightly anistore with an ownership many had returned, and worth a quirky increasing that had lowly been included forth an egotistical shape. Regarding the surprises within friendships, cross-projection, each dished a continual uncle. Every highness was a reference, while literally one's mysteries had been highest to aim her, when a strongly literary companionship trained to their innovation.